There we go. That works. Alrighty. On. Okay, let me turn it on TikTok too. All right. Let's give it a second for people to join in. What's up, everyone joining in? I am a bit on a bit early today. I'm going to be getting off early today, but we will still probably have around 5-6 hours. Around that. Actually, 6 hours, probably maybe even a little bit more than six. I might be able to get. What's up, everyone? Early Parker Live. I decided to hop on a bit early so that we can go through everything and we get some time before Dean is live. We can get a full stream today before I'm supposed to get off. I'm supposed to get off a little bit early today. My girlfriend and I are going to be doing stuff later. What's up, everyone joining in the live right now? How's everyone doing today? Early Parker. Yep. A bit tired, honestly. A bit tired. But how's everyone doing? What's up, everyone joining the YouTube? There's actually more people currently in the YouTube right now than there is in the TikTok. That's kind of diabolical. W YouTube, I tell you. W YouTube. What's up, Courtney? What's up, Mimi? I'm doing great. What's up, everyone? What's up, everyone on YouTube? What drink do you have today? I just have water. I just have water. We will, once Dean gets on, probably join him. Hopefully he gets on a little bit later in the day. We'll see, though. And we can get some debates before him. Hopefully. How's everyone doing, though? How's everyone doing? Hopefully everyone's having a great day so far. How you feeling, Parker? I'm kind of tired, I tell you. I'm kind of tired. I woke up like about an hour and a half ago, I think. Yo, thank you so much, Stephanie. Thank you for the $28. Thank you so much for positive reinforcement for the early awakening. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Can we get some W's for them in the comment section right now? Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Stephanie. W, Stephanie. What's up, everyone? Yo, early live. Yo, what's up, Dean? Are you hopping on early today? I think I told you this yesterday. I was gonna hop on early today because I was getting off a little bit earlier today. But how you doing, though? He probably got the notification. Or he was just already on YouTube. That's funny. Is he also getting on? Yeah, he probably will be getting on at some point. I don't know what time he will be. We will see. We're going to start getting some debates up here in a second once people start joining in. It's taking a second for people to start joining in. I think it's because I'm early today. Haley, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much for you always manage to go live while I'm mid set at the gym, and I'm gonna pause to join every time. Haley, thank you so much. I appreciate it. That's so funny. That's everyone though. We're gonna start getting some debates here in a second. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. It is taking a second to start sending out. Do give it a second. What time are you gonna be on until? I should be on until around, I think 5 to 6 o'clock my time. But I was planning the second half to join you or something once you get live because I was gonna assume you were gonna be on live for the second half at least. T, thank you for the $10. Thank you. What's up, everyone though joining in? Do give it a second. Bet all in for that. Sounds good, Dean. Sounds good. Yeah, hopefully my shit starts sending out. We'll see if we can get a debate up here. I'll put my main account. I forgot to do that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Nope. Okay. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Alrighty, let's get this next person up here. Alrighty. Oh, wait, I need to actually, no, that one's already open, so we're fine. All right, here, I'm going to join on my main account on TikTok, and it'll help send it out to more people, and we'll get some debates up here, hopefully. Alrighty. I'm joining in. Do give me 1 second, everyone. All right, let me click that. Sorry, everyone, I'm a bit off the screen. All right, let me go to my guest requests. There we are. Now we'll give it a second to load. People will join in. We'll get some debates. We'll get some debates going. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. It's so early. What? Yeah, I know, right? I know, right? Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Again, everyone, we are just looking for some debates. Johnny, I know you don't. I know you don't disagree, Johnny. I remember you. I remember you, Johnny. I appreciate you, Johnny. Johnny Lee. Johnny Lee is like he's been around in the community for a long time. I feel like I've known Johnny Lee for a long time. Yo, Brianna, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you so much, Brianna. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I got you. Don't worry. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
And did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I didn't vote.
Okay. Do you support him?
I'm not sure, honestly, man.
Okay. I don't know why you sent a guest request. All right, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Hello? ODC, are you there? Okay, we got no guest requests right now, so we'll give it a second for people to join up. Yo, Sid with $100. Thank you so much for literally every time I have meetings all day, the universe summons you to go live early. Kidding, hee hee. Hope you have fun today. Oh, thank you so much, Sid. I appreciate it as always. Don't worry, the VOD will be there. Don't worry, the VOD will be there. But yeah, like I don't know, that just always happens. That just always happens. I don't know what it is. I wonder what it is. Thank you so much, though, Sid. I always appreciate it. W's for Sid in the comment section right now. Always W Sid. Always W Sid. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Kai Cunningham mugged you, mate.
Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Did you see when Dean got sent $1,000 yesterday? No, I did not. I didn't even hear about that until now. That's diabolical. $1,000 dono. That's crazy. That's crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
What's your birth year?
2006.
What month?
January.
You wouldn't have been old enough to vote, and you'd be 19.
I was.
If you were if it was 2007, that would make you 18, but you're 19 if it was 2006 January. So. All right. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Kai Cunningham mugs you.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Please leave him not breathing. He chew on my dick like a baby that's teething.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, hello, 25.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Not yet. In the future, I'll vote for the third term.
So you don't support him?
I do support him, yeah.
You do? Is there a way you could move to somewhere with a little
Yeah.
less background noise? I can't really hear you very well.
I mean, I'm in the hood. I'm running away. Let me try. I have a question for you. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead. It's really hard to hear you.
So my question is, it's just quick question. Are you a homosexual?
Okay. What is wrong with people, dude? Happy Pride, everyone, by the way. Happy Pride. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Kai Cunningham mugs you, buddy. Kai mugs you.
Why do you keep joining to do that? What's wrong with you?
Well, it's just the...
All right, we're going to wait for someone. Do give it a minute for people to join up. All right, give it a second for people to join up. We have no guest requests right now with new people who are going to debate, so give it a second. Why are you live so early? I have to get off a bit earlier today. Because I am doing stuff with my girlfriend later. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 23, born in 2002, but I didn't vote for Trump. I just recently followed, well, Dean recently followed me. I just wanted to ask you a quick question.
Do you support Trump?
No, I don't, but I wanted to ask a quick question just because I also asked Dean this.
Go ahead.
Have you been looking into RFK Jr. at all?
Not very much.
You really should. I appreciate all the awareness you bring. I just wanted to ask if you did.
Yeah, I got you. I'll make sure to bring up stuff about him. I got you. I got you. Yeah, I think RFK is just so insane that I just like I don't even want to, I don't know, sometimes I just don't even want to look to see what he's doing because it's gonna be something that's so anti-science or crazy, and it's like, but yeah, no, I do need to. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
I am 18, and I just want to say I don't support Trump fully, but I support that he doesn't allow transgender women in women's sports.
Okay. So would you vote for him if you could?
I do not live in America.
Oh, okay. Let's go to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I didn't.
Do you support him?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
I just have a question though.
Why do you support him?
Why, why do people freak out when he says he's gonna deport illegals when Obama did the same thing?
One, you shouldn't call people illegals. You should call people undocumented immigrants. In terms of this, secondly, his rhetoric specifically surrounding immigration, calling for the largest mass deportation campaign of all time, right? Specifically saying that that people who are coming from the country from Mexico, that they're rapists and they're criminals, and that they're quote unquote not sending their best. Right, that's like the assumption that he has for immigrants, and he dehumanizes immigrants, and that's specifically why people have such an issue with the way that Donald Trump responds to things. Although I do have an issue with the way that the Obama administration carried out plenty of the deportations they did.
Now, what's the problem with calling people illegals?
It's dehumanizing.
But aren't they like illegal?
Is it dehumanizing to call someone an illegal? The same way it would be dehumanizing to call someone illegal. You're illegally in the country, but you don't go around calling other legal citizens, right, legals. That'd be crazy, right? Like, so in that same way that you wouldn't do that to other U.S. citizens, you should not do that to other people who happen to be undocumented immigrants.
Okay, so are you okay with the laws or the punishments that he wants to give, but not okay with his way of speaking?
Oh, no, I completely disagree with his policy.
Okay, so what's the problem?
Yeah, so I don't think that people who are in the country who are undocumented, who haven't committed violent crimes or bad crimes, should be deported.
So what should be the punishment?
They should be given a pathway to citizenship, no punishment.
So if someone breaks into America, should the person should just have the citizenship just like that?
They should be given a pathway to citizenship, given that they haven't committed a violent crime or bad crime, because our current laws make it so it takes too long for people to get into the country legally.
So is getting into the country illegally not a bad crime?
No,
Why though?
because I don't think it has a victim or any harm that takes place from it. So in typical, I would say things like that would not be considered bad.
So when the country isn't ready to accept immigrants, why should the taxpayers pay money for the people who come in illegally?
Undocumented immigrants don't qualify for any federal programs.
Nothing. Zero. So they legit get zero help.
From the federal government. Only emergency services, which is true for tourists as well. Ariana, thank you
All
for
right,
the
but
$5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. I
what did
have heard
Obama
about
do
that.
that was okay with?
What's up? Sorry.
What did Obama do that you were okay with?
That's a very vague question.
because I just saw a video that Obama said basically the same thing.
He
Even
didn't. He
even
did.
he said
His
that.
rhetoric wasn't the same. His policy wasn't as.
I know, but the intention. I'm talking about the intention.
No, he had different intention. I would say that they had different intention. Although, again, I very much disagree with the position that Obama took in terms of immigration. I do think it's slightly preferable to Trump's.
Okay, so just to conclude, so no punishment for illegal immigrants.
Who have
Just
not committed violent crimes or bad crimes. They shouldn't be
yeah,
deported.
yeah,
They
I
should
get, I
be
get
given a
it.
pathway to citizenship because our current legal process takes way too long to get through.
And if they committed a violent crime, they should be deported or just punished in the U.S.
Deported on the condition that they're going to be put into prison in another country.
All right, that was nice, Parker. Thank you.
Do you want to continue talking or no? Do you want to tell me why you support Donald Trump?
I mean, okay, I can talk about gun control. What do you think about gun control? I don't know if it's
Okay.
relevant.
Sorry to. I'm asking you why you support Donald Trump. I'm not doing a Q&A.
Okay.
So you could either answer my question or you could leave.
I think Donald Trump is a better person to represent the America on the foreign point of view
How so?
because he knows how to deal with other big superpower countries better than, I guess, Kamala.
Kamala. How so? Could you be very
I mean,
specific?
did you hear when Putin said, "Please vote for Kamala Harris"? I don't know if it's a good argument, but I'm just pointing out the fact.
You know that he's literally just manipulating you, right?
Yeah,
They
how is that?
literally, Russia funded pro-right messaging, pro-Trump messaging. You know that, right? In multiple elections,
Are you talking about the 2016 thing?
2016, 2020, and 2024, Russia literally funded, right, pro-Trump messaging.
Where, like on social media,
Yes,
Twitter?
that's
Where?
one place. Practically all social medias.
Okay, but still, when another country's let's say an enemy, do you consider Russia an enemy?
Yeah.
Okay, if the president of an enemy country tells you to vote for a certain candidate,
Well,
shouldn't that
they
be
they could be manipulating you
yeah, but how's that manipulation?
because he's trying to get Trump supporters to be like, "Ha, see, he wants Democrats because he thinks that they're weak."
Okay, but if Putin said vote for Trump, he
Putin.
would
Wait, I
go.
just want to clarify. Under each candidate, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump, who gives Putin more power?
Um, I don't know if there's a difference.
There is a very big difference. Who
Oh,
gives Putin more power? Clearly, Donald Trump. So
is it because you have to back off in Ukraine? That's it.
that's one huge reason. Yes.
Okay, but okay, we can talk about that. But sending money to Ukraine has been, I don't know. It's been pretty sketchy. No,
How so?
so
How so? How's it been sketchy?
because they've been sending like billions of dollars, and the war hasn't been ended, and they're still continuing, and we don't know if the money's going to
We
to, to
do.
actually fund.
We do know where it's going. Because we like force them to buy from American companies?
Okay.
So then don't we have receipts?
Okay, but did you hear about the Pentagon thing?
So you just lied?
Wait, I didn't understand that.
So you just lied.
About what?
The US has receipts because they bought from American companies.
So all of the money spent back in the U.S.
Yeah, like there was a conditional that in order for them to be able to get the supplies, right, if it wasn't already purchased or bought and already a part of our arsenal, right, and we were just giving it to them and then that was like a loan, it was money given to them that they would have to spend on American defense manufacturers.
Okay, I just didn't know that. Okay, so it's a problem for the U.S. to back up from from Ukraine. So is
Yeah,
it
yeah, yeah.
is it a
Because it
problem
gives more power to
backup
Putin.
from Afghanistan as well?
Well, the thing is, in terms of Afghanistan, right? We don't want to know that Russia's going to go into Afghanistan. Two, as it relates to this, right? That was Donald Trump who set up the agreement for us to leave Afghanistan. He gave
But was it
5,000.
wrong?
I would say that we should have left. Yes.
Also, it was right to leave Afghanistan,
Yes.
but it's not right to leave Ukraine.
Yeah, because they're currently in an ongoing war with Russia, and they're being invaded by Russia. And
I
we have a
mean,
Budapest memorandum, so we signed an agreement
I
with
don't
them.
think I don't
Listen,
think it
listen,
was
listen.
a big
This is a very important point. We signed an agreement with them that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them.
Yeah, but I don't think it's a. I don't see the difference why you would want America to leave Afghanistan and not Ukraine.
The Budapest memorandum, Afghanistan doesn't want us there. Ukraine does want us there. Right? Putin is invading.
Okay, but I don't think America cares if the country that they're defending wants them there or no, because
Wait,
the
wait.
Taliban.
I'm not talking about what America cares about. I'm talking about what I care about.
Okay, but it's America's job to defend. I mean,
Not
they have
necessarily.
a sense of responsibility
It
to
is
go
not our.
into
Wait,
another
if
country.
a country doesn't want us to defend them, why would we do that?
I mean, because the Taliban the enemy of the U.S.?
The enemy of the U.S. because of the U.S. specifically going into those areas, and I would say the enemy of the U.S. because of specifically the sort of social norms they have. But that's at least in my perspective because it is the case of how antithetical they are to the rule of
But
law,
it's an
democratic
enemy
values,
regardless.
right? Things that Donald Trump also goes against.
So it's an enemy just like Russia.
Okay, what's your point?
But I want to just like
Do we have
know
a
the difference.
Budapest? We don't have the Budapest memorandum with
Yeah, but you
any other
knew that
country.
once you leave the Afghanistan, the Taliban's gonna take over. You knew that.
Do you know what the Budapest memorandum is?
No, go ahead, explain it.
The Budapest memorandum explicitly says that that if what's it called Ukraine gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them if they were invaded. We have a specific agreement, so we're just upholding that agreement.
So it's sort of a treaty,
Yeah.
and we just didn't have that with Afghanistan.
Yep. Jonathan, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
All right, I think that's all. Thank you, Parker.
All right.
And are you gonna debate Charlie Kirk or no?
He's running away still. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello? I'm 18.
Did you vote for
Well,
Donald
19
Trump?
now. No, but I just wanted to ask your standpoint on something.
Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Guess I should have asked about support. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello, I'm 18.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Actually, not.
Do you
I'm not
support
from
him?
America. I just
Okay.
want to be age.
Hey, I just want to clarify, everyone. You got to be 18 plus. You got to be from the United States, able to vote in U.S. elections, and you have to either support Donald Trump or have voted for him, and you still support him. So please don't send a guest request if you don't meet those conditions. I'm not answering questions right now, so if you have any questions you wanted to ask me, I'm not answering questions currently. I am just looking for some debates. All right, let's get this next person. Jay, thank you for the $2. I don't know much about them, to be honest. I don't know much about it. I only watched Pokemon as a kid. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Oh, hey, sorry. I'm playing with my rabbit. I'm 20 years old.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Okay. Do you support him still?
Yeah, I support some of the stuff that he's been doing, as of late. But,
Like what?
yeah. Okay, I am going to start off with immigration. I know it's kind of like a basic, what Trump supporters support. There are things that I agree with that he's been doing, but there are also some things that I disagree with that he's been doing. Such as the younger children supporting themselves, or not supporting themselves, representing themselves in court. I absolutely disagree with that. I believe that they should have representation.
Sure. Like, what specifically do you agree with in terms of Donald Trump?
Just illegal immigrants being deported.
Caitlin, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much. Okay, so what is good about deporting undocumented immigrants?
Well, they're undocumented, so
Yeah, what's good about that?
um,
Oh my God, Caitlin, that's so hard. So, I'm so sorry to hear that, Caitlin. That's actually like horrible. I hope that it gets better significantly.
yeah,
I
I'm
know
sorry,
how horrible
Caitlin.
panic attacks are.
But I don't know, just like I know that coming into the country illegally is, I don't look up on that. I think everyone should look down on that.
I have a question. Why do you repost liberal videos?
I don't. What are you talking about?
Okay. Okay, okay. Okay, okay. Okay, 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 okay. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? I'm 23.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did.
What's your birth year?
2001.
Okay, what month? Wait, no, you're
November.
wrong. You're wrong.
What? I'm 23. November 9, 2001.
I'm just messing with you. Go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Anyways, yeah, I support Trump. Only, but I'm a one issued voter. I only voted for him because
I've talked to you before, haven't I? Your voice sounds very familiar.
No, I talked to Dean, but not you. But I was like before.
Chad, have I
Biden
talked
dropped
to
out.
this guy? I feel like I have.
I don't remember you. I've talked to Dean.
You don't remember me, really?
I don't talk to you because your guest line is too long.
My guest line?
You never bring me up.
Dean has more viewers than me every day.
Every time I request, Dean brings me up. You don't bring me up, so I don't talk to you.
Every time you request, so you've talked to Dean multiple times?
I talked to Dean before Biden dropped out.
Okay, all right, go ahead. Give me the reason why you support Donald Trump.
Yeah, so I think Donald Trump is more pro-life than his interlocutor, so I think that's a better reason to support him than his interlocutor.
Okay, why are you using that term? That's a really interesting term to use. Okay, here's my question. So you said he's more anti-abortion. Okay, so are you pro, like, restricting bodily autonomy to save human life?
Yeah, I would consider myself a very, very soft pro-choice. So I think it's okay to unalive a zygote, but I don't think it's okay to abort a fetus that has a brain because it has a property to display future experiences, which that's not true with zygote. But I would say that's more pro-life than pro-choice.
What do you mean a property to deploy future experiences?
So when we're talking about people that have future experiences, you have future experiences in virtue of having a mind. And I would say to have a mind, to have this type of mind, you have to have a brain, which I would say that deploys around like 5 to 7 weeks.
Do you think that brain dead individuals have a mind?
No, they don't.
Okay, well, they have a brain.
That's why it's okay to. Well, I'm saying they don't have future experiences, right?
Okay, so
they have,
but there's nothing different about a zygote and about a fetus in terms of the future experience that it will have, because they both have the future experience.
That's false, because I don't know what it means for an organism to experience, right? You experience in virtue of your mind, not in virtue of the organism.
The mind hasn't produced the subjective experience yet, so what you're saying is nonsense.
In
terms of its distinction.
A zygote, we're talking about it's not about actualizing it. I'm talking about future experiences, right?
I understand.
So we're talking about
that same thing is true prior to the point of the brain like forming. You know that, right?
No, it's not. That's not true. That's
Yes,
not true. That's just the organism that persists. That's just the organism that persists through time. That's not true.
That's the same thing true for the that's the same thing true for the brain.
What? Sorry?
Yeah, even when the brain is formed, that same thing is true. I don't see the brain being
formed.
Yeah,
when the brain is formed, that deploys future experiences. You understand that, right?
I know. I'm going to kick you because I think this is nonsense. This is just utter nonsense. I mean, utter fucking nonsense. Okay? Utter nonsense distinction. No reason for me to continue to go through that. I know I probably already talked to that person before. They sound insufferable. But that is a total nonsense distinction. What's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker, I love you. Why do you look so tired?
I just woke up. Like an hour and a half ago. Zach, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. For real. Thank you so much, though. I appreciate it. Oh, that's crazy. All right, let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Please, everyone, only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are
Hey,
you?
how you doing, Parker? 22.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What was your birth year?
August 22nd, 2002.
And you said you were how old?
22.
Okay. All right. Go for it. Go for it. Why do you support Trump?
Before I do that, I do want to clarify something with you. I stopped by your live. I think it was yesterday. You were talking to somebody about religion. I would just like to say, don't talk about religion. I mean, you don't understand the context of some of these verses that you claim to have read or have said.
Give me an example.
You're I mean, things in shoot, hold on. Things in Leviticus.
Tell me
Do you
the
understand the
context that I
context?
missed.
Do you know the context of Leviticus? Do you understand what is going
I'm not
on?
asking you to ask me if I know the context. I'm asking
Well,
you
do you understand the context of it, yes or no?
Yes. I'm asking what context did I not understand?
So you do know the context of what all is going on
I would
in
like a
Leviticus.
response to my question. If not, I'm gonna kick you out of my live. Okay? I'm not dealing with bullshit today. Answer my damn
So
question.
you don't know. Don't talk about religion if you don't know.
You're just being disingenuous right now. Answer my question. I'm letting you up on my live. I'm letting you speak. Please answer my questions. Don't just come up on my live to not answer my questions. That's completely disingenuous. You may unmute your mic and answer my question. If you don't, I'm gonna kick you.
Are you going to tell me what the context is since you?
I'm waiting for you to answer and tell me what context that I missed. If you don't want to answer that question, I will kick you out of the stream. Seriously.
Again, so you don't know the context of the verses.
Oh my God, he won't answer the question.
Go.
Wow, dude, you're disingenuous. You're so disingenuous. I'm giving you right now. What is the context that I've missed? What context have I missed? You should clearly be able to tell me. He left. He ran away himself. What a fucking scaredy cat, bro. It's crazy. Don't talk about religion. I'll talk about religion more because you just said that. Fuck you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
21.
All right. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Aye. I'm not gonna lie, Parker, you're an absolute wee gimp, like.
You said what?
You're a gimp.
I can't hear what you're saying. Can you speak English?
You are a gimp.
What? I can't hear what you're saying.
Aye, sure you can, you wee fanny.
What?
Aye, little shite bag, aren't you? Got a dead ass hairline and all.
Dude, I actually don't know what you're saying right now.
How? How do you not?
I actually don't know what he's saying. I know he's Scottish. That's why I said that. By the way, I am part Scottish. Just want to clarify that. But that's just diabolical, bro. I actually genuinely couldn't tell what he was saying. I'm gonna be totally honest. I had no clue. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
11.
11? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah.
That's diabolical, I tell you. Are you also part Russian? I'm actually not. I actually have no percentage points Russian. My family tree's like Scottish, British, like French, Scandinavian. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Thanks for sharing that with the class, Lucas. We really appreciate that. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Nah.
Do you support him?
No.
Okay, I don't know why you sent a guest request. How is Parker not laughing? I'm low-key not even caught off guard. That's why. You know what I mean? Like, if someone catches me off guard, I practically I practically will laugh, but like I'm just not caught off guard anymore. Yo, what's up, man?
Yo, what's going on? I just wanted to come up here and give you some breaking news. It'll probably be useful for the conversations
Go
today. Elon just came out and called the BBB a disgusting pork-filled bill. He came out and he was like shitting on it, calling it like grotesque, disgusting, saying that it'll be terrible and it's just vile for the American people. And he sent this out in a tweet saying like the first thing he said was like, I can't hold back anymore. Like I have to be honest. It's a disgusting pork-filled like piece of shit bill.
That's fucking hilarious. You know what?
Yeah.
You know what? This is an incredibly rare W Elon. Incredibly rare W Elon, I tell you.
Yeah, no, man. I just wanted to come up here and tell you because, you know, if anybody tries to come up and argue Trump's policy, you got to show him that. And if you want to see his tweet, just go to his Twitter. It's like 30 minutes ago. He just goes off about it.
Yeah, I'm actually gonna go look at that right now because I actually want to see that. But yeah, man, you're welcome to come up at any point, man.
Sure, yeah, I'll probably pop up in a bit. I just wanted to tell you that now. Take care.
I appreciate it, man. Take care.
Bye.
Yep, I see it right here. He said, I'm sorry, but I can't stand it anymore. The massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it because you know you did wrong. You know it. Wow. Wow. Wow, that's actually wild. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. That is wild. We're going to ask the first Trump supporter we get on about that. We're not going to get really many pro-Elon Trump supporters, I guess, anymore. It used to be at the beginning of Trump's administration, all people would talk about is Doge. So it's like, I wonder where all those Elon Trump fans are going now. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Parker, so cute.
Okay. All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? How old are you? Versus
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What time is it?
I don't know, man. It's 11:17, by the way. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Midwest, are you there? Okay. All right. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump, everyone. If you're on YouTube, to make sure to like the stream, everyone. It seriously helps send it out to more people. I really would appreciate it. I really would appreciate if you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. Let's get to 500,000 likes. It helps push out the stream, everyone. Yo, what's up, how old are you?
Yo, what's up, bro? Yo, I'm 19, bro.
How old are you? You said you're 19? Oh, did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah, I did, bro.
Okay, what's your birth year?
69.
Yo, what's up, how old are you?
What's good? I'm 19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, why so?
What?
Why so? Why'd you vote for Donald Trump?
He got aura.
Do you have an actual reason, or do you want me to kick you?
You can do whatever you feel.
Okay. Frankie, thank you for the $4.20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. Michaela, I appreciate the $4. Thank you. Melody, I really appreciate the $6. Thank you. I really, really appreciate it. Kaylee, thank you so much for the $10. I really appreciate it. Susan with the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. They said, I finally catch you on your live. Keep fighting the good fight. Keep getting into good trouble. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Give me some W's in the comment section right now. W's in the comment section right now for them. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. W's Susan in the comment section right now. And then fucking Christian with the $250 thank you for supporting gay rights. Can we get some W's for Christian in the comment section right now? W's for Christian in the comment section. And also, can we get some happy pride, everyone? Let's get some fucking happy pride in the comment section right now. Happy pride, happy pride. Fucking love it. W's for Christian in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Christian, as always. W's for fucking Christian in the comment section. W Christian, W Christian. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
2007.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yeah.
When you were 17?
June 3rd, 2007.
Yeah, when you were 17?
18.
Yeah, you were 17 when the election came around. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Proud woke progressive. That sounds like a progressive. Hero, thank you so much. I appreciate the $5. Thank you. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. That's incredibly nice of you. Incredibly nice. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Cameron, thank you for the $25. Thank you so much, Cameron. I really appreciate it for putting up with morons. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. I really appreciate it. W's in the comment section right now. Thank you so much, Cameron. I appreciate it. I appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
39.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Okay, why so?
You know, his last term, and I'll be honest, I don't know if there's a delay in the way policies go from the previous administrations to those 4 years, right? When I say this, but it seems, I mean, this might sound greedy as well, but my life was just way easier as him as president, like economy wise, like, and I say economy lightly because I know there's a lot of different debates. I've watched your videos, I've watched a bunch of people's videos about it.
I have a question. Do you think that
Yeah,
the economy was good in 2016?
I was struggling a good bit in 2016. Around 20, I was doing well. I was doing
around
well.
2020.
I got laid off in 20, yeah, got laid off in 2014. I'm in the oil and gas field. And
so to clarify, 2020 that was during COVID, so that wouldn't have had to do with Donald Trump, because actually people would claim that Donald Trump didn't cause the negative impacts that happened under COVID. So I don't know why we'd attribute like it being good in 2020 to Donald Trump.
I was an exception because my business like boomed because COVID didn't really affect it.
Well, there you go.
You know?
So it had nothing to do with Trump as president. So can you tell me what specifically did Donald Trump do that helps you as a person?
I do like, I'm not so much saying country first, because a lot of people argue that, well, if he's doing tariffs, it's going against the country, right?
Yeah.
But like, I feel as if I've never seen a president that's so open. Yes, about 90% of the stuff he says is pretty idiotic on Twitter, but also,
do you like Elon Musk?
I've never really had an opinion about him, to be honest with you, to be fair.
Okay.
I don't really.
Well, how do you feel that he recently just said today that the big, beautiful bill is a pork-filled, disgusting bill?
I guess I don't know, because like I have no say on what Elon Musk. I really don't care about Elon Musk much. So I mean, that's really his opinion, and it really doesn't matter.
Sure, don't worry. I'll make sure to ask other people. Okay, so like if there is there a single policy you can point to that you like of Donald Trump's?
And this is gonna be a big, this is gonna be a big one. I like how he allowed the states to choose about abortion. Well, I say he got that in. I do like that.
You like you left it up to you think him leaving abortion up to the states was good?
I do.
Okay, you know that led to great victims in certain states having a restricted access to abortion, right?
I do.
And you're okay with that?
It also stopped. No, I'm not okay with that, but I am okay with it stopping the ones that aren't the minority reasons, right? I say minority lightly. I'm not talking about like black or white, but I'm saying like the reasons that abortion actually happens. It stopped that.
It doesn't
from happening.
It doesn't.
Like the people that just use abortion like a Plan B pill. That I want that stopped.
Well, it doesn't, right? You know that like abortion hasn't gone down, right?
Oh,
Jane, thank
really?
you for the $10. Thank you so much.
No, hey, I just wanted to come in and say, I mean, I appreciate it. I appreciate you as a person for being intelligent in your debates instead of being just insulting and all that. So I just, that's what I did want to tell you that though, by the way. I just,
Sure.
you know,
Let's talk about the implications though of this, because I think that the
yeah, yeah,
implications of this are incredibly important to reference. The implications,
yeah, yeah.
yeah, the implications of this are that people who are rape victims won't get access to abortion. You believe that's a violation of their rights, correct?
Yeah, I think somebody that truly needs an abortion, like it's going to medically damage them or something, or medically damage the baby, one or the other. I think that should be an option to talk about.
Okay, so abortion, right, should be allowed, right, in the circumstance, right. So you're essentially saying that would be restricting of their rights. So then you'd have to justify that there were more rights infringements, specifically from right the extra abortions that would happen in those certain states because of the abortion being legal, right, prior to the viability, versus specifically the amount of rights infringements that you'll see specifically because women who have been assaulted have restricted access to abortion in this
Yeah, I
country.
don't like that. I don't like that part because I mean the rape thing. That's I mean great. Oh, shoot, but that's not cool. You know what I mean? Like I don't like that situation because they're already going through enough mentally after that type of situation, and then having to be reminded on a daily basis.
I have a
But I
question.
do have a friend.
Do you
Let me
think
say this. I
slavery
do
should be
have a
left up to the
friend.
states?
No,
So human
I don't
rights.
think slavery should be allowed at all.
So to clarify, human rights should not be left up to the states.
Abortion isn't a right, though. It's a choice, right?
So wait, say that one more time.
Abortion isn't like a given right. It's
It
a
is.
choice.
It literally is, especially for people who have been assaulted. Under your view, right? You're saying that was a right. We already clarified in this conversation that it was a right.
Okay, okay, okay. All right. I'll be honest. I don't. You know, this is my. So I know how a lot of people feel about Christianity, but a lot of my views go off of my Christian beliefs about abortion. So that does trump.
Do you believe in separation of church and state?
Go in a little more description. I'm not so privy to what you're
Do
talking
you
about.
think that justifications for why the law should be the way it is like a justified reason is saying my religion says this?
No,
Okay.
I'm one of the different ones on that. I
Well,
believe that like you shouldn't make somebody do something off your Christian beliefs, but you should allow them to know what you feel about it, right? Not make something happen.
for sure, for sure. So Jane, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. Happy Pride, happy Pride. And then Zach, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, Zach. Can we get some W's for Zach in the comment section and Jane? Thank you. So so can you clarify the last thing you said real quick, and then I want to respond to that.
Yeah, like off my Christian beliefs, like I don't expect them to make a law off my Christian beliefs. Say
Exactly.
I was good.
Exactly.
Yeah, I get it.
Exactly. So
I
it
get
seems
it.
like
Me personally.
it seems like it can't be the justification for why you think abortion should be illegal, right? At certain points during pregnancy, to say that like, oh, my religion says this, right? It's got to be something
Yeah.
independent of the religion. And if it's something independent
Yeah.
of the religion, well, then what's going to be the reason why it should be illegal?
All these people are saying get him. I'm just having a good conversation.
Well, because what they're saying is that particular perspective is also compatible with your view. As a Christian, right, you can say it should be legal in the same way that Kamala Harris, as a Christian, says it should be legal. Donald Trump is the one that's not Christian in this perspective because he's never asked God for forgiveness, and he's admitted it in an interview. And that's a fundamental basis of being a Christian, as it's a fundamental aspect of repentance. And if you do not repent, then you're not Christian, at least to most Christians.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Well, Donald Trump hasn't repented because he's never asked God for forgiveness, according to an interview that he had.
When was this interview?
2016.
Okay. So I don't know the last 9 years if he has asked God for forgiveness for any of his sins. I mean, I can't speak on that now, but then, I mean, yeah, he should have.
So he was at least not Christian when he was originally running for office.
I don't know that, but I'm guessing off of your facts that you're that you're able to look up, and anybody else is, that he didn't ask for forgiveness, so he wasn't Christian, I guess.
Push that mustache. So okay, well then that would be my point. Then like, why would you support the non-Christian conservative over the Christian liberal? You are cutting out, Chris.
I'm sorry.
Hey, they're lagging, everyone. I'm gonna go on to the next person. They're lagging an incredible amount, so I got to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It seriously helps push it out to more people. I would really appreciate it. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
36.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did, but let me close my office door real quick. Hang on. What's going on, brother?
Why were you saying in the comment section that bring on a real man? Were you saying the last guest wasn't a real man?
I don't know what the fuck he identified as.
What?
I don't know what he identified as.
Well, you were saying that he wasn't a real man.
Did I?
Yeah, I can see the comment right now.
Or is that implied?
It's an implication of the statement you made.
Based on what view?
Based on what you said.
So what?
Have I talked to you before?
We haven't talked, no.
Then why are people saying in the comment section that we have?
I really don't talk to trans folks online.
Well, I'm not trans, so I don't know why you said that. Also,
You're
you
not?
transphobic piece of shit. What the fuck? Brianna, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I did see that. Dean actually just reported that to us on the live. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
34.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I did.
Okay, why so?
Hey, so well, I just tagged in just for the your abortion claim for those not getting it in states where he put it back to the states.
Yeah.
What that other gentleman had said, and you said, well, if you're raped, then you can't get an abortion. You can get Plan B. It's a little flawed because you can get Plan B anywhere.
So if a rape victim didn't get Plan B or the Plan B didn't work, right, should they specifically be able to get access to an abortion in that state? Should that be federally protected?
No.
So you think that they shouldn't?
No, my take.
You
My
don't think
take is
rape
no.
victims should be able to get abortions?
No, my take is no on it. I mean, I just
Okay.
stand,
What
I stand solid
about
as that.
your 10-year-old daughter got sexually assaulted? Should she be able to get access
No.
to an abortion? What if she's gonna die?
Well, that like she's gonna die because of the pregnancy.
Yeah.
Then that kind of that is quoted as an abortion. Yes.
But should she be allowed to get an
Or
abortion?
my wife. Hold on, and my wife, that's a different category.
Your 10-year-old daughter is going to die if she can't get an abortion. Should she be allowed to get an abortion?
I said yes already.
Okay,
But I said
just
that is
clarifying.
a different.
Secondly,
It's all quoted under abortion. Like it's all under the term
I
abortion.
have a question. So if someone
Okay.
right threw a baby onto you and then attached into your body, right, and you became pregnant, right, should you be
Hey.
forced to go through 9 months?
Yes. So I just
You
went
should?
to my I just went to
Well,
my
I have a
8-week
next
appointment
question.
with
Next question. Right.
Yeah, go ahead.
If you think that we
Go
should
ahead.
provide for the food for everyone who needs it, right? Because we have to provide obligations in order to keep people alive. Well, then why do you support a candidate that wants to cut $300 billion worth of food stamps?
Where in the big
The
beautiful,
big beautiful bill.
wherever you're saying that is
AP News
cutting-
reported on this. The Center for Budget Priorities reported on this.
Okay. So then my argument would be to the $300 million of food stamps. How much money of that food stamps is
300
going
billion.
towards 300 billion? Sorry. How much? My counter would be how much of that money is going towards pop? Look it up. How much money is bought on the EBT cards, soda? How much soda pop? How much is bought?
What is that supposed to prove?
Well, you just said that right there could be $100 million. Yes, cut that.
That's not what it is at all. And
But we don't know.
so I
But you
just want
don't
to
know what it is. I don't
by
know
the
what
way,
it is.
by the
I
way,
just traded.
by the way, it wouldn't
Yeah.
cut if you say you can't buy, soda. That would just mean you don't get any funding cut. You just can't buy that with EBT. Does your brain function properly? Like
Yeah, that would
I
be
don't know why
awesome.
that would be a cut.
But I'm saying maybe in the budget they put
It's
$800
not.
million.
That's not. That's you made that up. You
I know,
totally
but you're
made that
making
up.
up you're making up that I can't prove you that how that money is going to be cut.
What do you?
Right?
Yeah, you don't know because you've never looked at the bill. You've never looked at
No,
any mainstream media source that even reported on it.
No, I don't really care about the bill. I don't necessarily care about
Do you
the
like
bill to
Elon
that
Musk?
same. I like the last guest. I think there's pros and cons to Elon.
But I'm asking, do you like him?
I don't know him. Yeah, I think he's fine.
Okay, then how do you feel about
he
him?
provides a lot of jobs to people.
Yeah, then how do you feel about him specifically saying, "I'm sorry, but I just can't stand it anymore. The massive, outrageous, pork-filled congressional spending bill is a disgusting abomination. Shame on those who voted for it. You know you did wrong. You know it."
Hey, I love it if he's telling the truth. Maybe it is bad, and that weren't you on here saying that him and he runs Trump?
That was the beginning of the administration. It was a joke.
You can't take that back though, right?
I can because I was joking.
Okay, so everything Trump has joked about throughout then we can all say that it's joking. That's what I'm saying. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
Well, my joke there isn't something that's not acceptable. That's an acceptable joke to make, to say that you want to know why I said that? Because you guys throughout the entirety of Biden's administration assumed that there was someone controlling him. So that's just a reductio ad absurdum to your view, essentially. Me throwing the same argument back at you. That's all it was.
Yeah, I can't disagree with that, and we don't know if anybody was. You said you guys. That's the only part I disagree with, but we don't know.
I'm talking about MAGA.
Hey, yeah, I hear you. You flipped over to Biden and his ability to just exist, right? You can't say, you as a logical human, you would trust him running a let's just say a county, a school board, a superintendent. You could not trust him to run the superintendent of a county, let alone the presidency at that age and what he was showing.
Okay, same thing is true with Donald Trump.
Well, I would say he seems a little more with it. I mean, just having a conversation
by 0.01%.
No, come on. You cannot say with your heart, your heart and your mind, you're smart, man. Your IQ, I guarantee your IQ is way above 130. You are smart. You cannot say, with that IQ, that you would trust Biden, because you throw out all these hip hypotheticals with abortion and whatnot. You can't say you would trust him to run a superintendent of a county of schools. I'll stick to that.
I wouldn't. I would not trust Trump to do that. Secondly,
Biden.
Oh, I would trust Biden over Trump, but I wouldn't trust Biden alone. No.
See, that's where every conversation is I can agree with Trump. I can say the same thing. I don't trust Trump to run the country perfectly. I don't trust him at all as president of the United States. But
you trust him more than Kamala Harris? So then what's so bad about Kamala Harris?
So then my argument there would be why I don't, as a logical human who just, blue collar, middle class, soon to be upper class, white collar. But why I don't is because she sat there and just let everything take place.
Wait, did you call me? Did you call me Dean?
Who?
Me.
No, I didn't say Dean.
No, there were people in the comment section that said that you called me Dean. By the way, Nada, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. Absolutely. There are news channels in Colorado and ABC spreading propaganda about it that literally just wanna frame it as migrant migrant terror. That's actually insane.
But that's why I could not vote for her.
Yeah. Wait. Why
Logic.
so? Repeat that.
Logic.
What about logic?
Logic. Yeah, logically, I couldn't, because the same argument I said, I wouldn't trust the person who's under. I would fire everybody. Like if that person who I use an example, Biden being a superintendent of a large county of school system, if you got Kamala who's on the school board,
How about this?
I'm firing them all.
Can I ask you this question? Would you
Yeah.
would you let someone held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman be a superintendent?
No, I wouldn't.
Okay, so then why would you let them be a president?
I don't think I would. Yeah, Trump
Donald
did,
Trump
right?
was held civilly liable of
I
sexually
know.
abusing a woman. So
I-
why do you
yeah,
why do you
I know.
support Donald Trump over Kamala Harris?
I guess back to that superintendent comment. I think Trump stands for more common sense, smaller government, not big government philosophies. The big,
Really
beautiful
small
bill might-
government? What small government?
Small government as far as what he did with Doge, and we'll just say the U.S.
Oh, you just cut
Oh,
you.
what?
So
Hold on.
So what Elon Musk did with Doge? I wonder what Elon Musk is saying right now about it.
Hey, that's okay. You can hire good people, and then they can disagree with things you do. But anyway, back to the USAID. I feel like him going in there, and whether I don't know what cuts he made, but I'm not against making cuts if you have a director over a director over a director spending millions of dollars. They need cut.
What are you even saying?
Smaller government. So like
No, yeah. So like again, the smaller government you're referencing in terms of cutting the government, Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending.
I know it's going to be
So,
like 50
so
trillion.
is it really
in 10
smaller
years.
government? The big beautiful bill adds 3.8 trillion to the debt. Is that really smaller
Yeah.
government?
That's 50 trillion in debt. How does that debt essentially affect us as like pawns, though? How does that affect us? Eventually, what's going to happen?
Increase in the interest per year, which
Interest.
is gonna limit how much we can spend on other things in our federal government on our annual basis.
Yeah.
That's the biggest issue with
Which-
the debt is the
So-
lagging interest.
Yeah. And I don't know. I don't know everything that we need, and I mean, cut some of our military spending. And I'm a military family, but they waste a lot of money.
I agree. We need to cut the military. Donald Trump isn't cutting the military.
Yeah.
He's actually spending more money on the military.
Yeah,
His
and I'm
big-
not
big,
saying
beautiful
cut it,
bill.
but I'm saying again, go in and fix the budget to where, hey guys, you can't spend X amount of dollars every freaking year and then continue to spend that. Like it's just
Then why are they increasing?
there's
the
a
debt?
lot of waste.
So, but they're increasing the debt ceiling the most it's ever
I know.
increased.
Yeah, I agree with you. Now they are protecting the world.
How?
How does our United States military protect the world?
No, I'm asking how is the extra spending specifically protecting the world?
No, I'm just saying. I'm like, hey, I don't know how the extra. No, they go out and they have some missiles on their jets that they need to fire off and they fire them off, and boom, there's 21 million.
Yeah, but that's not
was a waste.
That's not the multi-billion dollars of spending. We have over $900 billion. We spend more than the next like 14 nations combined, most of them being our allies. We could cut our military budget in half and still have the biggest military in the world by over $100 billion.
I agree. We need to look at it. And I this is one thing I do agree with you. Look at it and say, hey, how can we protect the world with the appropriate amount of money? And then boom. Run it like a business, not like it's just like the tooth fairy that you have the ultimate spending power to, again, shoot off 100 missiles in one day training in Arizona.
Okay, so then you think we should be protecting the world? So do you think we should have been protecting Ukraine?
We do protect the world, like as we do.
Should we be protecting Ukraine?
No, we should not have boots. We should not have boots on the ground. Should we support? Yes, but we should
Okay.
not have boots on the ground.
Obviously, no one's advocating for boots on the ground. That wasn't happening
Yeah.
prior. Okay, so
Yeah.
you disagree with Donald Trump cutting the aid, right?
Yeah. I don't know enough about the aid, but
And you have a big issue with him giving more power to Putin, correct?
yes, I don't think we need to give power to Putin. No.
That's what Donald Trump did by cutting aid to Ukraine.
Donald Trump is trying to figure out the quickest way to end it. And if it's ultimately Russia takes over portions of Ukraine and then just said, this is our land, that's his logical. And that's where I think why he won again is because we'll say 50.3% of Americans who voted are like, hey, if Russia gets a little bit of land of Ukraine and we get to keep $10,000 in our pocket, then we'll take it.
You mean the entirety of Ukraine, right?
Does that make sense? Not the entirety, no.
So you get to keep a little
No.
bit of pennies in your pocket, and because you get to keep a little bit of pennies in your pocket, you're okay with Ukraine being ethnically cleansed, genocided, and taken over?
No, I didn't say all that. I said
That's
I
exactly
said
what's
whatever-
happening.
You think Putin's going to go across the whole territory and take everything?
Yes.
We'll see. Because if that's the case,
No, we have seen with Georgia, right? We've
Well,
already
I'm telling-
seen. Go ahead. We've already seen.
no,
with
I'm
Crimea.
telling you, if that's the case and it continues that path, then you will see troops on the ground coming in from Germany. Our troops coming in from Germany.
No, I'm not even advocating for our troops to show up. What I'm saying is that that would start World War III. I don't know why you're advocating for that.
I'm not
I'm
advocating.
saying I'm saying that we keep funding them because we have a Budapest Memorandum where we signed an agreement that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them.
That's such a that is a little we do. But then on the other hand, you have Ukraine trying to join the UN, and that was not a part of the plan. Correct or incorrect?
You're thinking NATO and
sorry, NATO. I was reading something about the UN today. Didn't Musk
Bro
say?
got me
I think
halfway. What's up?
Sorry about that. I read something on. Didn't Musk say something about cutting funding to the UN, like he wanted to as well? Did I make that up?
Let me clarify. I don't even know what the hell you were just referencing. You're referencing Ukraine wanting to join NATO. The U.S.
NATO,
never
correct.
said they could join NATO. There's no issue with them. I think they should have been in NATO.
No, we can't have them. We don't want them to piss off Russia. Like, we don't want that. We would be where we are now anyway.
So you understand that you doing anything that's against Russian interests would piss off Putin, right? So us being against him, that would piss him off, right?
Yeah, it would piss him off, but we still want to be cordial with our enemies. Like we're cordial with China. China hates us.
I don't think China is as much of an enemy to us as Russia is.
Well, I think that's where some of I think they are, because they're going to take us. And I haven't heard anybody say this on your platform, but because everyone talks about immigration, I just totally went off the radar here. Sorry, but everyone talks about immigration and people crossing the border. The immigrants coming across looking for better lives. Again, the United States government does not care about that. They care about individuals coming in to take out America inside out, such as Russian spies, Chinese spies, individuals who are coming in to hurt America, not look for better lives.
So,
has anyone brought that up?
So are you saying immigrants now? You're now shifting to immigrants, and you're saying?
Well, I'm not shifting. We were talking about China, and you said they're not a big threat, and I said, well, during the last 3 years, when our border was kind of getting flooded, right? Immigrants were not the issue, but I would say Chinese spies, Russian spies, they would be the issue.
Can you give me? Okay, I'm confused how that says anything. What was your point?
Well, I'm just saying, no one. You mentioned China, and they're not a huge threat, and I just told you why.
No, I didn't say that. I said specifically that Russia is a greater enemy to the United States than China is.
And I'm saying
Russia has interfered with the last 3 elections. Russia has been trying to meddle within our politics and spread misinformation. They have been invading one of the countries that we had an agreement with, specifically that they wouldn't invade, right?
Yeah, but what's his nuts for Facebook said that we interfered with our last election too with censoring.
Did we interfere with Russia's election?
No, that we interfered with our own election, that they were told to censor stuff on Facebook. Like, he came out and said that. So we did that as well. So are we our greatest enemy?
Wait, what stuff was censored on Facebook that you think related to the election?
What's his nut? Zuckerberg came out in the hearing and said that he was told to censor stuff.
That he was quote unquote pressured.
Yeah, whatever it was.
To take down misinformation about COVID
Yeah.
vaccines and COVID. So
Yeah, during the 20
pressure doesn't mean legally obligated.
Right, but again,
So
that's
that
just
is completely it's completely fine for them to pressure. They can pressure as much as they want. That's completely within the bounds of free speech. That's not law
Yeah, but they should.
enforcement. It's just pressuring by people.
Well, how do I know Kamala Harris didn't go and pressure and block out individuals
Wait, they
who
can't.
were?
They can, there was no legal penalty. There would be no legal penalty ever. So I don't know why they would have listened if
Right,
it is
but
the
do
case that
we?
they don't agree with it.
But do we want them to pressuring one way or the other?
And
when
by the way,
we're
that doesn't
free of
really.
speech?
By the way, this doesn't relate to the election. This is about fact relating to vaccines and the virus. Okay.
Yeah, no, I hear you. But again, back to 50. I'm just giving you points. Like you keep saying these points, and I'm telling you why. Like everyday Americans, and I'm not saying I believe these things either, right? I've never said like I'm diehard, dude.
Wait, no. Let's debate about things that you believe. I don't know why I'd be debating about things that you don't believe. Like
Because you're wanting reasons why Trump is in office,
yeah.
right?
What are the reasons? No, I'm asking you. What are your reasons for supporting Trump?
Yeah, and I've talked to you a little bit about that.
Yeah, but you want to clarify
In word-
your
word-
specific
in word-
positions?
In word salads, I'd say.
Yeah,
Words,
just clarify
words,
your
words have
specific.
meaning.
Just clarify your specific positions.
I can tell you in 34 years of life, like going through when I was in kindergarten, the election between Gore and Bush, I can't really pinpoint any president in 34 years that have impacted my life. I can't see it. So like as far as point positions and policies,
So essentially, your point is that you don't see anything Democrats have done for your life.
I don't see Democrats. I don't see Republicans. I don't see
Well, how about this?
exactly.
How about this? How about
I
this?
see how they dislike each other.
How about this? Did you go to public school?
Yes.
Hello? Where the fuck did public school come from? Did you use
It
public
came from
roads?
our-
Did you
it
use
came from our
public?
government.
Did you use public infrastructure?
And that's where I'm saying. So my biggest argument
Every
there was
single day,
small-
every single day, you benefit from government policy. Every single day.
And so
that is
so
the
what I-
reality of things. So let's think about this. Can government be used in a way in which is beneficial towards people? Absolutely.
Yes.
You benefit from government. Yes. You have benefit from government. You said that you didn't benefit from government. What I'm saying then is to then
said I
say,
didn't
wait,
see-
if
I
you
didn't
say
see it
if you
impact.
say right now that you haven't seen enough of an impact that you would like to see, well then that just means that we need to do more. And who's
Exactly.
actually
We need to-
advocating for doing more? Not Donald Trump and the Republicans, right? It's Kamala Harris. She was advocating to do more, specifically with the child tax credit, with the $2,000 cap on pharmaceuticals out of pocket, $25,000 tax credit for first-time home buyers for new homes, right? She was specifically advocating for tax cuts for those who were under, right, $400,000 a year, right? Specifically funding that by increasing taxes on those whose income is over $400,000 a year, only on their income over $400,000 a year.
Is that before? Is it over 400,000 before taxes or after taxes? That kind of stuff matters.
What do you mean? I'm confused what you're asking. Like, of course.
Because that 400,000, if you make that 400,000, now you're at 180, right off the rip, paying federal, state,
what?
Medicaid,
What?
Social Security.
What? What are you talking about, dude? You'd be talking about extra state tax on top of that. So what state are you referencing?
Well, if that was the case, if I'm gonna get charged more, because like in a year and a half, I'll be in the 37% tax bracket.
Yeah,
I would
37% is a hell of a lot away from 50%.
Well, that's 37% from the Fed.
Yeah.
37% is from the Fed.
Yeah.
I'm
so
saying
you must be
50%.
referencing the state taxes. Well,
Yeah, I'm
well,
referencing
Trump
state
fucked you
tax.
over by getting rid of the ability to, deduct state taxes from your federal.
I know. That's why I need to move to Florida, Tennessee, or Texas. In North Carolina, you get crushed, especially when you're in that like 27%, 26% tax bracket.
Yeah.
Like,
So
you just
North
get
Carolina,
crushed.
what's the state tax in North Carolina?
We'll say, are we 6.9?
So do the math.
That's off the top of my head.
What is 37
It
plus
might not be
6.9?
6.9.
What's 37 plus 6.9?
43.9.
There you go. So you're not even paying over half, like you were saying, 43, 44%, right? Is different than that.
Yeah, but
Secondly,
do the math
I just
of
want to
that.
let you know, Canadians are also paying a very similar tax rate, if not less, and it is the case that they literally have universal health care?
Yeah, but their universal health care does not come close to our health care. It
What do
doesn't come
you
close.
you think our healthcare system is better when 45 to 68,000 Americans die every single year due to lack of health insurance?
Yeah, our
The wait
healthcare
times
system.
for the 45 to 68,000 Americans is infinite because they're fucking
Listen.
dead. Because they're literally fucking dead. Because they didn't get preventative health care. That's the wait times for them. Death.
Are we talking preventative health care if you don't have health insurance and you're not getting a colonoscopy?
I'm
Or are we
talking about in the
preventative
United. I'm
health-
talking about in the United States. That's a
I know,
specific
that's
example.
what I'm saying. Are we
Things that you
talking
don't,
about those?
things that are not insured, things that people can't get specifically because they can't afford it. Right? There are
No,
plenty
I
of
see it.
conditions
I
like
see-
that in the
I
United
see-
States where people can't get access to that care because they can't afford it. They often don't go right to the doctor commonly because
Well, or
it's
if
the case
they
that they
have
can't afford
insurance,
it.
the insurance doesn't even help them. I see that. I
Yeah.
see that because the insurance says we're not covering that medication, and it's like my wife calls the medication in and says
So
they have
you're
to
so you're
battle.
paying for it and then you get nothing from it when it actually comes push to shove. Like when push comes to shove. Like you actually.
I'm
like,
not saying
literally.
it's perfect. I never said it was perfect. I said it was better than Canada.
No, based on what metrics? On average, it's definitely worse.
So you're telling
you'd
me
say it's better for people who have like exorbitant levels of money and are millionaires and billionaires. Sure. Yeah, but like, what's the point of that? I care about it being better for most people. I don't care about it just being better for the millionaires and billionaires. I think that we could create a system where we can provide for everyone, and then we can also have a good system for the millionaires and billionaires because they have a shit ton of money to pay for that good system. They can do it themselves. Okay.
Yeah,
So let's
I
create
agree.
a system that's a baseline for fucking everyone that those billionaires still have to pay into because that's their duty to society.
Hey,
Society
I
gave
would
them
go-
wealth. Society made them rich. So they have a duty to pay back to society to ensure that people have healthcare, childcare, housing affordability, basic things that they fucking need in order to have
Hey, if-
a flourishing life in this country.
I am 100% on board if you met me in the middle and you hire 100,000 instead of the IRS jobs. You hire 100,000. We'll call them accountability for our program, right? And they're making sure that I heard someone talking about assimilation on one of these threads, and I brought up assimilation, but that they that those individuals-
Why did you just say that? What do you mean? What do you think is assimilation? Why do you think people should have to assimilate?
Well, you have to assimilate to the community and work together to be a part of the community and work together.
In what ways are you viewing that? Because
I'm viewing it
I
as-
could see you saying that in terms of like, oh, like everyone has to do that in terms of they don't murder people or something like that, right?
Yeah, that's assimilating, right? Don't
Yeah.
murder. Like that's
Okay.
yeah,
so
to
if
law
that's
and
the way,
order.
if that's the way that you're referring to it,
Yeah,
that's different.
And I'm referring to that you pay taxes, and I'm referring to it just like you. I guarantee you, even though you have all these views.
So when you say people have to assimilate, you're assuming that they don't already have those characteristics, which is then a harmful thing. Because I would say
Well-
that most people of around the entire world know it's wrong to murder. Then, so then what specific things are you referencing?
That's more. So I'll go into a specific thing. You asked, I'll go into a specific thing. I guarantee you do not stand for the Pledge of Allegiance, and you do not you support our country, correct?
Do I support? I don't support our country in all its actions, but I
No,
definitely.
neither do I. Neither do I.
Do I stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I haven't had to stand for the Pledge of Allegiance for a while. There's
I know,
sometimes where I
but
haven't.
National anthem, Pledge Allegiance, whatever. I'm just saying, like,
But
just
yeah.
being a part of our country.
Okay, so like I want a country that I want to be in a country where I'm like proud, right?
You're
of
not
that.
proud to be an American?
Not
That's
right now.
my point.
I'm really not right
Come
now.
on. Come on.
And let me tell you why. Let me tell you why.
Yeah, tell me why.
When I have Donald Trump as my president, that doesn't make me very proud to be an American.
Well, he's going to be gone. He's going to be gone in 3 years. Like,
Yeah, I mean,
he's gonna be gone in 3 years.
maybe when he's gone and there's someone else in the position of presidency, I might feel differently, right? But right
Okay,
now,
250 days ago.
Listen.
250 days ago, were you proud to be an
I
American?
want you to listen. I don't necessarily feel proud to be an American in that respect. I would like to feel proud to be an American, and I want to create a country I'm proud to be, right, a member of.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But I genuinely I'm not proud of the state this country is in right now.
And
that is something I have to be able to admit in order to be like, how can we make the country better off? In order to be able to actually make the country better off, if you actually care about the country, you will acknowledge what's wrong about the country and what we need to
Well,
do
that's what I'm
to make the
saying.
country
I
a better
said,
place, because you care
well,
about
that's
the
what I said.
constituents within the country. What is really
Well,
loving about this country and shows you really love and care about this country is willing to admit when this country does wrong and willing to admit when
hey,
this country needs to do something better, right? In a genuine
yeah,
manner. I'm not being disingenuous. I'm being totally
no,
genuine, right? Like I
yeah,
genuinely
that's
think that these
fine.
things are wrong.
You can think all those things and you can still be proud to be an American, though. That's what I'm saying. And so, like, to what I said in the very initial stance, I said for small government, right? And we're talking about assimilation, community, being inside of a county. I'm talking knowing your neighbors, because we've gotten away from that. If that's what you're saying about being proud to be American, do we help our neighbors? No,
No.
we don't help our. I mean,
That's
you're giving
exactly
people
what
a
I'm
voice.
saying. That's exactly what I'm saying. This country
Yeah.
does not stand upon the values that it said it does. Right? It doesn't stand on the rule of law and democracy. It doesn't stand on providing for constituents and people in need. Donald Trump is going against the rule of law, against our democracy, against our court system. He's undermining food stamps, funding for food stamps and Medicaid, right? Things that people literally need in this country, right? That's so anti-American. If we're talking about being anti-American, let's talk about the policies that are anti-American that harm people in need. Let's talk about that, those policies that specifically Donald Trump's engaging in so that he could do massive tax breaks for millionaires and billionaires and his rich buddies.
Yeah, the tax. Yeah, I mean, once you're rich enough to know the tax laws and do that, then you got it. You got it made.
Oh, and also the market manipulation too. Don't even get me started on that.
I agree with that. I'm just a pawn, man. Even when my wife
you
is
got
making,
conned, bro, and you realize it. And you got conned. You realize it, and you're like, I'm still gonna support him.
No, I'm going to support America. But back to your point where you said we have to help each other. Yes, but also being an American citizen is holding accountability and also just doing something, do something, right? And I'm not saying everybody can do something, and I'm not saying that we should not help the poor when you're saying about all these cuts. No, we should help. We should help, but also everyone should have accountability in that community. Now, how we do that, I'll give you the one answer, and then I've been giving you like word salads, not making sense whatsoever, but it's been fun. I'll leave you one thing how we do that.
How about this? Can you give me 2 Donald Trump policies that benefit Americans?
Well, this isn't his policy. Is all about school choice, right? He's got a policy that he wants the Department of Education. Get rid of the Department of Education is harmful towards Americans. No, it's not. That's what I'm talking about. That's waste. No, that's waste.
No, it's not. It provides educational rights for many students in this country that would not have those federally protected educational rights if it is the case that the Department of Education did not exist. So what you're doing is going to harm plenty of students in this country and their educational rights, because education is absolutely a right.
Yeah, let me get to my point. You just gave me a word salad. Like
that's not a word salad. Saying education is a right and saying that there are going to be federal protections that are lost because you get rid of the Department of Education that particularly protect the rights for students for education, right, is not a word salad. That is very specific.
Okay, can I give a little not pivot, but can I give a rebuttal on that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, don't interrupt me for give me 40 seconds. So to that point, okay. Kids are not losing IEP privileges with destroying the Department of Education. And when I said my initial comment about small government, that right there gets rid of the Fed, right? And that takes it to the community. That money that you were spending on the Fed, put it in your community. And here's what I would do with the money. I would put, and this would solve, because kids who are blessed and who aren't blessed with family members who care about the education, family members who know about their education rights, I would put first grade teachers. I'd create first grade academies, 2 teachers in every classroom in America. Okay? And I would give every single kid in America, because it's mandatory that you attend school, I would give every kid the chance to learn to read.
Yeah, to me that sounds like you want federal protections for educational rights, but you think you're doing it by getting rid of the federal protections for educational rights.
No, I'm just saying,
here's what you want. You want to reform the Department of Education. You don't want to get rid of it. Donald Trump wants to abolish the Department of Education. You know why he wants to do that? Because, to be totally frank with you, right, it's going to get him more voters.
So here's my question. The Department of Education, all that money is going to them. Are they in charge of who is facilitating money to Title I schools?
What's up? Say that one more time.
the Department of Education, are they in charge of who is like facilitating and pushing the money to Title I schools, which is a government entity? Like, are they pushing Title I money to schools?
I'd have to check.
Check real quick. Just check who gives Title I money to schools, and that's low socioeconomic individuals, like individual school systems. Where does that money come from?
Yes.
Because that got cut.
Okay, so the Department of Education allows states to use Title I money to give families more choices and how their kids are educated.
Yeah, so the Title I
supporting a
funding.
executive order. You're talking about expanding educational freedom. Is that what you're trying to? That's
No.
See, the thing is,
Title I funding.
it's claimed as educational freedom, but here's what I'm going to tell you is a lot of this, right? If you have school systems that are doing bad, right, and it's based upon the funding that they get per student. If students leave that school system because it's bad and they go to other areas because their families could take them to those other areas, the kids that are specifically stuck in that particular school, because that's the school that's close to them, and that's why they specifically go to that school, right? That school is going to get significantly less funding, and they're going to get worse education, and that's not good. So we want listen. We want federally determined educational rights for everyone.
That's not federal. That's state and local. That's the local county telling how.
I understand, but federally determined educational rights ensure that in every state and local area that this particular standard of education is provided.
But again, that's as far as like IEPs. Okay, that's as far as the standards of IEPs. If I want the federal of education, I want them to go across the board with standards again in first grade for the whole nation and teach every first grader to read. And then, because do you know in third grade, if they don't know how to read by even second grade, the state testing in every state turns into comprehension, not teaching reading, comprehension of what they're reading. And that's why you have a problem in public schools. So it doesn't matter how much money you throw at it. If they aren't blessed with parents who care.
It does matter the amount of money you throw at it. But
No,
you
it doesn't.
But listen, but you also.
It doesn't.
You also have to create a culture, right?
That comes from the community.
Listen, a culture of good teachers, right? That are in these particular areas. And along with that comes with paying teachers a lot more.
So pay the teachers, get rid of the Department of Education and pay the teachers.
That just doesn't make any fucking sense. The way that you would make sure that they would be paid more on a like a higher basis could be through standards set by the Department of Education.
Well, then get rid of the state department, because why do you need a state Department of Education and a federal Department of Education? Because each state is run differently. That's my point. That's what I'm saying. So, like, who's going to bail out? I work in Winston-Salem, Forsyth County Schools. They ran. Now, tell me how a school system runs a $42 million budget. Like, they ran a deficit of $42 million in a year. How do they run a set budget, $42 million in the red?
I don't know what case you're referencing. I have no clue.
Look it up. Just type in real quick. Winston-Salem, Forsyth County Schools.
Hey, man. I bet there's probably a school out there that has had financial issues, right?
Dude,
I'm not
never
disputing
42
that.
million.
Can you
never
please shut the fuck up?
Yes.
Respectfully. And mute your damn mic. It's incredibly annoying that I have to hear the wind over and over again when I'm trying to speak. So, like, I guarantee there's a school somewhere like around the United States that has misused funding. I wouldn't dispute that, but the way that you would ensure that we have like, you know, accountability for those types of things is through federal jurisdiction, at least from the basis of us talking about which presidential candidate you're going to support. So if you want to support the educational rights of children, you wouldn't have gone against the Department of Education. Right. And I think that's insane.
I don't think the Department of Education, again, being in it, and you have kids who are in 6th, 7th, and 8th grade reading on 2nd and 3rd grade levels, and they're moving on to high school. I don't think that Department of Education is doing jack. The cream of the crop is going to rise.
So then what you're advocating for is reforms to the Department of Education that will better outcomes. Right, or working with the state specifically to ensure better outcomes, right, or building up communities, right, through social programs to ensure that children specifically have greater access to amenities that help them then become better students. You know what that is?
Correct. And my
you know what that would be? You know what that would involve? Social programs.
Fed does not help them.
Social programs that Republicans are defunding to give massive tax breaks to millionaires and billionaires. So
No,
what are
the
you
social
talking about?
programs don't. That's not gonna like.
Defunding the Department of
Uh,
Education is definitely going to help with the funding issue. You know what I mean? Like, bro, it's ridiculous. Like, you got to talk about reforming it and using it in different ways, not getting rid of it. Getting rid of it is only something that's going to serve the interests of people who want a less informed populace. Right?
dude, you're not gonna
I
get.
want my population of Americans, right, to
You're
be
not.
my country to be more informed. I would love that. I would love for us to be incredibly educated.
If they can't
That'd be
read,
great.
if kids can't read, they're not going to be informed. I mean, that's my point. And if the Department of Education has not solved the issue in 2025 on how to get every American how to read, then there's no point in having a public school system.
No,
Because again,
that just means that you have to address the problem differently. You just saying because problems haven't already been addressed, that means we can't ever address the problems is not
but I
a way
just
to look
said,
at
I
things
said
in a manner
eliminate.
in which is going to progress things, right? You're
You don't
looking
like
at
my
things in a manner
solution.
because you don't have a solution.
My
Right? Your
solution
solution
is
is going to harm people. I explained.
my solution is to take out the director of the director of the director and put the money into teachers. And you have 2 first grade academy teachers who are teaching these kids how to read. And if that costs me more money, I'll put more money in that in my taxes.
Okay, I understand. So you're advocating for federally recognized standards of education, right?
Yes.
Funded by taxpayers.
Yes.
That is antithetical to what Donald Trump's advocating for.
Well, neither side is going to get that done. But that is how you help
Wait,
America.
who do you think? I think Democrats are way more likely to support increasing in funding of education.
Parker.
Wait, didn't Biden literally try to advocate for multiple years of community college free and expanding educational rights for children? And the people who were opposing that were Republicans.
Parker, they have dumbed down. Look at the state of North Carolina. You need 22 credits to graduate high school. Like, they have dumbed down education so much. Like, the education system, again, I told you, the cream of the crop. My wife came from...
You don't even know how credits are probably like determined now. Like, there's probably a different basis for determining credits. I don't even know what that would even refer to.
I do. I'll tell you, they're in block scheduling. So you get 4 credits each semester. So that's 8 credits a year. So you can get 32 credits in your 4 years of high school. Most kids are going to come in with a couple credits from 7th and 8th grade. But
Okay,
I'm telling you, 22.
so you're saying that you only need to go to 2 years of school in order to graduate?
Correct. In North Carolina, you only need 3 years. They're advocating to graduate early.
Okay.
But
Wait. Okay. So like wait. So you can graduate early? Like, yeah, if you finish
Yes.
all of the conditions, yeah, you can graduate early. What's the issue?
Correct. 100%. North Carolina can. But I'm saying that doesn't help the kids.
Wait. I'm. What's the issue with graduating early? Like,
It doesn't help.
If you fulfill all the same credits, is it okay to graduate early? Is that
Yes,
your problem?
absolutely. But it doesn't help the kids who actually need public education. Like, if I didn't have one day of public education, I would have been fine. My parents would have taught me. My wife, who's a doctor, if she didn't have one day of public education, she would have been
I
fine.
have a question.
She would become a doctor.
Is North Carolina a Republican ran state?
No, it's a Democrat governor. But
Okay.
it's both. It's 50-50. Cities are blue, rural areas are red.
Are you in a rural area?
No, I'm in Winston-Salem, Forsyth County.
And
City
tax.
tax.
And so okay, so it's like purple.
I do want you to look up that school system, and you'll see all the flaws.
Okay. I mean, but oftentimes, like I just think that like it's a reform to the system. It's not getting rid of it.
I agree, but
here,
let me
say thank you to a few people real quick.
Yeah.
Jay, by the way, thank you for the $50. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Give me some W's for Jay in the comment section right now for the $50 on YouTube super chat. Thank you so much. I really appreciate you deserve everybody what comes to you. What you do and how you do it alone is education to me and so many others. Thank you so much, Jay. That is incredibly kind of you. Thank you so much. Seriously, that's why I do this every single day. Like, it really means the world. Can we get some fucking W's in the chat for Jay right now? W's in the chat for Jay. And then also, Leave, thank you so much. I appreciate the $7 Canadian. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. They said our Canadian healthcare system isn't the greatest, but they'd rather the Canadian healthcare system without having to pay hundreds. That's totally true. You know what I mean? Like, there's always, things to fix in terms of these systems, but it's like we want to ensure a baseline for everyone. And the U.S. doesn't even have that baseline for everyone. Sam, thank you for the $2. Thank you so much.
We do. We have Medicaid.
Wait, are you with it?
Winston-Salem, Forsyth County Schools.
No, okay, no, it's not. It's not. It's not the flat earther. Someone thought you were like a flat earther that's been on my live before.
No,
No,
we've
no,
never
don't worry.
talked.
Don't worry. It's fine. I thought you sounded differently.
And I'm telling you, I agree with a lot of stuff you're saying. And as far as human rights, absolutely. I agree with a lot of it. But I'm just saying there has to be, and there's always, like, a lot of people come up here and, like, you're logical. Do you not deny there will always be rich and there will always be poor?
What? No, I don't think that
I'm asking you.
No, I don't think that there will always be that. Like in the future, at some point, we will create conditions where that won't be the case, where everyone will be given basic amenities because we will automate practically most services. Right? We will
That's
get
just
to
not logical.
Well, it is. We will.
No, that.
You don't think in 500 years we're going to automate practically every type of work that we're going to be able to like not have to like work in that type of way to be able to survive anymore? Like all mundane labor will be automated.
So whoever created that labor will be the ultimate keepers of everyone else, right?
No, because at that point we would then have to, as a society, move to something that is more socially owned.
But dude, we're not talking about 500 years. We're talking how we're going to change the next 70 for us and our kids and our grandkids. And that isn't logically a thought.
Yeah, I'm not. I'm talking about well in the future. I don't know what you're.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm saying right now.
You just said that it's always going to be this way, and I'm saying no. We can even try to. Can you please mute your mic whenever? Because like the wind is unbelievable. It's actually unbelievable. So like we can try to limit these types of things as much as we possibly can within the conditions of our system right now, right? We can operate and work on that right now, right? But at some point, yes, I do believe that we will get to a point where that type of distinction, right, in terms of that wouldn't exist anymore, because it is the case that we have that manufacturing, distribution, the whole production process of goods completely automated. Like a future will exist like that. We probably won't exist in that future. But our children's, our grandchildren's grandchildren might, right?
Yeah. So I gave you my solution, how to actually help Americans with my first grade reading academy solution. What would be your solution to kind of get
I don't think that's a solution, but those are things that we can add on. I don't have all the solutions. Yeah. I don't have all the solutions. I want you to listen to me real quick. I think this is a really important thing. I don't have all the solutions for education. I'm not a specialist on education. I don't know everything that would be most effective specifically for applying it within the context of the education process. But I do know that it takes funding and it takes federal protections to make sure that everywhere around the United States has this, in every state and local jurisdiction, because plenty of rural communities don't get that same type of access, right? Plenty of states don't get that certain type of access because of the particular politicians in those areas, because of the people who are in power in those areas. And I want to limit the ability of people who are in power in those areas based upon literally like corporations influencing them or lobbyists influencing them, right? I would care more that we have those federal protections so that those don't get eroded, those educational rights. So because it inevitably will happen in the interests of like corporations.
Yeah. So again, that's why I'm against just having because if the federal education actually cared about Americans, they would have created more teaching jobs to make smaller classroom size and have more certified teachers. And then that gives again.
That's totally. I'm fine with that. I think that's good.
That gives your poor a chance to make it because it creates trailblazers.
I don't like referring to like people like in that context. I don't
but
know.
It's
but
the truth.
But
it is the
people,
truth.
I would just say people in need. Like just like the terminology. I don't know.
People in need. Sorry. Yeah. No. I agree. People in need. If you can't read though, if you can't read, a person in need who can't read, they can't function as a job, even as low of a level of working at Starbucks or Chick-fil-A, right? If you can't read, you can't do that job.
So obviously, like, again, you're just explaining how basic educational rights are very important.
And I'm saying they failed us as Americans, as a group, as a community.
So I just want to let you know that you don't necessarily have to read to do all jobs. There are plenty of jobs you can do without having to read. I do just want to clarify that. But like listen, I don't like the terminology, but like having the like education provided for people to be able to like know how to read is important. But I can acknowledge that, like, for example, someone might not be able to read, especially like be able to read English and still be able to like do work in the country. Like like do you understand that at least?
Yeah, I mean, I can agree. I can agree to that. Yeah.
Okay, here I'm gonna respond to
Yeah.
someone real quick, and then I'll get back to this. Caleb, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much on YouTube super chat. They said, I'm a special ed teacher. Kids can only learn when they are fed, well rested, and connected. Taking the Department of Education away only allows for states to remove special education protections around. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Caleb. Thank you. Sage, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for graduating in 2019. And we only needed 18 credits. So I think maybe credits are determined differently based on the areas. I don't know. I actually don't even remember what the credit system was where I was.
I mean, you can easily. It's North Carolina's
Sage,
22 credits to graduate.
hold
That's
on.
it.
Okay, cool. Thank you for telling me again. Sage, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. They said, how many people here ever buy paper towels, extra pencils for the beginning of the year because school doesn't provide it? Yeah, that's literally though. That should never have to be a thing. That should never have to be a thing. I think that should be provided. And Nada, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate they just announced the defunding of Job Corps a few days ago. Go to the budget for next year. That's crazy. That's crazy. And then all right, you can go. Wait, actually, hold up. I need to pick up on PayPal and Venmo real quick. Give me 1 second. Casey, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it to tentatively celebrate Trump and Elon breakup. Amber, thank you for the $1.52. Thank you. Thank you. Oh, that's so sick. That's so sick. I'm glad that you were able to talk to them about that. UL, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $10. I actually don't know how to pronounce your name, but thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Emily, thank you for the $1. I don't quite know. Talia, thank you so much for the $7. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate it. They said, I'm Canadian. I need 30 credits to graduate. 10 to my French immersion program. Hold on, let me get that. Oh. Okay. Okay, and the only reason we need this much is because of the Ministry of Education, which is equivalent to the Department of Education in the USA. If he wants more credits required, he should be advocating for more funding in the Department of Education so that they can add more requirements if he wants. So
That wasn't my argument. I'm just saying they've dumbed down education so much. That's all I'm saying. That's it.
Like, okay, so you want more federal education, like?
No, I just standards. I'm saying I just want standards to be met.
Okay. So you want standards to be met. So if you want
So, like,
standards, if you want standards to be met, then you needed something to enforce those standards from a federal basis, right? Tina,
No,
thank you for the
don't need
galaxy. Thank you,
Fed.
Tina.
Why? How is the Fed going to control every individual county? That's again. I'm
They
for small
set standards
counties.
already. That's how it works. They set federal standards, and then
But
the
they're not
states and
doing
local
it.
areas have to uphold those. Yes, they do.
They don't.
You don't think there are federally recognized standards for education in this country?
IEPs, yes. IEPs are federally. Yes.
You just
504s.
contradicted yourself. Nice job.
But again, it's. I don't know how you don't see that our education system is not to help the needed individuals who need help rise up. Now, I'm not saying they're not going to, but I'm saying it's not built to create everyone a middle class life, and it should be.
Yeah. So, what you're not understanding, right, is that again, reducing access to education reduces social mobility. What you're doing is reducing access to education and reducing social mobility. So, I don't know how you can sit there and act like you're doing something that's going to like benefit people in the long run.
Crushing the Department of Education is not reducing schools.
It is reducing access
No,
to
it isn't.
education. It is absolutely.
No, it isn't.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Yeah, it is. You can lie. You can say all you
No.
want, but like that's a lie.
Not.
Yeah, it is.
It's not. You do not have any data that says the Department of Education creates schools in the United States.
I don't have any data indicating that it establishes federal standards of education, and that you getting rid of the Department getting rid of the Department of Education with literally nothing to replace it is going to reduce access to education. What I just said is objectively true. It will absolutely reduce access to education because certain areas around the United States will be able to restrict it now, whereas they wouldn't have been able to otherwise because those federally recognized standards exist. How is it going to increase standards for education for you to get rid of the Department of Education with no process to replace it?
I just said give the power to the states totally.
How does that better standards? The states already have the power to increase those standards.
Because the states will give initiatives to have their students stay in their state, like they already have grants to go to their colleges in their state. And then ultimately
So
they get, so what? That creates
what
a strong state.
what okay, then why wouldn't you say the same thing would be true for the federal government? The federal government having the ability to go to any college within the country would be good.
Because then why would that be good for the state if
Or
the
not
feds
college,
gave
not
you
I didn't
money?
mean to, I didn't mean to say college. I meant to say like public school.
Why do you need money to go to public school? It's already free.
You need money to like fund the public schools.
And that's where my local tax dollars is coming from.
I understand, but I'm just saying there needs to be federally recognized standards for certain things. Not everything is paid by the local area.
Schools are.
No, they're not 100% paid by the local area. They get federal
They're not.
grants and they get federal
They do.
money.
They do, but not the Department of Education. That's just
The
not
Department
it.
of Education ensures federal funds for certain educational rights.
And so how many people do you need working in there? So we're saying reform it, right?
You're saying reform it, yes. And that's
Yeah.
not abolishing it. Donald Trump's advocating to abolish it.
I'm saying it sucks so bad. Yeah, get rid of it. I could care less. Like, get rid of it.
Without
It's not doing its
without a
job.
plan to replace it.
When
And
you
if
don't
get
do
rid
your
of
job,
it, then it's going
you
to do
get rid of them.
Then it's going to do its job even less.
Well, it can't do. I'm saying it can't do any worse. When you have 350 kids in middle school out of 700 that are reading 3 grade levels below, that public education system
Yeah,
is not doing its job.
so reform it. Whoa. Brain
Yeah, I just don't know.
just
I don't know how
finally
you
had critical thought.
No, why reform a system that's been in place for X amount of years? Like, get rid of it.
You just want to get rid of the entire system and replace it with what?
Start over. Start from scratch. Like I said, have each
I just
state create
want
their
to,
standards.
how is that any different than reforming it?
Reforming it would be you would be
Like
keeping
if you're
people within.
if you're going to build something up to fulfill the same base core characteristics, how would that be any different in a realistic sense from reforming it?
Again, it's not needed. That's the point I'm making. It's not needed. It's wasteful spending, and that was the first thought that
if
came
it's
to my
wasteful
mind.
spending, then you're not going to be reforming it, and you're going to be getting rid of it.
100%. I've already said that.
Okay,
Get
so
rid
then
of it.
so then you want to get rid of the federally funded educational rights for children through the Department of Education.
Oh my gosh. No, I do not want to get rid of that. That's in place. That's in place to help individuals. No, I don't want to get rid of that.
Bro, you're thinking of $2. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
states
Tim,
would
thank you for
pick
the
that up.
$2. Thank
Again.
you. I know that's actually
Again,
crazy.
I'll pay.
And then
I
Adam,
will
thank
pay
you for the
more-
$20. Adam said, I'm from North Carolina too. It is the 5th lowest state in teacher pay. Right? First year teacher makes $35,000.
And you're telling, and here's the thing, and the socialistic scale within paying teachers, there's no like golden egg at the end of your school year that you're going to make more money. Like unless you're math or ELA, you're going to get a 1% raise maybe. So next year you'll make 36.8. It doesn't matter
So they should be paid more.
It doesn't matter if you're a shit teacher or if you're an amazing teacher, you're going to make 36.8 that second year.
Okay, how do you think they should determine the salary? You think it should be federally determined, right?
No, I think it should be production related.
Production. Okay, how do you determine it based on production?
Well, you do a before test. You don't do state standardized tests. You do a pre-test. And if you help your students that you're seeing every day and they do better at the end of the school year, guess what? You get a freaking raise.
So
if your students
for example, right, if your students do worse, do you lose money?
you don't move up. Correct.
Do you lose money though?
Sure. Or I bring someone else in.
Okay, so for example, like during the time during COVID, when children came back and their test scores were lower comparative to the comparative to the prior years, should the teachers have lost money?
Dude, COVID did not affect anyone except those low reading levels. Kindergarten, second
You saying
grade,
COVID didn't
third.
affect everyone is ridiculous. Every teacher knows you're lying.
No, I'm not. Yeah, you lose March, April, May. You're
Answer my
planning
question.
for.
Can you answer my question?
Yes, I can answer your question. No, teachers should not be penalized for not having 3 months to work with those students.
Even though their like test scores reduced, right?
Well, they actually didn't take test scores that year, so
There was no tests.
no, they weren't in school. They took online
listen,
tests,
listen,
which they could have taken with their parents.
Listen. There's been tests since then, and have test scores gone down since the previous years? Yes.
Dude, they are gonna continue to go down because I told you kindergarten, first grade, second grade.
Wait. Listen. So that if they did go down, right, then it is the case that you're then going to acknowledge that under your view.
No, because the pretest, you get whatever you get in that pretest.
Stop talking. Under your view, you think that it is the case that they should have decreased wages for teachers, but obviously you're not going to accept that because what you just said was fucking insane.
No, I said that year with the post test. So the next year, if all those kids say that 3 months that they lost in education, they come in and they are just below suck to where they should be, they take that pretest. That teacher has 30 weeks with them to get that pretest up higher. If those kids have growth, that teacher makes more money. If those kids don't have growth, that teacher doesn't get paid. Hey,
They don't get paid.
If you're a lawyer and you never win a case,
do you see this
you gonna
guy,
have a
dude?
job?
He's advocating for some teachers to not get paid because the students didn't do as good on the fucking tests.
You're taking that out of context.
That's what you just said.
I know what I said, but you're taking it out of context.
How
you're blowing it completely.
How is it out of context? I just repeated back what you said. That's all I did.
So you said about raises, right? You said about raises. If your kids that you're with in math, say they come into 5th grade math, right? You take a pretest to see where they are. If you take that post test at the end of the year, you ain't getting a raise if you don't have kids doing better than where they started.
No,
How simple
but
is that?
You said they shouldn't get paid if the kids do worse.
Yeah, fire them, bring in more and pay them more. Start the salary at 70 grand.
So you would just immediately fire a teacher where the students didn't do as good.
That's being very brash and harsh. But
then why the fuck are you saying that shit, you weirdo?
There would be there'd
SoCal
be requirements,
Mikey,
but
thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. It's so weird.
I'm just pointing out how
Feeney, thank you for the
irrational-
$20.
Dude,
Thank you so much for what do you mean by believe?
if you weren't up here and you weren't so entertaining and you didn't have your following and you didn't have me who like gets captivated by just like going back and forth, if you didn't have your individuals, you wouldn't have a platform. But because you're good at what you do and you have your following, you have a platform. If you're a shitty teacher, you shouldn't make the same as your counterpart who has the same amount of years of service. If I'm 7 years in and this person's 7 years in and I'm doing a hell of a job and I show up and I'm doing great, and then I have this teacher who took 10 sick days just to go to the mall and shop and hasn't gotten her kids and done what she needs to do,
You see how
she shouldn't make the same amount of money.
He's
as
always
me.
constantly moving the goalposts to different sets of conditions that he's not referencing prior. So
I didn't
listen
move
here.
it.
You did because it is the case that prior, right? Prior you were referencing all of these things specifically just about like we weren't even referencing sick days. Now you're saying 10 sick days is too much, right? Is 10 sick days really too much?
No, just forget I even said anything about sick days. Forget about I said sick days. Forget anything about that. Just I'm producing more than the teacher
10
next to
sick
me, but we're
days is
making
too
the
much.
same amount of money.
The same amount of
Well, my wife,
yeah. So wait,
my wife who's gone through residency
yes,
fellowship,
because there's paid sick leave.
Not for residents and fellows, you don't get paid sick leave. But
We're talking about for teachers. Teachers are determined, recognized standards by the
oh
government.
yeah, oh, you can accrue tons of sick leave, absolutely.
Okay, so then I'm really confused. So if you want to address this, like I just want to let you know, there are steps and things that teachers can do specifically to make money by going through the administration stuff like that. Right now, I'm just saying teachers across the board should get paid more, and for some reason,
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah,
Start the salary at 70 grand.
Okay, if teachers across the board got paid more, right? Well, then it would be the case that we would incentivize, right, better teachers. right? We'd incentivize people to put more of their time into teaching. Teachers can put a lot more in
Absolutely.
if they get a lot more out.
Absolutely. But that's not the scale. Their teaching is on more of a socialistic scale, unless like you're in Ohio, you're based on your county's tax. So in Ohio, if you're in a rich county, you might start at 65 grand. Or Virginia, if you're outside of DC in like Leesburg, okay, you're starting out at 65 grand. Where if you travel 20 minutes to Martinsburg, West Virginia, across the border, you're starting out at 40 grand.
Maz,
So I
thank you for
mean,
the $5. Thank you, Maz. So okay, we agree. Let's just get some fundamentals down, and then we can get past this. We agree and federally recognize standards for educational rights. We agree that teachers should get paid more. That's antithetical to what Donald Trump is advocating for. I don't know why you support Republicans based upon this. Give me a reason that is unique specifically to Donald Trump that means he's a better candidate. Because what we're talking about right now, in terms of what we think is better for education, is completely irrespective of what's true specifically for like what Donald Trump's advocating for, what Republicans are advocating for.
Yeah. I mean, what you want to talk about? Immigration reform? I mean, you could talk about immigration reform.
What do you think is good? Name a single policy Trump passed that is good.
I think Biden was on the right approach the last year, but he took too long to get there.
No, name a single policy Trump passed that was good.
The executive order. I don't like the name of it, but the executive order remain in Mexico. That executive order is okay. That's fine. That's fine.
So let me address this. For people who are seeking asylum from Mexico, where should they stay while they seek asylum?
No, they should have that proper asylum stay.
Where do they stay?
It should be
in Mexico.
It should be expedited. No, if we're going to put that executive order in place, we need to have places to house them right there.
So in the U.S.
Sure, yeah, in the U.S., but like
okay.
Right
so to clarify, anyone who has an invalid asylum claim would just claim that they're from Mexico, and then would be able to seek asylum while staying in the United States, right? Whereas everyone who has a valid asylum claim wouldn't be able to stay in the United States while they seek asylum. So what you're doing is going to harm legal asylum seekers who are going through and have a valid claim for asylum, and you're not going to affect people who are going through an invalid process or are going through invalid reasons, right? So we can point to
is there.
So let's point to this. What would have actually bettered the conditions for asylum? Well, the bipartisan border bill that Donald Trump called for people in Congress to undermine. That bill would have increased the amount of immigration judges, and it would have made the asylum process go faster so that people who are seeking asylum, who have invalid asylum claims, are disincentivized to go through that process, because it is the case that the process would go quick and realize that they're not in a valid under a valid claim.
Yeah, I mean, I agree to that. I think Biden was 3 years too late. I don't know what to tell you. Do they actually care about Americans that were 3 years too late on that? And again, that would make America stronger. So those individuals coming over and, like I said, assimilating and coming over to America and spending money in America and working American jobs and being proud to be an American, as well as being proud to be wherever they came from. That is what America is about. We're a tossed salad. So I agree with 100% what you said, but the Democrats were too late to the party.
I don't even know what that means.
It means that for 2.5 years you saw tons of again. Logical.
I have a question. When was remain in Mexico passed as an executive order?
I think he signed it like right away, didn't he?
No,
when he got in
2019. Why did he wait 2 years for an executive order? He could have done day one. The bipartisan border bill relies on Congress getting together, agreeing upon particular terms, first introducing a bill and then passing the bill. That has a whole process, right? Donald Trump just had to do an executive order. He could have done it.
16 months.
Donald Trump has an executive order. He could have done it day one. Donald Trump didn't do it day one. He waited multiple years. So if you're going to give me this critique of why did they wait 2.5 years, well, then you have to apply the same thing to Donald Trump about the policy that you brought up that was so great and fantastic.
Okay, so the next that's a great point. I think you go back to the logic of at that point we all looked at who the hell is running the United States when you wouldn't trust Biden to run a school system or a Chick-fil-A. I wouldn't have trusted Biden to run a Chick-fil-A, what he was
I
producing.
wouldn't trust Trump to run a Chick-fil-A.
I don't disagree. I don't trust him as
So
far as
I don't
can
know what
throw
your
him.
point is. I would trust Kamala Harris. I would
For her to
trust.
sit
I
back?
I would trust practically any Democrat over Donald Trump.
For her to sit back.
I would.
And
I would.
she's
I
so-
would trust Biden over Trump for sure.
Kamala is so wishy-washy, though.
I would rather. I
She
would rather
flies
have.
with-
I would rather have Biden running the Chick-fil-A.
I think if Kamala actually took a stance, I think she would have been great. But she never took a stance on anything. She was the way the wind blew.
What do you mean?
I mean that she was so wishy-washy. She was a puppet. She's controlled. She didn't have her own come out and viewpoints, or she would have stood up to Joe a little bit. She would have helped him.
What? She did? She passed things? She did stuff?
Listen, Americans.
do you want me to explain what she did? Did you?
Americans
Can you
would
name
have
wait, I have a question. Can you name a single thing a vice president has done in U.S. history?
She did the South American something with South America.
Name one single thing, a specific thing a vice president did in U.S. history.
So Kamala did something with South America. She helped improve something with South America. Mike Pence did some religion.
He helped. She helped improve something. That's not a specific thing. Try again.
I don't need to know what she did in South America, but she did.
said name something specific that they did.
Mike Pence initiated some religion freedoms for evangelicals.
Like what?
I'm just telling you something that he did.
No, what did he do to do that?
He spoke in their behalf. I don't think there's any policy that he could have done.
You got to tell me something specifically they did.
But I'm
You've
telling
yet
you,
to mention one specific thing a vice
But
president's
Parker,
done.
I'm in that 50% of Americans that are not going to be able to tell you exact policies. They're just going to tell you what you see
so
people
if
doing.
if you can't tell me a single thing a vice president has done in the history of every vice president in the United States of America, well, then how are you going to evaluate what Kamala Harris did as vice president?
I'm telling you what I would have wanted her to do to get my vote, and I would have wanted her to stand up and say, hey, Joe ain't with it right now. I'm going to be the president. I'm going to run for it. Let's get him the hell out of here.
Okay,
I would
so
have respected her.
did you hear my point? Can you repeat to me what my point was?
Your point was, how can I even have a view if I can't say one single policy that she did?
No, you didn't listen. If you can't tell me a single thing a vice president has done in the entire history of vice presidents in the United States of America, then you are not qualified to evaluate what Kamala Harris did as vice president.
In that case, you're probably then maybe we should have a voting reform, and all of us Americans should take a test and see who votes. But then again, that would put the elites in.
Okay, I'm just gonna kick him. That would mean you wouldn't be able to vote. Just letting you know. Okay. Let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Zach, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Absolutely. Yeah, it's actually disgusting. Actually disgusting. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it, Zach. I really appreciate it, Zach. Professor, thank you for the galaxy. I really appreciate it. Thank you for the 2 galaxies. Thank you. Thank you. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yeah, fuck you, faggot. Go kill yourself. Fuck you, fucking pussy. You'll do nothing, little soy.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Sorry, let me go somewhere where it's not as noisy because I'm watching the
How old are you?
kids right now. I am currently 19.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did, but I
Do you support him?
didn't really know what I was doing. I don't support a lot of the things he did.
So the next person, only send a guest request if you do support Donald Trump. You did vote for him. And it is the case that you are 18 and live in the United States. Jocelyn, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Based. Bradley Cooper, thank you for the 2-month subscription. Membership subscription. Thank you. Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Let's get this next person up here. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
20.
What's your birth year? Hello? Did you swipe out of the app to do the calculation? Oh, chat, he swiped out of the app just to do the calculation. That's very rough, I tell you. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. It should help get it out to more people. Let's try to get to 1,000 likes, everyone. Let's try to get to 1,000 likes. We've been on for, what, 2 hours? Yeah, about 2 hours. We still got a few more hours left, everyone. We still got a few more hours left. Alrighty. Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. God of Frogs in my YouTube chat. You said F you, Parker. You want to send a guest request on TikTok? I'm waiting. I'm totally waiting. Let's debate, bro. All right, let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. Alrighty, do give it a second, everyone.
Hi, hello.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 26.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
She was a fairy. Yeah, she was a fairy. Yeah, she was a fairy.
Louise, thank you so much for the $15. Thank you so much for Simply the Best. Thank you so much. Lakaya, thank you so much for pushing the $1. Brian, thank you for the $1.50. They said bring back the stash. Lol. Megan, thank you for the $2. Nina, thank you so much. I really appreciate the $25. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Ohio JJJJ is so incorrect. Attendance is a huge issue in school. Hold up. Huge issue in school, which contributes to their academic growth. Absolutely. Parker, thank you for the $10. W Parker in the chat. Thank you so much, Parker. I really appreciate it. Yeah, that is incredibly sad. That is incredibly sad to hear, Parker. I'm so sorry to hear that. That is horrible. They definitely don't. Let's get this next person up here real quick. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. We are just looking for some debates. If you're on YouTube, do make sure to like the stream. If you're on TikTok, do tap that screen. It helps get it out to more people. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Please, this person, I want them to join. Please join. Please join. I gotta have this person join. That'd be so funny. Come on, join. You're talking shit in the comment section, but you won't join the live? Come on. Please. Wow. Hilarious. They're so scared. They're so scared. I think they called me like irrelevant in the comment section. I sent them an invite, and now they're not joining. They also call me irrelevant, yet they're spending time watching my live. That's like really funny. I'm relevant to you. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, bro, 35.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Sure did.
Why so?
Would you be in support of abolishing the income tax?
No, definitely not.
Why not?
Because it is the way that we fund our federal government's processes. Lord, think of it, $2. Thank you.
How did we fund it prior to that?
What do you mean?
So, the vast majority of what funded the government prior to the income tax was tariffs.
Yeah, and those are regressive. So I'd rather a progressive tax than a regressive tax.
You don't view. I think a majority of citizens would agree that, or workers would agree that it's straight up robbery by the government that we don't even see the money that we earned.
Wait, what is a tariff?
It's a tax on an import.
Yeah, who pays that?
We do, but I'm not. I'm just referencing the income tax.
Okay. So do you think the working class Americans would prefer a regressive tax or a progressive tax?
I think that they really just see the state of our economy and the country as a whole as in a bad place right now. And
Was that a
the ones who
response to what I just asked?
I wouldn't. I don't think it was as easy as a yes or no. I think it's got some context.
Yeah, it's a progressive or regressive.
But I can't speak for all Americans either.
For what would benefit working class Americans more? A progressive tax system or a regressive tax system?
That's why I said what I did, because I don't think that robbery is that progressive tax. I think that's simply a tax on being alive. That's you being alive in this country and having a large portion of your money taken from you before you even receive it.
Was that a response to what I just said?
Yes.
What benefits
Yes.
working class Americans more? A progressive tax or a regressive tax?
But I'm trying to get across to you that the tax that we're discussing, in particular, the income tax, is one that is malignant in nature.
What do you mean by believe?
You remember me.
I don't remember you. Have I talked to you before? You're being insufferable and
Yeah,
not
we
answering
talked
questions.
We talked about your quote unquote debate with Jordan.
No, I only did that, by the way, because it is the case that you're just like not answering the question. So I was just making fun of the fact that you're not answering the question.
Oh, I thought that was what you were referencing because you remembered who I was.
I don't actually at all, but the fact that you've been on means I'm probably going to kick you off.
Okay, then do what you got to do, my dude.
Yeah. But like you would you like to answer the question at least before
Sure.
I kick you?
Okay, I'll answer it in the abstract of just yes or no. So I guess if they would prefer progressive, or I guess progressive tax, if that's what you're looking for.
That's not just what I'm looking for. That's what the answer is. As a progressive tax system, it is the case that rich people disproportionately pay more based upon their particular income, right? Whereas regressive tax rates mean that people who are lower income pay disproportionately more of their income.
Isn't there a system though that equally across the board based on income takes a fair share? Now, I don't mean like the rich pay millions a year and the poor pay virtually nothing. I mean that I think there should be an incentive system in place that controls the tax and how it's collected by incentivizing people to create families and have families, so that, for instance, if a family has one or two children, they pay a lower amount of tax than, say, somebody who lives next door to them who's single, who makes millions of dollars but pays the same that they do. I would say incentivize the people that have families and have.
Bro's yapping. Regressive taxes are worse for middle class Americans because they disproportionately make them pay more. So if he wants
Hey,
to,
partner.
what's up? How old are you?
19, March 25th, 2006.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
Yes, I did.
Wait, you said you're 19?
Yeah, I am.
You would be 20 based upon that birthday. Nice job.
March 25th.
Let's get this next person up here. Only send a guest request if you did vote for Donald Trump. All right, let's get this next person up here. He said 2006, dude? I thought he said 2005. What is wrong with me? What was that person's name again? Holy shit, dude. What's wrong with me? I swear I thought I heard him say 2005. I swear I thought I did. What is wrong with me? Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you? Kenny, you there? Maybe it's too early. Dude, it's 1 o'clock. It's not even that early, dude. It's not even that early. What? Oh gosh, dude. I'm so cooked. You know, it's my video from yesterday. It was titled MAGA Math. You know, it's a pal to you?
21. Can you hear me?
Yeah. Did you vote for Donald Trump?
No, I didn't. I just wanted to
Do you
say,
support
like, I
him?
was. No, I actually don't. But I was wondering if
you.
anyone supports.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I appreciate you so much. I am just looking for some debates. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
41.
Did you vote for Donald Trump?
I sure did.
Okay, why so?
What'd you say?
Why so?
Yeah, I think he would pick a good person to fix our bond market, which I think Bissent is trying to do.
Okay. Who do you think is going to fix our bond market?
Yeah, well, I would say Janet Yellen was super irresponsible in 2021 and 2022 by financing majority of the debt on 1 and 2 year tenors.
No, I asked you specifically who's Trump like advocating for that's going to be better.
Oh yeah, they're already in place. It's Scott Bissent. He's going to probably fix all the mistakes that.
Why hasn't he already?
Janet Yellen made. What?
Why hasn't he already?
Well, the debt hasn't come due yet. Majority of it comes due over the summer.
So you're saying over the summer he's going to do it? He's going to fix it?
Well, he's starting now. There's about $9 trillion worth of our debt coming due this year that has to be refinanced through the bond market.
Sure. And how is he going to refinance it in a manner? Oh, actually, here's my question. Do you think that the refinancing will be at a better rate given that Donald Trump has reduced how fast the Federal Reserve is decreasing the interest rates?
Well, the Federal Reserve has nothing to do with the 10-year. They can only reduce the federal funds rate. So from my perspective, the way you would do that is changing the SLR requirements, which is what Bissent is recommending.
So no, but like you didn't address what I just said though.
I sure did.
Okay. Would you like to tell me how you addressed it?
Yeah, sure. So you're talking about the interest rates for the Federal Reserve, correct? The federal funds rate?
Yeah, I'm talking about how they would have an impact on the interest rates. And I'm saying if Donald Trump didn't support his particular tariff policy and it wasn't uncertain within the context of the market what was going to happen to price stability, then it would be the case that we'd see faster, right, decreases in the federal funds rate.
Well, the federal funds rate has nothing to do with long-term rates.
You don't think
long-term rates are long? Yeah, go ahead. I'm sorry.
If it's not in place, if they don't decrease it as much, right? Do you think that would impact? You're saying it has zero impact long run.
No, there's indirect influence on long-term rates with the federal funds rate, but if you want to lower the long-term rate, that would be determined by the open market that the Federal Reserve works with the Treasury to sell bonds.
Sure.
So it would be determined on the open.
But you would agree that it would be lower, correct?
What would be lower? The 10-year?
You agree that it would be that they're decreasing the rates more if it is the case that we had more certainty within the markets about what was going to happen to price stability.
Well, I think if you were to lower the federal funds rate, the consequence would be potentially inflation.
Okay, so you're saying that if they would have kept up with the same level of federal funds that, yeah, you're saying that you understand that yes, it could lead to inflation. That's the whole
Correct.
point of it. Because it is the case that, like, if you decrease the federal funds rate, right, or decrease interest rates, then there's going to be more increase in aggregate demand. But in order for you to have a low enough interest rate for it to be beneficial for you to refinance, then you need to have like a lower interest rate that would stimulate aggregate demand more. So
sure,
like
but
both of these that you can't get both under your perspective if you want a refinance rate at a good rate. Also, like, it's really weird that you would say this to me because it is the case that, like, Donald Trump signed off on significantly more debt-related spending, and the bill that he's passing right now, right, is going to add multiple trillions of dollars to the debt, and even Elon Musk is calling it a disgusting disgrace of a bill.
Sure. The part of the problem with the deficit spending right now is the interest. You would agree, correct?
You said what?
Part of the problem with our spending is the interest, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So when you look at like 2019 budget, we had about 300 billion in interest that was due. Compare that to 2024, we were closing in on $1 trillion worth of interest that we needed to pay.
That's because
Part
of
of the
that
reason.
that's not, has nothing to do with the president. That has everything to do with interest rates that relate to inflation. That was a global phenomenon, not specific to the United States.
Okay, well, the president picks the treasurer, right?
Wait, you're blaming it on the treasurer when it was a global problem.
What's a global problem?
The inflation.
I'm not talking about inflation.
Yeah, yes, you are.
How am I talking about inflation?
Because interest rates are a response to inflation because they are meant to bring about price stability.
Okay, but what I'm talking about is Janet Yellen, right? She refinanced debt in the early part of C19. She did it on a 1 or 2 year tenure, and then that debt had to get refinanced again, which is why and she refinanced it at high rates.
Yeah, you understand. Wait, so you understand that's because of like the set of conditions that existed, right?
In 2021?
Yeah, like because of global trends.
So she refinanced debt at a short-term rate at lower interest because of what was going on. Can you explain why she would do that?
So like so you're saying that they weren't forced to refinance. There was no set of conditions that put them in a circumstance where they needed to refinance, and yet they decided to refinance to a higher interest rate.
No, what I'm saying is she should have, when rates were low on the 10-year back in 2021, when she was refinancing portions of the debt, she should have refinanced that debt at a 10 or 20, not at a short term. That was very short-sighted of her because when she did that, rates went up because they had to do quantitative easing after 2022 to curb inflation. So when that debt came due, she had to refinance it at a higher rate. At that time, instead of doing it on the long end of the curve, she still did it at the short end of the curve, punting it to
So you're saying that she should have predicted global inflation?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying that when she did it the first time, she screwed up. And then the second time she did it, instead of refinancing that debt again at a long-term rate and fixing the problem then, she did it at a short-term rate again.
Yeah, but that's due to the set of information that existed at the time. That's not
Right,
That's
so-
not necessarily due. So wait, so then I don't know how that would have been different with a different person in this position.
Because a different person would have been
they
in
would
it.
have had the same information, correct?
Well, correct, but here's the problem, right? So when 2023 and 2024 hit, instead of refinancing that debt again on a short-term tenure, she should have did it at a 10 or 20 or 30. She didn't do that. She refinanced it again on a short-term basis at a high rate. She shouldn't have done that. She should have just
What should she have done differently?
I just answered that. She should have refinanced the debt on a long term, like we're going to have to now. She just kicked the can down the road one more
she
year.
should have refinanced prior,
Correct.
right? Prior to the point in which there was inflation.
She should have did it then. She didn't.
Okay,
and then
so
when
then
it came
what
due-
you're saying is that she should have predicted inflation.
No, I'm saying she should have did it then. She didn't. Okay, that's mistake number one. That's strike one. Strike two is when it came due again.
Because she predicted inflation. That's exactly what you think. You should think she
Okay,
should have predicted
so-
inflation.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to print a bunch of money, you should probably know, and there's supply chain issues, you should probably know if you're the former Fed chair that we're going to experience inflation, no?
Okay, well you could say that there was a trend that there could have been. Well, then why didn't under Trump's administration, why wasn't there an increase in the interest rates then?
There was at the
In
back end of
2020?
his term. Well, in 2019, they were doing QT. He was actually yelling at the Fed.
I'm asking in 2020. He was actually in 2019 asking and yelling for the Fed to decrease the interest rates,
Correct. Yes, you're right.
which would cause more inflation, right?
Depending on market conditions, it could potentially, yes.
Yeah, and should the president of the United States know that like massive debt-related spending to a greater degree is going to cause inflation?
Should he know that? Yeah, of course. What do you
Okay,
mean?
well then why did Donald Trump sign off on way more debt-related spending, and why is the bill he's passing right now going to add significantly more to the debt than what we saw with the Biden-Harris administration in terms of their non-COVID related signed into law debt spending?
Yeah, well, when you look at the spending that he's doing, majority of it's adjusted for inflation. So things like Social Security. So when you look at the current spending, the current CR, 25% of that is adjusted for inflation. So unless he's going to cut Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid, there's really no way
He
to
did
cut.
cut Medicaid. He did cut food stamps, and he cut taxes on millionaires and billionaires, and he also increased taxes on the bottom 80%.
Okay, so you're jumping all over the place, my guy. So did they pass Biden's CR, his budget?
His budget proposal?
Yes.
Yes.
Did they make any cuts there?
In Biden's, not to my knowledge, not any cuts on
Correct.
Medicaid or food stamps.
So we're still operating on the same CR, correct?
From what Biden's was originally.
Yeah, Biden spending. Yep.
No, because those were all temporary. Because if you're talking about the tax policy, are you talking about tax policy or overall spending?
I'm just talking about spending when it relates to like Social Security, Medicare, Medicaid,
It
all
would
that.
be from Congress under the Biden-Harris administration. Yes.
Right. So, and then we extended that, right? Because most Republicans, including myself, got mad, including Thomas Massey, and said we're not doing any cuts.
Okay. What's your point? Like it's temporary. I know it's temporary, but like
I don't really know what your point is because you pivoted off the debt refinancing.
I told you that Donald Trump specifically was advocating for Medicaid and food stamps cuts.
Yeah, we were talking about the bond market. You pivoted to Medicaid.
No,
and Medicare.
you brought that up. You brought up specifically like the cuts on Medicaid and stuff.
Well, I was responding.
You said he wasn't doing that, and I said yes, he was.
He's not cutting Medicare and Medicaid.
He is cutting Medicaid.
And how is he cutting Medicaid?
According to AP News, right, in the big beautiful bill, he's cutting Medicaid by up to $800 billion.
Okay, and how is he doing that?
Also, according to the Center for Budget Priorities.
Sure, and how is he doing that?
I don't fully know the process. I just know that he's cutting Medicaid.
Yeah, he's changing the requirements in which you would need to get Medicaid, and most of those requirements that he's changing are peeling back requirements that were put in place because of C-19.
What specific ones?
Yeah, so like the work requirement. So one of the changes that I think he's making, and I don't have it off the top of my head, but I know there's changes to the work requirement and the age you have to be. I don't know the specific ones, but I know he's making changes to the work requirements.
Okay, so you're saying he's making changing to the working requirements, right? And that would be bad because it's still cutting Medicaid.
Well, it's cutting Medicaid for people that are able-bodied, that are able to work, and
well, you said so you do know the conditions that he's doing this, and also that doesn't change anything. Just because someone's able-bodied doesn't mean they shouldn't receive Medicaid.
Yeah, you didn't let me finish my sentence. So he's returning the policy to what it was prior to C-19. So the policy was expanded under C-19 to help people during obviously a very tragic situation, right? Biden expanded Medicaid. I would actually advocate that was probably a good thing. However, now that C-19 is over,
that part was already rolled back, right? This is the continual expanded Medicaid that Biden just put into place that extended for further than that in the context of Congress. This is still cutting.
Yeah, like I said, I agree it's cutting, but it's not cutting from the CR. It's not cutting from the actual original budget.
It is cutting from the budget.
Sure, I would love to see that because I would
told you where you could find it. I told you could find it on AP News and for the Senate for Budget and Policy Priorities.
All right, sure. Well, I'll look that up. But if we can get back, I know we pivoted off the bond market. So back to my original point, which actually ties into the budget. Part of the reason why we're having issues today is instead of refinancing a ton of the debt prior to the election, Janet Yellen decided to finance a bunch of that, again, short term at high interest rates. So she wasn't the adult in the room. She was trying to win an election. And by doing so, she's now put the bond market at a very vulnerable point because she decided to do that.
Okay. So again, your view is that there would have been less inflation, right? If it is the case that we were under like the Trump administration?
During C-19?
Yeah.
That's not my assertion. What do you mean?
Okay, so then you think that Donald Trump's the person he would have put in the Treasury, you think they would have responded differently?
Scott Bessent. I mean, you're asking me to go back in hindsight. In hindsight, yes. I would say yes because Scott Bessent has a decision right now to refinance things at a short term. But what he's going to do is lower the SLR requirements to open up demand.
Wait, you don't know what he would have done at that time, so this is conjecture, correct?
Well, I'm going off of what he's doing now, and I would assume he would do the same thing now as he would have done back then.
That doesn't make any sense at all.
Why?
Because there's different sets of conditions.
Yeah, it's worse. It's actually worse right now. You're right. It's even more tragic.
We're actually because of Donald Trump, but prior to the point in which we were specifically in like COVID, like it was absolutely in a standpoint where we were projecting to see more inflation.
Wait,
right?
what's
It would
because
be
of Donald Trump?
When I say projecting, I mean like there would have been more in the future.
No. But you said because of Donald Trump. So we owe $9 trillion in debt this year because of Donald Trump.
Well, partially, yeah. Because
How so?
he signed off on $8.4 trillion of debt-related spending, 4.8 trillion non-COVID related.
Are you talking about the CRFB report?
Yes.
Okay, so what do you think about the House Budget Committee that debunked it? They came out.
You mean House Republicans?
Yeah.
So all you said is that there are Republicans that disagree with findings that make them look bad. So like
what I'm saying is,
so I would take a nonpartisan committee for responsible federal budget over a partisan committee that you just referenced. You just referenced a partisan House committee. I referenced a nonpartisan committee from the federal government. Which one do you see to be preferable?
Well, fine. That's fine. I agree with you. However, what I'll ask you then is,
so you do see it to be preferable the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget that indicates Donald Trump signed off on $8.4 trillion overall debt-related spending. So then you do think that he was responsible for a huge portion of that debt that you're referencing, right?
No, that's actually not what I was going to say. What I would ask you is, what do you disagree with from the House Budget Committee? So you're saying it's a partisan hack.
Well, I would ask you, what part do you disagree with specifically for the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget? Because you agreed with me that it's a better source than the House Budget Committee.
I didn't agree it was a better source.
Then do you think that partisan sources are just as valid, if not more valid, than nonpartisan sources from the federal government?
Well, it depends. I would look at both, and then I would say the nonpartisan source or the partisan source, did they get it right or wrong? So I guess my question to you is, you're just making the claim that because Republicans put it out, it's bad.
The claim that I'm making, you're misunderstanding my claim. The claim that I'm making is that it reduces bias to have a nonpartisan committee from the federal government comparative to a partisan committee from the federal government. So you wouldn't accept something that was just Democrat over something that was nonpartisan, right? You would accept something that's nonpartisan over something that's Democratic affiliated.
Well, can something be partisan and can they still get it wrong?
You mean nonpartisan?
Either or.
Something can be nonpartisan, they can get it wrong, but it's less likely. I think something that's nonpartisan is more likely to be accurate than something that is partisan.
Sure. So, and if
do you
they
agree
get
with
it
that
wrong,
statement? Do you agree with that statement?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
Well,
So,
then you at least agree with that. So then tell me, what do you disagree with from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget?
Yeah, sure. So I would agree with everything that's in the House Budget Committee, and if you want me to walk through it, I could. It's really long, but I guess my question would be is...
So he's just going to say he agrees with it. He said that the nonpartisan source is better than the partisan source, but he fully agrees with the partisan source, and he does not fully agree with the nonpartisan source. Interesting that you just contradicted yourself.
I know what you're trying to do. So
show a contradiction?
Could a nonpartisan source get something wrong?
Nonpartisan sources can get things wrong, but what I'm saying is that you don't know what
so you agreed with me that they could be wrong, right?
Of course. So can the other side.
Okay, so you agreed with me that it could be wrong.
Can partisan sources be wrong?
Yeah. Okay,
are partisan sources more likely to be wrong than nonpartisan sources?
If you could show me data on that,
you just accepted that like literally 2 minutes ago. Playback.
What, that a nonpartisan source can be?
Yeah, you just said you earlier, like 2 minutes ago, just said nonpartisan sources are more likely to be true than partisan sources. And now, because I'm pressuring you on that point, you've just changed your answer and moved the goalpost.
All right, fine. I'll stick with my answer because you're playing a semantics game here to win a debate, and that's fine. I know what you do.
No, I'm literally just calling out a mistake that you made, and now you're mad at me calling out a mistake that you made and trying to blame me.
No one's mad.
Well, you just tried to blame me for the mistake that you made. Thank you for your space, Cat. I appreciate it.
All right, no one's mad.
That's not
no
even
one's mad.
me.
Yeah, that's not mad. I'm not mad, dude. All right, so let's go back. So I went through your line of questioning, and you played semantics with me. That's good, and you won. I'll take the L on that. So, and I'm not mad. So, if a nonpartisan source gets something wrong, and then somebody says, "Hey, we think this nonpartisan source got it wrong because of this, this, and this, and this," wouldn't you also then have to say, "Hey, let me look at that and see if it's actually, even if it's right wing or left wing, do I agree with that or do I not agree with that?"
Sure, you would look at those specific things if you gave me a reason to believe that they're wrong. But based upon the evidence that I have right now, I have best reason to accept the nonpartisan source over the partisan source.
Perfect. So out of the partisan source, what do you disagree with? What do you think that the House Budget Committee claimed that they got wrong?
All you're doing is shifting the burden back onto me, right? I'm not necessarily claiming anything specific to be wrong. I'm claiming that we have best reason based upon the specific bias of the different individuals, right? In terms of their expertise. If you'd like to
But
provide,
you already
if you'd
agreed.
if you'd like to provide anything in specific about it that makes it better than the analysis from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget as to why you accept the House Budget Committee specifically over the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget, I would be interested in hearing why you think that is the case.
Sure. Do you want me to go through every talking point from the House Budget Committee?
No, go through the ones that you think are better that indicate specifically that you accept the analysis from the House Budget Committee over the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget on the amount of
That's
debt
what I'm saying.
spending.
I agree with I agree with every single line item. So do you want me to go through them all, or do you want me to just pick one?
Yeah, go ahead, pick one.
All right. So additional net interest payments cost $300 billion. Details federal spending contributed to our national debt, which rose interest payments. So that's part of what I was talking about with Janet Yellen. There you go.
Yeah, so that's not signed into law by the president.
It doesn't matter. It's under his administration.
Okay, so if the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget is analyzing specifically what's signed into law by the president, well, then why would they evaluate that?
Because that's what the administration did. That would be an expense, no?
No, not because it is the case that one, because I would say that this is related specifically due to the set of conditions that exist, right? Because they were responding specifically to global inflation and these particular types of conditions. So that's not something that you'd attribute to them. It's something that you'd attribute to the environmental conditions at the time. One, two, that's not signed into law by the president. So we're not saying that's specifically caused by the president. Therefore, it wouldn't be the case that it would be relevant to the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget's analysis. I asked you for you to give me reasons specifically why the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget had an incorrect analysis on specifically the amount of debt-related spending signed into law by the presidential candidates.
Dude, you talk really fast. So the treasurer, they're
can
under
go back and watch the debate between us and turn it down to 0.5 times.
Yeah, sure. So the whole point I'm making is that deficit spending isn't just things you sign into law, though. You do acknowledge that, right?
Say that one more time.
Yeah. So, like, for example, deficit spending isn't just created by things you sign in the law, correct?
Sure. But
okay.
I do think that's the main influence when we're talking about the candidates for president. Obviously, other things could be like relative to the amount of debt that you have and stuff like that. But I do think that what's signed into law is going to be what you can apply accountability in terms of the particular candidates for president.
Sure. Would you also say you could apply accountability to the staff that works under the executive branch?
Sure, but that's not related to the president necessarily. Like in the same way that like you wouldn't say that you wouldn't blame Donald Trump for all of the people he appointed, right, for his first administration, who specifically came out and said he's a fascist, said he's a threat to democracy, said he's a laughingstock to foreign leaders around the world, right? You wouldn't accept any of those things just because they're people that he appointed.
Well, those are opinions. I'm talking about actual like policy and things that people do that affect the budget.
Wait, I'm confused. So you do accept things that specifically come from the administration, and you do hold them accountable, like the presidential candidate, for the people that they appoint into office, correct?
Yeah. So, like, for example, if the president appoints a treasurer and the treasurer enacts policy, I would hold the president accountable because they hired that person.
So to clarify, you hold Donald Trump accountable for appointing judges that specifically said that he didn't win the election and that there wasn't sufficient evidence of fraud to overturn the election, that he says were specifically literally traitorous to the country because they violated, right, his processes for overturning the election.
Do I hold Trump accountable for that?
Yeah.
I mean, if he hired him, yeah, sure. Then he hired him. What's your point?
So he hired corrupt judges under his own perspective to steal the election from himself?
Sure. Yeah, I'll go with that notion. Now, can we go back to Janet Yellen?
Sure, go for it.
Because I like how you pivoted off the economy onto judges.
I'm just clarifying if you hold the reasoning.
That's fine.
That's not a
yeah.
pivot.
I'm just not going to debate
John.
that. It's just an annoying thing.
John, that's not a pivot. That's called addressing whether or not you hold the reasoning in a logical sense.
Sure, I do. Now let's get back to the point.
You just said you really only were saying it because you didn't want to argue it. So that's
yeah, exactly. Because you're pivoting off the topic.
That's not a pivot. That's me just.
It is a pivot, and it's annoying. It's a pivot, and it's annoying. You're trying to prove another point.
John, it's not a pivot. It's me addressing to see if you hold the reasoning right in other circumstances, and why you don't hold the reasoning in other circumstances.
Sure, whatever. That's fine. Okay.
Does your brain not? Do you not know how hypotheticals work? People use hypotheticals all the time to demonstrate concepts to each other.
Yeah, I get it. You're deviating from the conversation.
That's not deviating from the conversation, you fucking idiot.
It is. So wait, so would you say then that Biden's responsible for Janet Yellen's actions?
I would say he has some responsibility, but I don't think that Donald Trump would have done better with the set of circumstances he had. I think everything that you can mention in terms of what was bad specifically that came from Joe Biden with Janet Yellen in terms of what you disagree with wouldn't at all match up to what I would disagree with in terms of economic policy through the Trump administration.
So how we refinance our debt and the person you hire to do that has nothing to do with the economy?
I never said it has nothing to do with the economy. I said it has less to do with the economy and a negative connotation comparative to the economic policy of Donald Trump.
That's one of the craziest statements I've ever heard.
It's obviously not, because Donald Trump was the reason why that debt exists in the first place.
Which
so why
debt?
would you
wait?
Yes.
Which debt?
Yeah, a huge portion of the debt that we're referencing, the $9 trillion that you're referencing, came from things that were signed into law under Donald Trump's administration.
So you're saying the debt that came due in 2021, right? The maturities that matured, which are, by the way, 10 and 20 and 30-year maturities. That's because of Donald Trump?
A huge portion came from Donald Trump, yes.
Okay, can you show me data that would support that?
Yeah, I already told you the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget showed things that he signed into law. Right, that would include his Tax Cuts and Jobs Act. That would include his policy through COVID. Right, any policies that he signed into law prior. Do you want me to like read down the different policies from the Committee for Responsible Federal Budget?
No. You would have to show me that when they created that debt, that they did it on a 1 or 2 year, because that's why it would come due in 2021. That's how that would work. So you do realize when the government borrows money, they borrow money at 10, 20,
I understand, but like you understand that things that he signed into law specifically had things that were already paid for prior to that point, whether it be the bipartisan budget acts of 2018 and 2019, the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, the ACA tax delays, right, and repeals, the health executive actions, right? There's so many things I can point to. The CARES Act that had things that like were already applied and spent prior. So
right. So when was that debt financed to? When did it come due? Did it all come due in 2021?
Well, I'm confused. I don't know fully, actually.
Right. So the whole point of this conversation is that a bunch of debt came due in 2021, and instead of refinancing it at that time on a long tenor because we had low interest rates, she refinanced it on the short term. Right. That was what I said. Strike one. Strike two is
I understand, but that's only because you were it is the case that you were saying that in hindsight they should have known that there was going to be the level of inflation there was, which at the time they didn't know was going to happen.
Yeah, I remember transitory inflation, right? That was their claim.
That was the understanding of the time, not just their claim. That was the understanding of the time.
Yeah, sure. So I would expect an ex-Fed chair, because Janet Yellen was our ex-Fed chair, right? I would expect her to realize that if you're doing massive quantitative easing and massive printing of money, that you would probably, and you have supply chain issues. I think Janet Yellen would be smart enough.
We didn't understand the in hindsight you can say that, but we didn't understand at the time the level of significance that would have in terms of the global inflation rates, because we didn't see any of that impact at all yet. So you're making this like claim that in hindsight they should have known this, but you don't know that the person who Trump would have put in that position would have known that. You are just making complete conjecture when saying that.
Okay, fine. I'll give you that.
And you're blaming Biden for that instead of addressing the fact that Donald Trump signed off on more debt-related spending. Donald Trump is causing more debt-related spending in terms of his new big beautiful bill that will add $3.8 trillion to the debt. Right, that's Donald Trump's bill that you're not even addressing, that you don't even want to talk about, and that's not even relevant to you, right? Because you just want to sit there and act like it was so bad, right, that someone on the Biden-Harris administration at the time had specific reason to believe something that in hindsight we think is the case that they shouldn't have believed.
Okay, so Parker, going back, so let's say Janet Yellen didn't know, right? Hypothetically, to your point. Hypothetically, she didn't know. Let's go with that premise. We get to 2023 and 2024. Did she know we experienced inflation?
Wait, if she did know, then why would she have done that?
Okay, let's just say she didn't know. Okay, we'll go with that theory.
Not let's just say. Tell me. Explain to me. Be very clear. Why would she have done that if she did know? If she did know that it was going to lead to higher interest rates, she wouldn't have done it. I'm just giving you a very obvious claim that no one who's in that position, right, is going to be doing it because it's going to bring higher interest rates for the country. They're clearly going to want lower interest rates. So this prescription that you have that, she just wanted to do higher interest rates for no reason is an obviously ridiculous assertion. Given the evidence and the reason that she had at the time, this is what indicated, right, what she should have done. That's the response that would have likely happened if Donald Trump put someone in that position as well.
Parker, stop crashing out. Listen, let me ask you a
Yeah,
question.
you fucking gaslighter. I'm not crashing out for shit.
All right. The former Fed chair, should she know for printing a bunch of money and doing quantitative easing? Shouldn't she know that?
In hindsight, well, again, you have no better reason to believe that Donald Trump's person he put in that position would have known that.
That's your
This
argument?
is hindsight. Yes, that's absolutely my argument. What?
So the former Fed chair who knows how our monetary system works doesn't know that printing. Put it this way, Parker, if we started
didn't
printing
know
a
that
bunch
in
of
that
money,
set of condition that we were going to experience the level of inflation that we did. Yes, that's totally okay, right, for that to happen. Wait. Hold up. You can respond. Hold up.
This is insane. So you're saying that a former Fed chair doesn't know how to understand that if you print a bunch of money and do quantitative easing, that you're not going to experience inflation.
So you're just saying that like everyone knew at that time that we were going to experience inflation because those aren't the only variables that exist at the time. You had to look at other macro trends in the economy, whether that be inflation at the time, unemployment at the time, other various factors that would be relevant in being able to establish that. So like that's not the only thing that they would take into account. But are you saying that like that because it was the case that under your view she got it wrong, that it was the case that it was the case that Donald Trump, right, would have put someone in the position that would have got it right? How can you say that?
Well, I would say that he would have hired somebody not like Jared Bernstein, who didn't even know who prints money. He wouldn't have hired Janet Yellen. He would have hired Scott Bessent, who's the adult in the room.
If he's really good at hiring under his own perspective, why is it the case that he hired so many people that he says are fucking ridiculous, right? And that you shouldn't take into account anything they say because they all speak badly about him?
Yeah, that's a great question, Parker. I think he addressed this in the Joe Rogan interview where he said when he first got in, he acknowledged he made a bunch of mistakes in his hiring, which is, I think,
okay. So if he's not good at hiring, then why would you assume that he would have had such a good hiring then?
Yeah, because it would have been in his second term, and I think he learned a lot from his first term, and he would have hired a better better person than Janet Yellen.
If it was the case that he won, how come then all the same people would have been in office? Then he would.
Yeah, they are. He picked Scott Bessent, so he would have hired Scott Bessent back then.
So no,
but we're getting into a semantics argument. I'd like to
because what you're not understanding is that you have no good reason to indicate that Donald Trump would have picked someone that would have known this in hindsight, given that you're saying this in hindsight. So I feel like this is a very, very vacuous and not good reason to indicate that Donald Trump is a better candidate.
Okay, so let's move to 2023 then. Let's move to 2023. So when we get to 2023 and 2024, why did she then again refinance the debt at a short-term tenor?
In what year? Sorry.
So when we hit 2021 passes, she did what she did. We can't agree on that. That's fine. We can move on. We get to 2023 and 2024, when specifically in the summer of 2024, why did she continue to refinance debt on a short-term high interest rate basis, punting it to 2025?
Didn't she have to?
Why would she have to do short-term debt?
So if you're saying, okay, well then wait, can you give me a source on this so I could look into it because I'm not familiar with it?
Yeah, sure. You can go right to the treasury.com and you can look at treasury sales from the summer of 2024.
Is there like an article you could say goes over this that you would say I could relate to?
Yeah, I guess I could find you an article. Hold on.
Okay. So
I mean,
are you saying because of this, it is the case that Donald Trump would have been better for the economy?
Well, I would say he wouldn't. Well, so here's what I'm saying. You either could have refinanced it then at a long-term rate, or you could do it now, right? So
let me clarify. If this argument isn't demonstrating that Donald Trump is better for the economy, provide an argument that does demonstrate he's better for the economy.
Yeah, so I could provide an argument that it would be better because you have to, if you continue to kick the can down the road short term,
that's not what I asked you. I asked you that makes it demonstrate that Donald Trump would be better for the economy.
Oh, yeah, sure. So right now what they're doing to refinance that debt is they're actually planning on lowering the SLR requirements to open up demand in the bond market for the dealers. And that's part of the way they're going to fix it, which will help bring down the
SLR requirements?
What are they?
No, what SLR requirements?
Yeah, those are for the banks. It's how they consider.
No, I said which SLR requirements. Jeez, think of the dinosaur.
Yeah, for the treasuries on the balance sheets of banks.
Which SLR requirements?
The SLR requirements for banks. What are you talking
Which
about?
ones?
For
Like-
their balance sheets, for treasuries. What do you mean?
How are you going to change them? Let me clarify.
You remove them.
Get rid of them all?
For treasuries, yes, that's what they're going to do.
100% get rid of SLR requirements.
For treasuries on banks' balance sheets, correct.
Okay, so can you give me any good evidence that completely getting rid of SLR requirements would be beneficial?
Yeah, they did it in 2021. You can go back.
You mean during COVID?
You should know that. Yeah, they did it during COVID. Yes.
How does that mean it's effective now?
How it's going to be effective now? Well, it may not be, but that's a plan.
It may not be. So you don't know?
Right. What do you mean I don't know? They're going to have to do it, and we'll have to see what the outcome is. I can't predict the future.
Okay, so then...
What do you mean?
Okay, well then, but you said that Janet Yellen should have been able to predict the future.
No, but I'm...
You are such a hypocrite. It's unbelievable.
How is that a hypocrite?
So you're saying that this would have been better for the set of circumstances. It would have meant that we would have never seen the level of inflation that we saw or the level of interest rates that we saw, which you said you don't even know if it would work. So then you don't even know if it would have been better. And yet you're saying by conjecture, this indicates that Donald Trump's better for the presidency. Come on, give me an argument that indicates Donald Trump's better for the presidency, because you just said right now you don't know if this is better.
Well, I mean, until they do it and there's an outcome,
sure,
I can't say it's going to be good.
Okay, so you don't know. So you have no argument to indicate that Donald Trump's better for the economy. You just
Dude, you're asking me about something that they're currently trying to do, and then you're telling me.
But I asked you for an argument. An argument requires evidence.
What are you talking about, dude?
An argument requires evidence. You're saying you don't have the evidence. You don't have the argument yet. You will have the argument in the future. So then, can you give me an argument you do have now?
Of why he's better for the economy?
Yeah.
He's only been in office 3 months, dude, or 5 months. What are you talking about?
You can't refer to his first administration?
Yeah, sure. The TCJA was really
horrible.
Good. It increased revenue.
Absolutely horrible. No, it didn't. Right. So if you want to look specifically at you'd have to give me evidence that TCJA increased revenue. Secondly, we'd point to this, right? Actually, I'll just ask you this: do you think that we would have had more revenue under Obama's tax plan comparative to Donald Trump's tax plan?
No, because there's nowhere in history where changing the corporate tax rate equals more corporate tax receipts.
So to clarify, you don't think increasing the corporate tax rate would bring in more revenue?
Correct. Give me a year in which that would happen consistently.
Consistently? Like when Clinton increased it to 35, increased it?
Oh yeah, that's perfect. You want to point out Clinton? That's great. I could tell you corporate tax receipts for Clinton if you'd like.
Oh, wait, actually, that was hold up. I actually might want to take that back because that was a decrease, wasn't it?
Well, if you go back to 2022, I'm sorry, 2002.
I don't know if there's been an increase to that degree, so I don't know if you'd be able to claim that. But like,
yeah. So if you pull up the Fred.
Let me go by here.
Go pull up the Fred and go to 2000, and you could look. We brought in 194 billion in tax receipts. And then in 2001, we actually had a 29% dip. We dropped to 137 billion. And then in 2002, we went to 125 billion. So there's no direct correlation to increasing tax or increasing corporate taxes.
Wait. So I mean, hold up. So let me make sure. Give me 1 second.
Sure. And you could even look at 1993. We brought in the same amount of corporate tax revenue as we did in 2002. Thank you.
Okay, when you're saying revenue, that's affected by population. You'd have to account for population to be able
corporate tax receipts is population. What?
You'd have to account for population to be able to say that like this is evidence of it like being due to like a lower in rates or an increase in rates. Population
Can you
a very
tell
important
me
factor. Here, let me explain that real quick. So between hold up. So between God damn it, has because there's all these different ones for different brackets. So there's a million different ones I have to look at. That's why it's taking me a second. So the rates were pretty similar prior. There wasn't actually much of a distinction in corporate tax rates between those. Between the years.
I'm just
so
looking for evidence.
There's not even really something that you'd be able to relate to for that. So here, let's just clarify. You're saying that what is your evidence that increasing corporate tax rates wouldn't lead to more revenue? Because you're arguing that it would decrease the amount of profitability so much that it would lead to lower revenue.
No, my argument is simple. There's no point in time or correlation to increasing tax rates that would increase the revenue. And if you could show me a time in which it does and consistently does it, I would agree with you.
Well, we don't really have points in our history where we like increased it to massive degrees that we can have or relate to because they've been pretty high for so long.
Well, I would point to the last
especially in the
4
modern
years.
era. Like
Yeah, I would point to the last. I mean, we saw after 2019, which in 2019 corporate tax receipts were 210 billion, and I think within a 5-year period of time they've more than doubled under our current tax plan.
So let's just clarify. Okay, so I like how like you you're not accounting for population. You understand that we're like 8 years, right, since the prior tax bill that existed. If we had a 35% tax rate like under Obama, under the 2017, 2018, 2019, we would have seen higher levels of corporate tax receipts and corporate revenue, right, than we saw prior because population increased. So I think it's just disingenuous for you to refer to it that way.
So
And
I'm just trying to understand your argument. So you're saying, so your argument is as the population increases, tax revenue increases for corporations?
Yes.
Okay, can you give me a point in history that happened?
Compare 1970 to now.
1970. So you want to go back?
Yeah.
Like, you want to go back like when we got
now.
off the gold standard?
Yeah, compare 1980 to now. Compare 1990 to now. Compare 2000 to now.
Okay, so you want to go back to 1980?
I said any of those years. I'm saying that's evidence that there's going to be, due to population, more corporate revenue now. Of course, there's more tax revenue now with a higher population. Of course, there's more tax revenue with a higher population.
Wouldn't the money supply be the more important factor to that?
No, I think the population would be the most important factor.
Okay, so you're saying as population increases, corporate tax revenue increases.
Yes.
You do realize that corporations, they do export where there's corporate taxes on that as well. So I don't really understand your.
Wait, are you disputing this? Are you saying lower population is better for tax revenue?
No, I'm saying that.
So more population leads to more tax revenue, right?
No, what I'm saying is increasing the money supply is probably a better indicator of increase in tax revenue. As it relates to corporate taxes, not income tax.
Okay, so increasing money supply relates more to. Then why didn't we see a massive increase in tax revenue when there was an increase in money supply near COVID?
We did. What do you mean?
We didn't see a massive increase in tax revenue.
For corporate?
No, not that I saw.
Okay, in 2022, we brought in 401 billion in corporate tax receipts compared to 2019, which was 210. I would say that's a pretty significant increase. And in fact, in 2021, we saw a 48% increase.
Wait, you're talking about over different years though. So you're not talking about specifically just related to COVID. What was it 2019 and then in 2020?
Yeah, sure there was, but also we didn't do a bunch of money printing then. So we saw actually a 6% decrease because we were doing quantitative tightening.
Because most of the money increase money supply increase did not happen in 2022, right? It happened prior.
Let me pull up the M2 money chart now. The M2 money and the M2 money supply and look. I don't believe that to be true.
That it is true. The M2
Are you referring to the M2 money supply?
Yeah, and M1. And thank you so much for the membership subscription. Thank you so much. I also just want to reference this. So the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, right, added $1.9 trillion to the debt over 10 years, right, and it only adds $8 to $16 billion in GDP growth per year, right? So that's like incredibly low. So you saying it increases revenue? No, it's actually only increases revenue by 1 to 7 billion, right? According to that GDP increase.
GDP. Okay. So our money supply hit its peak in March of 2022.
Here, let me clarify. So you said, wait, say that again?
Our money supply hit its peak on the M2 in March of 2022.
It's not about hitting its peak. It's about where it increased the most. You disingenuous piece of shit. I know you're looking at the graph and you see it increasing most under Trump. Don't lie. You're looking at it right now.
Dude, you're crashing out, man.
Because you're being
we had a normal conversation.
Because you're looking at the graph and you're purposefully spreading disinformation.
Okay, so you could calm down, man. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. Just tell me where I'm wrong. You don't have to
Oh,
crash out.
you're so gaslighting right now. I'm about to kick you because you're gaslighting, because it's ridiculous. No, seriously, you're looking at it right now. You know you're purposefully saying it wrong and trying to be misleading, and then now when I call you out for that, you're trying to blame me for calling you out for it and saying I'm crashing out for calling you out for it.
No, you could just say, "Hey, man, you got it wrong. This is what it is," and I'll agree. If I
No,
got it wrong,
because I
tell me
know
what
that
it
you're
is.
because I know you're being disingenuous. Why would I say it that way when I know you're being disingenuous?
I'm not. Well, if you think I'm being that way, I apologize.
You're
man.
you're looking at the graph and you can see it go up more under Trump. You
I
just
apologize
referenced
to
you just referenced the peak. I don't accept your apology because I can tell that you're lying.
Okay, well, what did I get wrong, Parker? I'm sorry.
You're looking at the graph and you can see it increase more under Trump specifically, and you explicitly decided not to reference that. You decided to reference only the peak specifically under the Biden-Harris administration, not referencing specifically that mostly increased under Trump. That would be the relevant factor to increase. So that's why I'm saying you're acting disingenuously and you're trying to be purposefully misleading.
I really wasn't, man. So if that's felt that way, I'm sorry.
It's not that it felt that way. It's that if you had a brain cell, that's what you would have been doing. So essentially, you're saying you're stupid and you couldn't tell that you needed to look at the increase rather than just look at the peak.
No, what I'm saying is my argument was isn't what you're not understanding my argument.
No. You just you're literally stupid. You're literally stupid then, because then it would then mean that you don't know that you would look at the increase in money supply as to what's relevant rather than just looking at when the peak was.
Well, the reason why I was referencing the peak is because the peak is where in 2022, when we had the most money in circulation, which, yes, I will agree, Trump was a part of that. But my whole point is when we had the peak in corporate tax revenue is when we had the peak in the money supply. So I apologize if my argument didn't come out correctly, but there's no reason for personal attacks, Parker.
No, so what you're not addressing is that when it was increasing. So you have to reference it when it was increasing. So it was increased already in 2021. Why didn't the revenue show up then?
It did, actually. In 2021, we had a 48% increase in revenue on corporate tax receipts.
From 2019?
From 2020.
Okay, from 2020. Okay, well, that's because it was from COVID and because there was a decrease from 2019.
I really wasn't being disingenuous, man.
What was the difference between 2019 and 2021?
I would have to do a quick calculation. Hold on. I only have it from 2019 to 2020, so you'll have to hold on one second.
Okay. Because those would be the relevant points to look at. Because obviously there would be a massive increase between 2020 and 2021, given that in 2020 there was a decrease because of the amount of people that were working at a lower rate.
Sure. Hold on one second. So are we cool, man? I really wasn't trying to be disingenuous.
I actually genuinely think you're lying. So no, I'm not cool with you.
All right,
I don't like people being deceitful and being manipulative like that. I really don't like that. And I'm willing to call it out. And I'm willing to stand on the fact that I called it out because I genuinely do believe that you're lying.
Okay. There was a 62% increase.
Yeah. From 2019 to 2021.
Yes.
What
correct.
are you looking at?
I'm looking at the Federal Reserve corporate tax receipts.
Okay. Can you tell me the title?
The title?
Yeah.
Yeah, I can give you the title of the graph. Hold on. I exported it into Excel, so let me pull it back actually up. That's how I do the formula, so hold on.
Shirley, thank you for the $15 on PayPal. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Kyle, thank you for the $5. Thank you. Megan, thank you for the $2. Thank you. And then Allison, thank you for the $5. Wait, I have a question. Did Donald Trump put Yellen in any position of power?
Not that I don't remember. Did he?
Let me look.
The graph I'm looking at is federal government tax receipts on corporate income. It's on the Fred.
Tell me the title again.
Yeah, sure. It's federal government tax receipts on corporate income.
Federal government tax receipts
on corporate income. Yep.
By year. All right, perfect. Let's look. They're actually okay. Yeah, I mean, in 2014, was there higher corporate tax revenue?
Then what compared to what year?
Then in 2017, 2018, and 2019.
Correct. There was.
Why was that?
In 2014, why was there higher corporate taxes?
Yeah.
I don't know. You tell me.
I'm asking you. I'm asking why. Can you tell me why tax revenue decreased between 2016 to 2017 to 2018 to 2019?
Why did they decrease? I don't know. We were under the same tax plan. I don't know.
2016 was not the same tax plan as 2017, 2018.
I thought the TCJA went in 2018. No.
So the 2017, 2018 Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was 2017.
Yeah, but it went into effect in 2018. No.
That not all of it. Some of it was 2017. Signed into law 2017. Yeah.
Yeah, but it was signed into law 2017 and went into effect 2018. No.
For the 2018 taxes.
Yes.
It would be applicable to 2017 taxes, correct? Because it's
no,
because taxes were due after. I'd have to
no,
check
but
that.
like, yeah. So like, if they signed the big beautiful bill now, it would go into effect next year, not now.
So, I mean, well, that's because the taxes have already been due.
Correct. That's why if it was signed in 2017,
the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act was before taxes were due, correct?
Was before what?
Taxes were due, right?
I think it went into effect. So it was signed.
Oh no, you're right. 2018, effective January 1st, 2018. Yeah, you're right.
But see, Parker, when you make a mistake, I don't take personal attacks at you, dude.
Well, but the thing is, it wasn't purposeful. Yours was clearly purposeful because you were looking at a graph.
Well, I made a mistake as I looked at the graph.
No, you were purposefully doing that while looking at the graph. I just want to say, but yes, I do want to acknowledge. Yes, corporate tax revenue massively increased and keep increasing after. But we did actually see higher corporate tax revenue 2014 comparative to 2021, even.
Well, that was during C19. I think that's bad comparative, like years.
Okay, well, you understand that there was still an increase even if you compare to 2019. There was more in 2014.
Yeah, and that's why I'm saying there's no 2017. You acknowledge that the corporate tax rate was still the same. So
if anything, between 2018 to 2019, we saw a decrease in corporate tax revenue. Can you tell me why 2018 to 2019 we saw a decrease in corporate tax revenue?
Why would we have seen it? I don't know. Why did we?
Well, I think that could be related to the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act, right? Because right now there would be a decrease in tax revenue and a decrease in taxes, corporate taxes.
Yeah, I would go back to my original premise where we were doing quantitative easing, which typically when you decrease the money supply, you impact the amount of tax revenue.
We didn't have that policy in 2018, 2019.
We didn't do quantitative tightening?
Not to my knowledge in 2018, 2019. Can you provide me any evidence?
I think you had stated earlier that Trump was yelling at the Fed to lower rates. And,
that doesn't mean that we were doing quantitative tightening. That just means that Trump was wanting there to be even lower interest rates.
All right, so you could fact check me if we were doing quantitative tightening in 2018 and 2019. And if I'm wrong, I'll take the L.
Okay, well, can you just provide evidence that we were?
Do you want me to go to the Federal Reserve's balance sheet and show you how they were selling off treasuries? You could do that.
Sure.
No?
Sure, but at least the point that I'm making is that you can see a general uptrend over time for corporate tax receipts. Do you agree with that?
Well, yeah, because you're increasing the money supply, which was my original premise of my argument.
Yeah, but you understand that you wouldn't just get more tax receipts just because of the fact that there would be an increase in money supply. You would also get that through an increase in population as well.
For income tax, for individual income tax, yes, but not corporate tax receipts.
Why not corporate tax receipts?
Because just because you have more people, why would that increase your corporate tax receipts? That doesn't make any sense.
Because people are buying from corporations more.
So there's more people buying from corporations.
Yes.
But if they're not buying it at a higher price, it wouldn't change the amount of taxes the amount of revenue.
That's completely wrong. What the fuck is wrong with you? If more people buy from a company, even if they sell at the same price, that would totally change the amount of revenue. What you just said was so fucking stupid. I can't believe it. I'm sorry. That was a really big mistake. I don't mean to be super rude there. That was an incredibly big mistake. Right? You just said that there wouldn't be more revenue with more sold.
Oh, okay. Can I finish my point? Said dude. All I was going to say is that when the money supply increases,
Can you acknowledge
typically
that mistake?
Well, I need to re-clarify my position, and then you can tell me if I was wrong. So, what I was trying to say is that when you increase the money supply, it'll increase the amount of revenue that corporations can generate. You'd agree with that, no? So, more money in circulation would lead to a higher profitability rate and a higher margin of profitability, therefore increasing the amount of tax revenue you bring in.
Yes, I do agree with this.
Okay.
But you understand that there's also population as well. That there's more people within an economy. There's also more demand for corporations' goods, which will then also increase the amount of corporate revenue, and that will then lead to more corporate taxes.
But if you decrease the money supply, right, that would decrease the amount of revenue, no?
It can, yes, absolutely. But what you're not understanding is that it is the case that these are multiple various factors that are happening simultaneously, right? And it is the case that it can increase, right, corporate taxes, or corporate tax revenue specifically for population to increase, and it could increase due to money supply increasing simultaneously. Both of those factors are causing that to increase.
So did the population decrease in 2019?
No.
Did we do quantitative tightening in 2019?
Not to my knowledge. We might have.
Well, I'm saying we did. And that's why Trump yelled at. We also had issues in the bond market in 2019. The reverse repo market almost crashed overnight. There was major issues with the plumbing of our monetary system.
But I don't think it's very absurd for me to say that we would have decreased the level of revenue if we decreased taxes by 14%. Right, when we're talking about the level of taxes we're at right now, because essentially you would be assuming that we're at the top of the Laffer curve.
All right, so then walk me through why. So did our population increase? That's why we doubled our tax revenue.
Did our population increase? That's why we double. Population increased. That is why tax revenue increased. I would say that the population increasing kept it on its trend of increasing. As we look to 2000 versus 2024, we see an increase of from 194 to 489. So over that time, we saw a massive increase in population, which will cause a massive increase in corporate tax revenue. I'm not saying it's I'm not saying it's only explained specifically by an increase in population. I'm saying it's very much explained by it.
So then can you point to me in history when we raised the corporate tax rate and it increased revenue?
Again, there really aren't points in history that we can point to where there is a point of raising of the corporate tax rate to that particular degree that you're referencing. So you understand that there just isn't data on that. But we do know that when you increase taxes, that it does increase revenue, right? Unless you're at the top of the Laffer curve, which would be then that an increase in taxes would lead to a decrease in revenue because it would disincentivize people more to work than to not work. I mean, to work. It would be they'd be incentivized to work because it is the case that they wouldn't receive as much money from it to a point where they aren't willing to work anymore. Does it make sense?
Yeah, no, it's all good, man. When somebody makes a misstep, I don't jump all over them. I'm a respectful debater, and I don't throw personal attacks.
Because
it's all good, man.
Yeah, because what I just did was not intentional. What you just did was intentional earlier. You purposefully looked at the fact that there was an increase prior, and you assumed that you would only look at the peak of it. So that's either you I'm serious, and I'm not trying to be rude when I say this. It's either that you would be stupid, or that it would be the case that you were disingenuous. And I prove to believe that you were disingenuous because I don't think you're that stupid.
Yeah. Well, again, the point I was making is when the M2 money supply hit its peak, we hit our peak in tax revenue, and you turned it into when did the money supply start increasing? And I think there was a disconnect there. And I think the fact that you couldn't accept my apology is pretty crazy, dude.
The fact that you're trying to gaslight me still is pretty fucking crazy. You yes, you absolutely are.
I apologize, man. I don't know. All right. So anyway.
Yeah, you're trying to rage bait me. You're specifically trying to rage bait me.
No, I'm apologizing, man. I just pointing out that
but can you acknowledge that you lied? You're not apologizing for what I said you did wrong. You're apologizing for something different.
Wait,
That's why it
hold
doesn't
on.
feel like an
You're
apology to me.
gaslighting me, telling me that I'm lying and disingenuous, and then you call me a
Oh,
scumbag. And then when I
So now
apologize,
you said you
Parker, you're
apologize.
very abusive.
You apologize for something that I didn't say that you did.
But you're abusive, man. You're calling me a liar. You like in front of all your
I'm
viewers.
abusive because I called you a
Yes, you
liar.
called me a liar and disingenuous after I apologized.
So
Then you tried to
wait,
gaslight
do you
me
think
into
do you, wait
gaslighting you.
do you think being abusive is bad?
Is that a question?
Yes.
Yes, of course being abusive is
Donald
bad.
Trump held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman. Is that bad?
Yeah, sure.
Okay. Is that bad enough insofar as that you wouldn't support him?
Sure. I'll take my vote back for you, Parker. You pivoted off your abuse.
At least we got you to concede. At least we got you to concede, bro. Take the L.
Yeah. Yeah, well, why don't you
Okay,
take
so by the way, I just want to
accountability
let you
for your
know,
actions?
being passive aggressive is not being respectful. You need to learn respect. Like genuine respect.
Now you're muting my mic?
Mm-hmm. Are you crashing out because I muted your mic?
No, I'm not, man.
Where's that
I'm
mustache?
actually not crashing out.
You are crashing out. You're so crashing out, man.
No.
How does it feel, man?
It feels so good, Parker. I'm not crashing
I
out.
bet. You see what I mean?
No, I don't.
Like it was so useful for me there to say that you're crashing out when you weren't crashing out, right?
I guess. It was kind of funny, to be honest. You made me laugh.
Good. I'm glad that I make you laugh.
I appreciate your sense of humor, Parker. This has been fun.
Thank you so much.
I think we would get along in real life, Parker. I really do. I think you'd learn I'm not.
I don't think we would.
You don't think so?
No.
Why not?
Because of how you've acted on this live. Like I just and like the belief system that you have. Like I wouldn't actively go and like look out for a relationship with you, given I know your like views.
You do. What's my views?
Well, you said now that you don't support Donald Trump, so maybe that would change. If you don't support Donald Trump, that might change.
Sure.
You might
so
you might be pretty redeemable, my guy.
Yeah, what's my views? So you've talked to me now for probably 20 minutes. What would you say I am?
Yeah. Well, it seems like you were saying that for some minute specific like appointment of Joe Biden's that was more or worse than Donald Trump's economic policy and practically everything else he's done. So that would be in support of practically all the bad behaviors of Donald Trump. But given that you've said that you wouldn't support Donald Trump, that he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman, right? That might not be true. You might not just have known about it, right? So given that that's the case, well then clearly, I'll just ask you again: do you support Donald Trump?
Do I support him? Not on everything he does, but on some things, yeah.
Like, would you vote for him if you could go back?
Depends on who the other candidate is.
Kamala Harris.
No.
You wouldn't vote for Donald Trump?
I just told you I would vote for Donald Trump if it was Kamala Harris.
Kamala. Okay, so then you do still support him. Okay, so then you would still support a candidate held civilly liable of sexually abusing a woman?
Over Harris, yes. Based on that case, yeah.
Okay, all right. Would you vote for Donald Trump if he was held civilly liable of sexually abusing a child?
No.
Against Kamala Harris?
I just said I wouldn't vote for him if he got convicted of that.
Okay, so if the only difference between these two scenarios is that in one scenario the victim is a child, and in one scenario the victim's an adult. So what makes it so different specifically about the scenarios that the victim's an adult and a victim's a child? That means that it's not excessively bad for Donald Trump to sexually abuse a woman.
No, I think it's your disingenuous question because I know the case that you're talking about. The other case I don't. And then you're trying to pin the two together and hold me accountable for it.
Are you assuming my intentional states? I thought we couldn't do that.
No, that's exactly what you're doing.
I thought we couldn't do that. I thought we couldn't call people disingenuous. Actually, I think you're incredibly rude right now for calling me disingenuous. How fucking rude of you. Learn some manners.
I like that. You turned it against me. Good job, Parker. That was clever. Touche, my friend. Touche. So back to your original question. I know the E. Jean Carroll case. I don't know the other case that you're talking about.
Okay. I'm referencing the E. Jean Carroll case.
Sure. Okay.
And the case I said, I'm just giving a hypothetical example where the case, the same standard of evidence is true for the case, same evidence provided, but the victim's a child. And I think it's intuitively obvious to you that you wouldn't support him if the victim were a child, but for some reason you do support him when the victim's an adult. And I'm just saying, like, I don't think that you can give me a relevant difference between the two scenarios insofar as that you'd be able to say that, like, you'd vote for him in one scenario but not the other.
Well, I think you just changed the criteria of your hypothetical. No,
The only difference is the age. That's it.
that's the only difference in your
That is
hypothetical.
literally the only difference from reality.
Well, I think I think what would happen would have been different. No.
Wait, so repeat that?
Yeah, I mean you're changing the hypothetical to it's totally different scenarios. Like, what are you talking about? You can't make a hypothetical like that
Why not?
because it's a hypothetical. It's not real.
What's wrong with the hypothetical? Can I ask you a question? Did you eat today?
No, I'm actually fasting.
Okay. What would you have felt like if you did eat?
What would I have felt?
Yeah.
I don't know, fatter than I am. I don't know.
You would have felt full. So that's an answer to a hypothetical, right? If you would have responded the same way that you just responded to the hypothetical I would have provided, you would have said, "Oh, I didn't eat today." That's a ridiculous hypothetical.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, why didn't you respond that
game.
way?
I like your game you're playing, Parker. It's good. You have any other games we can play?
You see how I just used a hypothetical to prove how hypotheticals are relevant?
Sure. And I lied. I ate chicken nuggets. So what are you going to do about it?
Okay, so what would you have felt like if you didn't eat?
I would have felt skinnier.
No, you wouldn't have felt skinnier. You would have felt hungry.
Hey, wait, how are you going to tell me in this hypothetical how I would feel?
Because you can't feel skinny, right? In that
Why?
respect, just because you didn't eat chicken one day, right?
So you're telling me how I can and can't feel? That seems pretty authoritarian, Parker, in your hypothetical. Are you an authoritarian?
You know what? I won't say you can't feel that. I would just say that I don't think that you did feel that way in that particular scenario, right? Given that it is the case that, like, you're the way that you're saying it.
So you're going to
apologize. You
pivot off
definitely
your
can.
authoritarian view? That's good.
I will actually, yes.
All right. You
And
going to give me the
I wouldn't
W on that
consider
one?
it authoritarian. No, because it's not authoritarian.
Telling people how they feel is pretty authoritarian in my view.
No, it's not.
All right. Well, I guess we have a difference of opinion. That's fair. See, Parker, we're becoming friends, and you didn't even know it.
Do you think my therapist telling me how I feel in a certain scenario is authoritarian?
Maybe. I don't know.
This guy.
Depends on how you feel about it, no? If you feel it's authoritarian, would you then say it's authoritarian?
No, because it's that doesn't sound like it makes sense to me.
Okay. Well, then maybe for you it wouldn't work. Maybe for other people.
If you felt like I was right, would you say I was right?
Yeah, that's how you feel, man.
That's great to hear.
Feelings are subjective, right?
Yeah. Can we go back to what I was actually saying?
Yeah, go ahead. See, man, we're becoming friends, and you don't even know it.
Hypotheticals seriously have real value, and they seriously do demonstrate things. And the hypothetical that I provided just changes the age of the victim, and it demonstrates to you that in the scenario in which the victim is a child, right, it is so morally reprehensible that happened to the child, insofar as that you're not willing to support the person that did that to the child. But if the victim was an adult, you don't say that it was so morally reprehensible that you wouldn't support the candidate for some reason.
I think the difference would be is I think I would believe the child more because they don't have the mind or brain to conjure up the story that E. Jean Carroll did. So I think I would tend to believe the child more. Okay. So I would agree. I wouldn't vote for him if it was a child. Yep. I would tend to believe the child.
Okay. So again, in terms of the standard of evidence, there's no difference in standard of evidence that I said that was provided, and you just say,
yeah, that's fine.
Yeah, and you think that
so if it was a child, I wouldn't
if there's no difference in the probability of it being true, right? Would you?
Well, there is a difference. One's an adult and one's a child.
I'm giving a scenario where they have the same probability, because you would agree that there are some adults and some children that have the same probability of lying or not lying, right? So I'm giving an explicit example where there's a child, right, and an adult with the exact same, right, likelihood of lying.
Yeah, okay. And I answered your question.
In that scenario, would it be the case that you would vote for him even if you were held civilly liable of sexually abusing the child that had a greater likelihood of lying?
Yeah, I think I have a bias when it comes to a child. I would automatically default to no. So yes.
Oh, okay. So then it's seemingly that, like, it doesn't matter in terms of the likelihood of lying.
No, I have a bias. You're right.
So then it doesn't seem like you have a reason there. Kind of demonstrating my point that you should see, right, sexually abusing a woman to be excessively bad insofar as that you shouldn't vote for someone, but you don't.
No, because I'm going off the facts of the case.
What do you mean?
I went off the facts of the case and what happened in the history of what's happened leading up to the
I just want to let you know, I just gave you an example of both of the scenarios, right, having the same set of evidence.
Yeah, I know what you're trying to trap me in. I get it. I understand your point. It's not going over my head.
Okay, well, if they have the same set of evidence, you can't dispute based upon the lack of evidence.
Yes, I can, because one's a
No, you can't, because they have the same level of
Yes,
evidence.
I can, because one's coming from a child and one's coming from
But
an
I
adult.
gave you an
It's two
example of
different
a
things.
child and adult that have the same probability of lying.
Sure. Okay. That's fine. We can move on.
So I'm sorry.
I'm not going to change
You
my
don't
answer.
want you don't want to respond to my point here. Does that are you?
I did respond to your point. You just want me to keep responding.
It sounds like you're crashing out a little bit.
I'm not actually.
It does.
I know you want me to.
It sounds like you're crashing out, man, because you're not answering.
Parker, you will never
you're not answering the hypothetical, bro.
I did answer that. Here's a hypothetical. Where in a hypothetical would you ever apologize to me for what you did earlier?
Never once.
Never?
Nope. I would never apologize to you.
Why?
Because I don't think you deserve the apology.
And there's no hypothetical.
Didn't I already apologize to you, dude? Chill, bro.
No. So there's no hypothetical you would ever apologize to me.
Dude, I was joking, bro.
All right, good. So you are apologizing?
I would apologize, given that you were like a genuine human.
Thank you. So in a hypothetical world, if I was a genuine human being, you'd apologize to me.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. I think you should probably do that.
You're not a genuine human being, so.
Would a genuine human being wake up and eat chicken nuggets?
Yes. Yes, a non-genuine.
There you go. All right. In a hypothetical world.
And there are also disingenuous people that wake up and eat chicken nuggets, so I don't know what your point is.
Exactly. So what's the difference between the two people who eat chicken nuggets and who don't?
All right. I'm not going to respond to this. Get off my live. You're providing nothing of use. You got cooked. You got cooked. Point blank, period. All right, everyone. Do we keep debate here for a little bit longer, or should we go over to Dean's live? We're like 3.5 hours. That means I probably have like 2.5 hours left on the live or so. 3 hours. Go join Dean. Go join Dean. All right, here. You know what? I'll join Dean, but okay. I need people in the TikTok to go to my YouTube, okay? Go to my YouTube. That's the only place I'm going to be. Now everyone's going to go to Dean, okay? Go to my YouTube, please. Please go to my YouTube, okay? If you're on YouTube, please stay. Please stay. Please, please. Okay. I love everyone so much. I'm going to go over to Dean's live. But go to my YouTube, please. Please, okay? And make sure to subscribe to the YouTube. I love y'all. All right, everyone. I'll see y'all. Go to Dean's. Do Parker Raid. Love from Parker. Parker Raid. Love from Parker. Dean's live. Parker Raid. Love from Parker if you're going to go there. Otherwise, go to my YouTube. I would love y'all so much. All right, YouTube. I wish I could just join in on my PC. Like, why can't I just join in on my PC, bro? Isn't that diabolical? Like, Loki, I need a thing that splits into both. All right, here I'll switch this now. So I'll be a little bit quieter, I guess.
As because of the illegal immigrants, and he like, I mean, I don't support like mass deportation, but like if you come to the country illegal, then why should they?
Oh, I didn't even request. Why is my audio not working? Oh, okay, cut it unplugged.
America are like slow as fuck. Okay, they are really difficult to go through because our Congress has neglected them for like all of modern American history, right? It's seriously terrible. Now, nobody wants to be an undocumented immigrant. See, they have it hard, right? They can't get an ID, they can't get a driver's license, they can't file for a return on the taxes that they pay to the IRS as they are W-2 employees. They can't go to the bank and get a loan to buy a house. They are mistreated by our government. They're under the constant threat of being deported. Right now, they're under the constant threat of having their human rights violated. Okay, right? So why would so many individuals opt for undocumented entry? Well, it's because the legal means of entry are so slow and unattainable. And for that reason, I would place most of the blame for undocumented entry into America on the American government, right? So I actually think that it's our responsibility to fix the legal means of entry into America, to make them faster, more attainable, to reduce undocumented entry. And then it's also our responsibility to turn around and ask everybody that entered with the use of undocumented means if they want to have a pathway to residency or citizenship, given that they haven't committed prior violent offenses, right? And that's why I completely disagree with mass deportation, because you're just further fucking over the people that you've already fucked over, and you are really hurting this country because those people that you're fucking over, the mass deportation, pay $100 per year in taxes, contribute $300 per year. And they ran away. We're going to move on to the next guest. We're also going to go and get Parker up here. What's going on, Parker?
What's up?
Bro, did you get hit by like a crazy lag spike 30 minutes ago?
I didn't get hit with a big one, no.
I got hit with a big one. So see, we were at like 13,000 people, and then we got hit with a crazy lag spike, and we went down to 7. We're like climbing back up.
You know, that's been happening. So I just want to clarify to everyone in the chat. That's what's been happening to me every single time I go live on my main account, and that's why I haven't been live on my main account, and why I can only go live on my girlfriend's account. It's really, really ridiculous.
But I was like looking at like TikTok down detector. It looked like a TikTok wide problem. Like there was like 50,000 reports on TikTok down detector when my live stream was.
How is I not lagging?
I don't know. You got lucky, I guess. What's up,
Dude,
Marcus? Are you MAGA?
I swear they give me like my own server, and then they just like fuck with me on that server. Like,
right. Marcus, you MAGA?
Yes, sir.
Okay, how old are you, man?
I'm 19.
Cool. Before we hop into a debate, gotta thank Dakota for the $10 over on Venmo, saying that you're the type of MF to give a mouse a cookie, and I fuck with that. With love, your biggest op, Trench Wolfer. Okay, I don't know who this Dakota guy is, but I like him. Can we show some love to Dakota down below in that chat? I'd also like to thank Doreen for the $5 over on PayPal. Shout out to Dakota and Doreen and Marcus. Take it away.
Let me say thank you to big old Bucky. Thank you for the $5. Thank you so much, Bucky. Thank you, Bucky.
I don't necessarily fully support Donald Trump, but I guess I'd say I'd support him more than I supported Biden. And I don't agree with everything he does.
So why would you even support him more than the attorney? Like, why support the rapist felon more than the attorney prosecutor? Let's hear it, man. I'm open ears, wide open to listen to you.
So, I don't really keep up with all this shit. I don't really care. I live my life day to day. Is there proof? Is there proof on that he's
he's adjudicated
a rapist? Well, that doesn't really mean shit. People get falsely acquitted for shit they don't do all the time.
So you don't think that a court determination matters? Okay. Is Epstein innocent?
I didn't say it didn't matter. I just said there's shit happens every day where people get acquitted for stuff they didn't do.
Okay, so if you don't accept civil courts, you won't accept the civil courts against undocumented immigrants, right?
I just like to feel free to answer Parker's question, but then I want to finish on my thought there.
Yeah, go ahead.
No, I want you to answer Parker's question, and then I'll finish up my thought.
As far as that goes, I don't necessarily not support it, but I don't necessarily support it at the same time. I don't agree with mass deportation, but I also don't agree with
I was just saying, would you look at civil cases related to undocumented immigrants? Like that's what determines whether or not they should be deported, or that's what determines whether or not they should be in the country. How old are you?
I'm 19.
What year were you born in?
2006, May of 2006.
Yeah, you're 19. All right, man. Think about it this way. So basically, when a court determined unanimously, a jury of 9 determined that Donald Trump is a rapist. Okay, and you're saying that you don't really care about that because courts can be wrong.
I don't say, it's not that I don't care. It's just courts can be wrong.
Do you typically believe courts? Like, for instance, like the civil court that held that one guy Cosby liable. No, not. Cosby. But who am I thinking about? The glove didn't fit. Must have quit. What was his name?
O.J. Simpson.
O.J. Simpson. So I mean, like a civil court determined that O.J. Simpson was guilty. Like, do you agree that O.J. Simpson was guilty?
There's certain things that point to him being guilty. I'm not familiar with the whole O.J. Simpson, court date or court deal and all that.
You're not familiar with that. What about like Epstein?
Epstein. Did you ask me questions? I don't know.
You don't know anything about Epstein either. Okay. Well, I mean, how about we talk about something else then? Because I mean, if you're just gonna kind of come up here with this attitude that like no matter what, even if a court finds Trump guilty, you're still not gonna believe it. Like, I just don't think I'll be able to convince you of jack shit. You know what I mean? But like, what I'd recommend is like definitely like attempting to leave this cult that you're a member of, right? I think that you're just absolutely a member of a cult when your like leader is like found to have done something very wrong, and then unanimous jury of 9 agrees that he did something very wrong, and without like any research you reject it and you're like, he's innocent. You know what I mean? But how about we talk about the reasons why you do like Trump? Like, do you want to bring up a reason why you're a fan?
Yeah, sure. I agree with his military stuff. Like,
what about his military stuff?
Dude, I'm not a fucking politician, so I can't answer the questions like you want me to.
Dude, but like, come on. If like your only argument is that you like Trump because of his quote unquote military stuff, I mean, like that's not like a substantive position that I could debate, right?
It's
That's
not.
just, like,
It's
a
not
very
even
baseless
really that
claim.
It's not even really that I fucking love Trump. Like some people are like, fucking Trump's the
But
greatest.
like, do you
dude
just
in
have
the
like
world.
any reason why you think that Trump is an all right president that I could contest? Like any reason at all? Like even one?
Well, no, not really. Because anything I say, you're just gonna argue with. I mean,
all right, Marcus, I gotta kick you.
Yeah,
man.
he's
I'm
gonna
sorry.
argue on you. A debate live. Yeah.
All right.
Wow. Oh.
Yeah, I gotta kick you for that, Marcus. I'm not gonna lie. What's up, Destiny? You support Trump?
I'm from America. I'm of age, and I do support Trump. I meet all your criteria. So this is great.
Age, please.
I'm 19 years old.
Yeah, buddy, get the fuck out of here.
What?
Yeah. Guys, go to drop a maggot down below in that chat if you do want to join up and have a debate with us on stream here today, right now.
Wait, did
While
you
we're
kick him
getting
off
the
'cause
next
you don't
guest.
believe him?
Yeah, he laughed while he was saying his age. Yeah, dude's a fetus. Dude's a troll.
Oh, Dean Parker! You can't get rid of me. You can't get rid of me.
Get out of here. Get out of here. How did they even know? Like, the name was just Brian with a black profile picture. How the fuck did they... Oh my God, I don't even know. Let's see here. Miko, thank you for the $15 over on PayPal. That is MIKO. They say, thank you so much for supporting Ukraine. I'm a Ukrainian U.S. citizen. Keep cooking, Medine. Miko, I love you. I hope that you're doing all right, and I hope that any family you have in Ukraine is also doing all right. Shout out, Miko. What's up, Christian Everett? You support Trump?
Kind of, yeah.
Kind of. How old are you?
20.
Oh, are you British?
No, I'm South African.
Oh, dude, I'm sorry. That's now the second time I've confused a South African accent for a British accent. Yeah, sure. Are you in America? Are you an American?
No, I'm actually in France, but I've got something to...
Okay, I'm sorry. We are only looking to debate individuals from America, so we're going to go to get that next guest. I really hope this next guest loads in. Their profile picture just makes them look insane. What's up, Mewy? Are you of age? How old are you? They left pretty quick. No, I really wanted to talk to Mewy. I really wanted to talk to Mewy. That's so sad. We're going to go to get that next guest, guys. Please, if you're in that queue, make sure that you're at least 18 and ready and willing to come up here and have a debate with us. Also, if you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. What's up, Jace? You support Trump?
Yeah, man. I fuck with Trump, but I don't agree with everything he does. But
Yeah. Can you disconnect us from whatever Bluetooth device you're speaking to us through? Just turn Bluetooth off on your phone. The audio quality will just be a billion times better. You know what I mean?
Billion.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm not
Now all
on
of a
the
sudden,
street and shit, you know what I mean?
yeah, now we can just hear you more billion times better. Are you driving though?
Nah. Just
word. I mean, I can hear that you're in a car. Are you like in a passenger seat?
yeah. I'm not driving.
Okay, all right. Well, tell us why you support Trump.
Well, I like. I'm not totally against like mass deportation. To be 100% real with you, but like I don't fuck with like the way they're doing it. You know what I mean? Because I feel like one way or another we got to get people that are illegal and like the bad people out. You know what I mean? So like,
And we gotta get the bad people out. How come you put the worst in the Oval Office?
what? Oh nah, I didn't even vote. To be honest with you, like I wanted to vote for Trump, but I was late to the thing and I didn't vote for him. The main reason I wanted to vote for Trump was for RFK. I actually like I've been listening to you. I'm like, damn, this man's low key spitting some shit right now. So it's like I just kind of want to get like why you like Kamala Harris. I'm just kind of curious because to be honest, I've only been stuck on like the conservative side of things, like where I only hear good things about Trump, and I'm like, fuck, like shut the fuck up. Like I'm sick of hearing you guys blaze this dude.
Sure. Well, first and foremost, can you just have like the driver say hi real quick, just so I can make sure that you're in the passenger seat?
Yo, what's up, man? You hear him?
I think that was the same person. If I was wrong, I'm sorry. If I was wrong and that wasn't the same person, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Jace, if you're listening right now and that was a separate person, okay, like just know that I apologize. What's up, Mew? You're back. How we doing?
Bro, Dean, you think I'm sexy, you said?
No, I didn't say that. How old are you?
I look like a beast in my profile. You think I'm cute?
How old are you?
I'm like 9, bro.
That's crazy.
Bro, this next generation's fucked, man.
Bro, this next generation's fucked, man.
Oh, they got an echo. We're gonna move on to this next guest. Like this next generation is not gonna be all right. The fuck was that, dude? What's up, Mr. Ace? You support Trump?
Oh, I'm in here and I'm shaving my mustache. That's crazy. How are y'all doing?
I'm doing all right. Are you?
I'm so sorry. I was listening to what y'all are saying. I'm 19. Parker, I'm the dude that you kicked because you thought I was 20, but I'm here now. You remember?
Okay, so do you support Trump?
Yes, I do.
Oh my God! Why would you ever support such a terrible president?
So I'm gonna hit you with an Uno. Why do you think that Trump is such a bad guy? And then we'll go off.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I could either write you a doctoral thesis, I could give you a 10-page research paper, I could give you a paragraph, or I could give you a sentence. Which one do you want here?
Let's do a 5-paragraph essay.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Well, I think that Donald Trump is a terrible president for a multitude of reasons. I particularly would convey these reasons split into 3 categories. These 3 categories are going to be character, domestic policy, and foreign policy. We'll start off with the first category of character. I think that his character is poor because he's an adjudicated rapist. He's a convicted 34-count felon. He's incredibly xenophobic and Islamophobic. During 2015, he advocated for a total and complete shutdown of all new Muslims coming into the country. It's also the case that he's racist. He called for the birther myth of Barack Obama, just basically telling people that Obama was born in Kenya, so because he was black, therefore they shouldn't vote for him as he's not a U.S. citizen. He also said that you could racially profile immigrants. He also called for the death penalty of the exonerated Central Park Five. And in 1973, he was held civilly liable for not renting to black people by the Justice Department of the state of New York. Okay, I also think that he's incredibly misogynistic. He's openly boasted about walking into the changing rooms of naked teenagers to look at them while they're naked. He also openly boasted to doing the same thing to adult women at Miss USA. He also said that the best thing that could ever happen to a woman is pregnancy. He also has had some very odd friends in the past. He's defended Diddy, saying that he loves him. He's defended Epstein, saying he likes young girls just like him. Not to mention that another fact of his character that I don't like is his inability to tell the truth and his inability to make a distinction between what is true and what is false. For instance, he told over 30K confirmed lies during his first presidency. When he lost the 2020 election, he baby raged so hard that he's been lying about the outcome of the 2020 election ever since, as well as we had an advisor in his first administration just come out and say that he can't make a clear distinction between what's true and what's false. The most recent piece of evidence to show that he's literally delusional is the fact that the day before yesterday, he shared an article on Truth Social saying that Biden was executed in 2020 and replaced with a robotic clone, all right? So dude is a straight up incoherent, delusional, raging narcissist, racist, misogynist, friends with weird people, idiot, right? And that's like a fair summation of his character. So now moving on to the second category of domestic policy. Well, he sucks for the economy. He's going to add more debt to our country with one bill than every penny spent by Biden and Harris in the last 4 years related to non-COVID related expenditure. He sucks for inflation. That bill is going to cause inflation, and almost all Republicans in Congress right now agree. Just go check Elon Musk's Twitter feed. Not to mention Elon Musk, his right-hand man and the smartest person in the world, said that this BBB, Donald Trump's biggest accomplishment, is just an absolutely disgusting, atrocious, terrible bill. So obviously he's not an effective legislator. He's also bad for women's rights. He instructed the Supreme Court to overturn Roe v. Wade. What's the outcome? 60 pregnant rape victims per day are now denied access to abortion, and 66 million American women and girls don't have elective access. I view every single one of those as a human rights violation. Not to mention, his plan of mass deportation places America last. It defunds our government $100 billion per year in revenue because that's what they pay in taxes. It reduces GDP growth by $300 billion per year because that's what they contribute to the GDP. And it weakens the American labor force because it's forcing millions of people out of it. And then one last thing about his domestic policy is that he's a constitutional threat. Okay, he's a maniac. He's a fascist. He fulfills all 14 characteristics, and he doesn't care about the Constitution. In 2022, he called explicitly for its termination, and then 2 weeks ago, he told an ABC News reporter that he doesn't know if he has to hold to it. I mean, what a fucking maniac, all right? And we have, like, real-world examples of this, too. He didn't hold to the Constitution and threw our civil and electoral processes out the fucking window when he tried to steal the election from Biden in 2020, and that's not speculative. He literally admitted to it in court 3 times, all right? And now in his second administration, he violated the constitutional rights of Abrigo Garcia. It's a Supreme Court that says it's not me. He violated the constitutional rights of multiple droves of Venezuelan immigrants. In one circumstance, a judge ordered him to turn planes around with Venezuelan immigrants on them because he didn't give them due process. Donald Trump didn't listen to the judge. In another circumstance, he tried to deport a group of Venezuelan immigrants in northern Texas under the Alien Enemies Act. SCOTUS ruled that he didn't give them due process, so he couldn't enact the bill. And once again, the summation of this all is just to go to show that he doesn't care about human rights. He doesn't care about the American Constitution. And he is just a fucking embarrassment of a quote-unquote patriot, right? Now, onto the third category about his foreign policy. He fucking sucks for Ukraine. He's fallen victim to all of Putin's propaganda. No wonder we have leaked Kremlin documents where Putin calls him easy to manipulate. No wonder we have leaked Kremlin documents where Putin's like, I'm so happy that my propaganda trying to convince Americans that they're giving too much money to Ukraine is working. And it did work when Donald Trump defunded all humanitarian aid to them, and he said that he could get that war done in 24 hours. Well, guess what? Zelensky agreed to 5 ceasefire agreements, then Putin threw every single one out of the fucking window, then went for the rest of their country when they're in a weakened state because we stopped giving them humanitarian aid. What a fucking disaster about foreign policy. And don't even get me started on Israel. Dude said explicitly that he wants to go into the Gaza Strip. He wants to expel the 1.3 million Palestinians living there, forcefully giving them no right to return. That can be defined as ethnic cleansing according to the definition provided to us by Oxford Language. So this dude literally wants to ethnically cleanse Palestine with U.S. money, with U.S. troops. And then guess what? The cherry on top is once he does ethnically cleanse the Palestinians, he wants to level the Gaza Strip, steal their land, build a Riviera, and then gift it to Benjamin Netanyahu, who has 2 arrest warrants out for himself at the hand of the ICJ. So, oh my God, what just a loser. He has no clue what he's doing. And just one last word here. I gave you my reasons why his character sucks. I gave you my reasons why his domestic policy sucks. And I gave you my reasons why his foreign policy sucks. And you won't be able to refute a single one of the points I made, because if I were to ask you to give me a single clip of Donald Trump speaking intelligently about anything in the last 50 years, you wouldn't be able to give me a single fucking clip. There's not a single time he stood in front of a podium and spoken into a mic about any goddamn policy and sounded half as coherent as my family fucking dog, right? So that's the cherry on top. But anyways, that's why I don't like Trump.
Holy shit, dude. How fucking... Somebody time that. That was like... Dean, that was literally you yapping for like 15 minutes. Okay, that was not 15. That was not 15. That was like 7 to 10 minutes. Dean, you should post that
I got a lot of reasons why I don't like Trump.
You should post that as a YouTube video. The longest yap of all time. The longest Dean... I think that was the longest Dean yap. I'm serious.
I got a lot of reasons why I don't like the guy. So, Mr. Ace, you asked me for a 5 paragraph essay on why I don't like Trump. I hope I delivered.
I should have asked for like a 2 sentence, but you know, it was like, let's start off. Let's start off.
Yeah, Ace, how the fuck do you respond to that?
I just gotta break it down in my mind. So I don't want to. Me personally, I do not want to debate the grape thing. I listened to your live yesterday. It just you kept on going back. What was the dude's name? It was the dude that Parker tried to debate. That you didn't like. That said he was cooking you.
Tortilla.
What?
I think his name was Torta. That was his name.
Yeah, torta. I don't know. Either one. So reason why I support him, he's a businessman, as we know, right? And everybody says the economy isn't the greatest right now. Stocks went up very much so when he first got into office. I will admit. Bitcoin has gone up, but it's not the highest it can be. If you look at everything, and if I'm correct when I say this, if you want a businessman in office, the economy will be so much more better than it is with someone that's not a business person. So Kamala Harris, not a business.
Kamala. I have a question. Can you name one good businessman with 6 bankruptcies?
Do you have $5 billion in your bank?
I have a question. Do you have $400 billion?
Because
no, but
Elon
you know who
Musk
does?
thinks his policy
Elon Musk
is horrible. He thinks it's dog shit.
Yeah. How about we read a quote from Elon Musk posted on Twitter today about Donald Trump's biggest accomplishment yet, the big, beautiful bill. So, in fact, Elon Musk called the big, beautiful bill a disgusting abomination. So, I just want to ask you a quick question. If Donald Trump is as good of a businessman as you paint him to be, how come his economic policy, which should be driven by his gallant business experience, is being called a disgusting abomination by the richest man alive, who definitely doesn't have a bias against Donald Trump because he's literally his right-hand man?
Good point. What you said earlier, the 5-paragraph essay, that kind of scrambled my brain, so I'm trying to, debate. But Dean.
Are you liberal yet, bro?
No, I'm not, and I'll never be. But
what do you mean you'll never be? Are you
Respectful.
saying you're always going to be a cult member?
I'm not. It's not a cult. I'm respectful.
If you will always be that way, no matter what, that's a cult.
No, because crime went up by 6% during 2020 during Biden's inauguration. It went up by
2020. Who was president in 2020?
Huh?
Who was president in 2020?
Was it not Biden? Or am I dumb?
No, it wasn't. It wasn't Biden. I'm not going to call you dumb, but it wasn't Biden. It was Trump.
No, I have to be the dumbest person because. No.
Please feel free. Go on Google. Type in Biden's inauguration day. It'll say January 21st or 22nd, 2021.
Biden's inauguration.
Dude, I kind of feel bad for this guy. I'm not gonna lie.
Dude, I'm sorry. Why'd you turn your camera on? Why did you turn your camera on, bro? That made it worse.
I feel bad. I
was gonna raise my hand, and kept going. I raised my hand, so I started eating my burger, and then I ate my burger. Okay, back to what I was saying. I think.
What is the likelihood that someone from this live or sees this on their YouTube sees you in real life after this? What is the likelihood, Dean? What do you think it is?
Yeah, relatively low.
You think so?
I mean, 11,000 people, 400, 500 million people in the United States.
Well, I mean, like, there'll be clips. There'll be YouTube videos.
I don't know. But anyways, go back to what I was saying. I'm not gonna waste your guys' time. My brain scrambled. I came up here. I respect you guys' opinion. I respect everything, but I support Trump. But
I mean, I will happily give you the mic to make an argument if you'd like to.
Okay, you just gotta give me a second.
Can you give us the longest rant of why you support Donald Trump?
How about this? While you're thinking about something, while you're loading up, I gotta thank Natalie for the $100 donation over on Venmo. Let's get 1,000 Natalie W's down below. Natalie says, "Pop off, sir." That was like listening to slam poetry. If I enjoyed slam poetry, that's great. Thank you for the love, Natalie. I don't know. He asked for an essay. I gave him an essay. I appreciate you for the $100 donation.
Yes,
Y'all. Let's show some goddamn love to Natalie down below in that chat. That is crazy. I'd also like to thank Lizzie for the $10 on Venmo saying absolutely cooked. I appreciate you, Lindsay, as well as Abby for the $65 donation on Venmo. Abby says, "You rock." Enough said. Abby, I love you. Thank you for the $65 donation. That is so much goddamn money. I do not deserve this at all. Seriously, Natalie and Abby, you guys are the best people ever, guys. Thank you so much for your love. Everybody, please show some love to them down below in that chat. I would also like to thank Roger for the $10 and Jonathan with a 5. Thank you both so very much. But yeah, man, take it away.
So, I like Trump.
Yeah, why?
Yeah, go ahead. Give us like the longest rant you can to support him.
Okay, so back in 2016 when he ran first time against Hillary Clinton, everybody knows the common misconceptions of what happened. But how do you feel? No. Let's talk about 2016 election. Prime Hillary Clinton.
This motherfucker's cracking me up. You're cracking me up, dude.
Prime Hillary Clinton. How do you feel about the Russian documents? What do you feel about
Prime
that?
Clinton. Yeah, well, I mean, the Russian documents are more so what was proven by the Mueller report is that people on Trump's administration, as well as his personal advisor, Rudy Giuliani, did collude with Russia to push propaganda in the American media to help Trump get elected. Okay, right? That was proved. So, I mean, if anything, this should give you reason to not like Trump. But, I mean, like, hopefully the reason why you support Trump today isn't because of Hillary Clinton, right?
No, I was I'm 19 now. How old was I back in 26? 5, 9. I was 10.
Very nice.
Good for you.
So why do you support Trump right now? Today, when you think of Donald Trump, the first thing that comes to your head is awe-inspiring gallant king. I mean, president, not king. Sorry, Freudian slip, right? Like, what do you think drives that feeling of yours in that heart and brain? Why do you like Trump right now, today?
Military superior.
Oh, wait, 1 second. I'm so sorry. Sarah just donated me $5 on Venmo. Sarah said, "I will donate you $100 if MAGA can give a real policy or reason." Bro, okay. Sarah just said she would donate me $100 if you can name one of Trump's policies.
Bro, please. We're going to get you.
Please.
Name one Trump policy.
Come on, Mr. Ace, please.
I'm not a pro debater. I never claimed to be. I never
One policy, bro. Come on, please. One Trump policy, please.
I never claimed to be a fighter.
Dude, are you cool?
Okay, Bryce Hall. Oh,
come on,
no.
bro. Sarah just said she'd donate me $100 if you can name one Trump policy, bro. One, just one.
So I would immigration.
That's a word.
No. Give us a specific policy. Come on. Oh no.
Oh no.
Yeah. You know that 5-page essay.
Oh jeez. Fuck,
Bro,
dude. That's
Fuck,
unfortunate.
Dude. Oh man, I could have made the big bucks today, dude. I could have been
something,
swimming
but
in
I'm not gonna say it.
Yeah.
Naomi,
but,
thank you for the $5 and Haley, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you.
Ace,
Thank you so
Mr.
much,
Ace, I'm
Haley.
gonna move on, bro. Listen, I know that you said you're never gonna stop supporting Trump. You should. All right, you seem like a decent dude. I just think that you need to get a decent head on your shoulders too, and just seek truth, leave the GOP, become base, become progressive. Right? It's a new hot thing. It's in. It'll make you better. To make you better for the world, it'll make the world better for you. So, you know what I mean. I'm gonna move on to the next guest. What is going on, Audrey? How old are you?
I'm 19.
Yeah, do you support Trump, Audrey? I
do.
have a tone in your voice that says that you do.
I do.
How do I know? Like, I don't know. There's just like certain like tone of voice that when I hear it, I'm like, yeah, they support Trump.
I think it's just whether
okay.
they're trolling or not, because people who are trolling have a tone of voice.
Yeah, Audrey. Do you support Trump because you're Christian and pro-life?
No, I'm not religious.
Oh, okay. All right.
And I'm pro-choice.
Swing and a miss. Okay, we'll get there. That's crazy. But take it away. Why do you support Trump? Immigration?
No.
Wow. Okay. I'll let you tell us why. I'm sorry. Take it away.
My biggest thing that I support Trump for is I am a female athlete, and women's sports need to be protected.
Okay, so like you want to protect women?
Protect women's sports.
So just women's sports. You don't care about protecting women. You
I
just
do care about protecting women, but the topic I want to talk about specifically now is keeping women's sports women.
not protecting women.
I just have an idea. So
I
mean,
do
like,
agree that I want to protect women. The topic I want to talk about right now
for sure.
is keeping women's sports women.
So let me offer you an idea here. So you told us that you're pro-choice. So like obviously you're gonna agree that like there's no good reason to, and I promise this is relevant. So obviously you could agree that there's no reason to infringe upon like a woman or girl's access to abortion, right? Like you think that they should have that access. Therefore, there's no good reason to deny them that access, right?
I just don't. I believe that the U.S. is just very broad, state to state. You can't just find, like, state to state. It's also very different cultures and very different. So I don't I don't disagree with his ideas like about bringing it back to the states. I do support yes, abortion, like having access to it can. There are like medical reasons like where the mother's life needs to be saved and the baby who's 4 weeks in utero should not be put over the priority of the female, of the woman, of the mother. So I do understand that there are reasons and reasons of like rape, like the
but like in the 97% of abortions that are elective, like you think that's wrong. So you're actually not pro-choice, you're pro-life.
No. I know that there are women that need like an abortion.
So for like the 90%, for the 97% of abortions that are elective, meaning that a woman just wants an abortion, right? There's no medical necessity. She wasn't a victim of rape, etc. Like, do you think that they should have legal access? They should be able to choose?
I honestly do believe that women have their reasons. I personally would not, but I understand that women have their reasons for getting them. It could mess up a woman's life like a lot.
So legally they should be able to.
So legally they should be able to. So this is my point. So then you agree that there's no good reason to stop a woman from getting an abortion, because at the end of the day you still agree that they should be legally allowed to. Could I just get a yes or no to this question?
I'm still like iffy on like can I hear what you're trying to say before you catch me in like something where you're gonna
I'm not gonna catch you on something. I'm just asking you if like because you're pro-choice, you think women should have legal access, that there's like not good reason to stop a woman from
support
legally access.
Trump bringing it back to the states.
Okay, well, I mean,
so
if you're pro-choice and you like actually you're still not answering my question. Is there or is there not good reason to restrict a woman's access to elective abortions?
Some of them, yes. Some women use it as a birth control.
Okay, what does that mean?
Meaning, instead of keeping themselves from getting pregnant in the first place, they'll just get pregnant. They don't always take the proper like procedures to keep from getting pregnant in the first place, and they'll just go get abortion after abortion after abortion.
Okay, well, I mean, it sounds like you just kind of want to punish women because you've already kind of agreed that you don't really value the fetus all too much. And like in the circumstances where you don't think women should be able to access abortion, it has nothing to do with the fetus or the pregnancy. Yeah, when you said that you think the individual should be able to choose if they like kill it or not. I mean, like typically if you're okay with people choosing to kill humans, you probably don't like find those humans too morally valuable. But like in the circumstances that you don't think women should have that choice.
I understand why other women. I said I would never get an abortion.
Okay, all right, but that's going to be like the extrinsic value that you would apply to a fetus in your uterus, not necessarily intrinsic value that would exist in all fetuses and all uteruses, right? But like the point that I'm making here is that you are okay with most abortions, meaning that you don't place intrinsic value on the fetus, but you're not okay with some abortions where you think that women are abusing it. And I guess when I hear this stance, the first thing that comes to my mind is basically the idea that you're not really pro-life, you're pro-control, because you basically look at women that you deem as irresponsible, that you deem as reckless, that uphold different norms and beliefs in the context of romance, intimacy, and sex than you do, and you want to punish them for making those irresponsible, quote-unquote, reckless decisions. This is a bad position because of what it would entail for these children, all right? Because basically, under your view, if there's just a woman that is taking no precaution to prevent pregnancy, engaging in sex recklessly, and they're so irresponsible, well, why would we want to force irresponsible, reckless women to be mothers? Okay, what kind of rebounding effects is that going to have on the children? Like, also not to mention that this completely shifts the family dynamic away from financially well-off consenting adults that desire right to start a family, that want to have children, into forcing 18, 19, 20-year-old boys and girls into being moms and dads. So that's a terrible view. And then on top of that, additionally, right, I don't think that the issue in the context of a woman that does get multiple abortions is going to be the abortion. All right, it's just probably going to be a lack of education in the context of like sex, right? And that's why I advocate for sex ed in all public schools, as well as I advocate for access to contraceptives, easy and free for everyone, right? And I feel like that is probably what we should focus on, not just like banning their ability to access abortion. Like, think about it this way. If there's just a chain smoker who smokes their whole fucking life, right? And they develop lung cancer like 20 times, okay? And every single time they develop lung cancer, they go to the hospital and they get chemotherapy to kill the lung cancer. Well, what's going to happen? Are we going to say that we should stop giving them chemotherapy that they're paying for, that they're opting for because they're irresponsible? Or should we probably just educate more people on why smoking is bad and what it leads to prevent that from happening in the future?
I do agree that sex ed should probably be brought back to high schools. But can we go back to the topic that I brought up of keeping women's sports women?
Okay, so I absolutely dismantle your position on abortion. You have nothing to say. That's sad.
Okay, but that's not the topic I wanted to talk about. The topic I wanted to talk about is keeping women's sports female.
Cool. So here's what I'll do. If you don't want to engage with that position, it is what it is. It really makes me sad because I care a lot about these things, and I just hate it when I see people hold to such terrible positions that cause harm. And then when I debunk the position and I demonstrate how it's bad, you're just like, I don't care. I'm going to continue to believe in this bad thing that causes harm.
Okay. If you want me to say, I will say that I am pro-life then. Can we get to the part of what I wanted to talk about? Because the whole point of this is a debate. If you want to, this is my biggest policy that I support of Trump's. If you want to try
You're from Kansas, right?
No, I'm not.
Okay. What state are you from?
Where I go to school.
You go to school in Kansas?
Yes.
Yeah, well, there's no trans athletes in the state of Kansas.
Okay, it's not I wasn't going to play in Kansas until I was originally going to play in Alabama. There's no telling where I could play moving forward. Why should I be... Why?
All right. Well, here's what I'll do for you. The chat wants me to let Eli up. So Eli's a trans man. Eli's incredibly educated. I'm going to go to let Eli up. Eli can share their perspective and have a conversation with you, and I think that would be productive. So we're going to go to get Eli up in the space to talk to you about this topic specifically. I'd love to hear Eli's position as well. Before we hop into that, I would like to thank Kinsey here for the $10 over on Venmo for giving the longest, most coherent crash out in TikTok live history. Let's go. I appreciate you for the love, Kinsey. As well as Sarah, thank you so much for the $5 over on Venmo. I do really appreciate you so much for the love. Thank you, Sarah. You are awesome. Also, Jessica, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Ashley with the $5, and IR with a 3, Valeria with a 5. I appreciate you guys for the love. As well as I would love to thank Miss Carrie for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat, contributing to your well-deserved chair. I don't really know much about this stuff. Wow, no judging, just shocked. The amount of knowledge is far more than necessary in order to vote wisely. Great work. Stay safe. Thank you for the love, Carrie. That's incredibly kind of you. But anyways, Mr. Eli, take it away.
Sweet. By the way, that was an iconic crash out. Iconic. That whole yap. I wish I could have like that in a dissertation so that I could just like, hand it to people, daily, so I could save my own breath. Phenomenal. Yeah. So Audrey, I understand that you are very passionate about protecting women's sports, right? And I understand that I am a trans man. I'd like to also put it out there that I'm a trans person in the military. I'm currently getting yeeted. I've been active duty for 13 years. And so I'd just like to pose that we have been deemed too weak for the military, but too strong for sports. Very, very strange. But what if I could challenge you that and prove with evidence that trans women don't have any biological or inherent advantage over their cisgender counterparts?
One, I'd like to thank you for your service. My dad did serve in the military, and so I appreciate your service. And if you can show me the facts that someone born as male and discovers that they fit better in a female body, like, I'm not saying that just trans people cannot be in this, like, I'm not transphobic. I have multiple friends that identify differently, and I don't judge them for what they've chosen. It's just I see a biological difference, and women have been hurt in like playing games with trans women.
I would like to see evidence of that. Like I would like to review evidence because I haven't heard of that. What I've heard being the case is cisgender women, transgender women, women of all adjectives preceding the women being harmed by men. I have seen plenty of that, but I've not heard a case in sports specifically where a trans woman was harming a cisgender woman. If anything, like trans women are not dominating sports by any means. Trans women have been competing in sports for a while, all the way up to the Olympics, and they have gotten 0 medals. Like they have placed not bronze, not silver, not gold, like 0 medals. Like they've never medaled. So
Can I respond to that really quick?
Yeah, sure.
So
I'm
even if they
working on
haven't-
pulling up your source for you, so go ahead.
Even if they haven't medaled, they've taken away opportunities for other women in their country to represent their country.
At least you said other women, because that implies that they are women. But yeah, so that boils back down to the evidence that like scientifically can be backed up that there is no advantage, right? So let me pull. I just had this up on Parker's Live the other evening. So here is, and I don't know how you want to do this, Dean, but I have an article from Pub Medicine, and if you want, the PMID right here is 385,99680. I don't know if anybody wants to capture a screenshot of that really quick, but that way you can look it up yourself. What this specific article talks about is strength, power, and aerobic capacity of trans athletes. It's a cross-sectional study, meaning they compared it with their cisgender counterparts. When they did this, they studied things. So the tests that they included were body composition, lung function, cardiopulmonary exercise testing, strength, and lower body power. And so they also measured testosterone levels and estrogen levels of each of these folks. And what they found in each, so they list out the results, and they also list out the conclusion. When you read this, for everybody who has an interest in reading it, TW is going to be trans woman, CW is going to be cis woman, right? And same thing for TM and CM. Essentially, there is not only and not only do the trans women not have an advantage, they actually have a disadvantage to their cisgender women counterparts, meaning that the estrogen that they're on for the years that they're required to be on them before they are even allowed to play in sports makes them, unfortunately, in my opinion, weaker. Like it takes them, their bone density decreases, their lung capacity decreases, their everything, their grip strength decreases, because they even have that lower absolute hand strength. And all those things. So
when did the rule of they have to be on it for a certain amount of time come into place? Because in the case of Leah Thompson, she went over in less than a year. She identified as female and competed for.
So Leah Thompson, I don't know why a lot of people that don't think that trans women should be able to compete in women's sports bring up Leah Thompson a lot, because when Leah Thompson was competing in the men's league, she broke 5 or 6 records. She was constantly placing top 3 on the top of the podium. She was a great athlete. Then when she started to compete in women's leagues, which I actually believe was 2 to 3 years after she started HRT, not 1, she no longer was a record setter. She no longer placed as she did when she was competing in men's league, and performed significantly worse compared to her counterparts in the sports in the women's league compared to the men's league.
I've seen the story of one of Leah Thompson's teammates, the school that one of the.
We mean Leah Thomas, right?
Yeah,
Yes,
I was about to say it's not Thompson, it's Leah Thomas.
I
And
apologize for
about
getting
to-
the last name wrong.
And I'm just fact checking right now because, yeah, I'm just gonna make sure that that's correct information as well. But go ahead.
The story I saw was the school that Leah Thomas attended. Their men's and women's swim team all trained together, all went to competitions together. They had the same coach. They always did meetings together until one day they called in the men's team first, which was weird because they always had meetings together. Then they talked to the men's, the women's were waiting outside, and then the women come in and they see Leah Thomas at the front with their coach, and the coach says, Leah Thomas, I don't know what name she went by before.
Doesn't matter.
She did go with her original name until she decided on a name, so that is the name that was used in that case.
Yeah, but we wouldn't call her that now anyways because it's irrelevant.
Can you like respond to like the facts I just gave you? Like, I guess like what's the point of what you're saying?
Are these same rules being applied to high school students? That is something I do want to know.
Well, before I just want to clarify, like, would you agree that you'd be okay with trans women competing in women's sports, given that they don't possess an unfair biological advantage due to the fact that they're male?
I want to read that article I will go and read that article after this.
No, I'm basically saying if what the article is saying is fact, and trans women do not possess an unfair biological advantage over cis women, then would you be okay with trans women competing in women's sports? It's a hypothetical question. It's basically saying if this is true, then okay, all right.
Because
so then a conversation about like the data in which Eli is giving to you, representing the idea that trans women don't possess an unfair biological advantage, isn't going to be necessary to our debate, given the fact that you think even if they don't, they still shouldn't be able to compete.
I believe that trans should have their own section of sports.
We're trans people. We're not just like trans. If you don't mind, like I'm a human. You wouldn't look at me and go, oh, there's a trans. Like you'd be like, oh, there's like a trans person or a trans guy.
I apologize for that.
No, it's okay. It's a common thing, and so it's just it's bringing the humanizing factor back to people.
I apologize for that.
So I guess I'm just like curious about your view. Like, I like typically when we segregate people from other people, we do it with reason. So it's like, what would the reason be for like a trans specific league?
Because there will always be some biological difference in them, whether they are trans or cis. It doesn't matter.
If those biological differences don't make them like more competitive or better at a given sport, like why would you say that those biological differences would justify like segregation? Like there's like biological differences between like cis women too.
We have a separate women's and men's league, and that's not segregation. Why would this be?
Actually, it is. Actually, it is. You should look up the history behind why women's and men's bathrooms were separated to begin with. It's rooted in misogyny. So yes, it is.
Well, I mean, like one could argue that like it's valid segregation though, like in some circumstances, like due to like biological like advantages that would like justify like this like segregating it, right? However, if the reason for segregation in this circumstance would be like a difference in like the typical biology, in which would make like males more competitive at a given sport compared to females, right? Well, then yeah, like okay, like we could say like okay, well let's create a men's league and a women's league for sure, but like maybe as it relates to like trans women, if the given reason for segregation is like a biological edge in which would lead to an individual being more competitive, and a trans woman doesn't possess this, like why would we still say that they should be segregated? Like that's the question: is what is the reason for segregation under your view? And I'm just asking questions about what you believe.
Okay, what I want to know from that article that was pulled up, are they looking at men and women I apologize, trans women and cis women that train the same, or is it just regular trans and cis women going on a day-to-day, they just have
these are athletes. They're not just they're like specifically looking at athletes. And also, because I've been holding on to this point and I don't want it to go away, I did fact check. Leah Thomas started HRT in 2019, was forced to continue competing in men's sports up until she did not start to compete in women's sports until 2021. So she was on it for HRT for years, before like 2 years, I think, before. And that's usually the minimum, sometimes until, because they'll go undergo, hormone testing and certain like strength testing and stuff like that before they're, like they're not going to intentionally throw. It's same things that you would see cisgender people doing when they do like weight checking and all that kind of stuff to make sure they're in the right groups.
So I'm just still really confused on your point. All right, like where we're at once again is the idea that you think that trans individuals should have a trans-specific league, even if they don't possess an unfair biological advantage
Well, if
over
they
men in the men's
possess
league,
a
or women is in the women's league. So
have
like,
their
I
own
guess what would be the reason for like creating like a trans-specific league once again?
If they have a disadvantage, then they need their own league too. Then
Okay. So if they're at a disadvantage or an advantage, they need to be segregated. So if they're not at an advantage or disadvantage, would you be okay with them competing in women's sports?
honestly, if it can be proven that there's zero, like they are the exact same as a true born woman, yes, then they can compete together.
That was, you said you're not transphobic, and that sentence that you just said was transphobic. Just so you know.
Wow.
True born woman. Oh,
Okay.
the whole chat
left.
saying kick.
Yeah, well, she left.
I was trying to be authentic. Listen, for real, I appreciate you having me up. Right now, we are the center of conversation. We're being unalived like left and right. We're facing such discrimination, and if you feel like we're all over the place in news and stuff, it's because we're being spoken about. I wish that we weren't. But every chance that we get to dismantle this information, it literally helps us so much. So thank you for letting me come up and speak on that. And if you'd like, I can post that link in your Discord to that.
Yeah, for sure, go for it.
Cool.
I think like the biggest issue with the right now is like they're instead of being focused on how they can make life better for the average American, they're just focused on how they could make life worse for a very small disparaged minority of Americans, right?
Yeah.
And I mean, we're starting to see Democrats all over like win races, such as like the governor of I think it was Kentucky. It may not have been Kentucky. I forget the state. This Democrat ran for the governor on the agenda of, well, my opponent is focused on who's using the potties. Meanwhile, I'm focused on fixing the potholes, right? And I mean, I think that Democrats are going to start coming out swinging, winning these elections. Holy shit. Yo, W Christian with a Zeus to Eli.
Oh, my ears.
Give us a second, LTTL.
I never know how to respond to this shit. Fucking hell.
W Christian the chat, everyone. W Christian.
Christian, man, can you leave a comment so I can follow you? So I can thank you. I don't even know if I can, or like somebody drop his @ or something. Dude, that was so nice of you. Thank you.
W for Christian in the chat.
W's for Christian, man. Hey, well, Eli, you deserve it 110%. If you want, I could even personally send you Christian's @
Yeah.
He's an incredibly supportive fella. And Eli, as always, I appreciate you for joining, and I hope that you have a great rest of your day. Thank you so much for
Christian's also the account that just joined in.
Okay, yeah. I would really appreciate that. I definitely want to be able to personally thank them. And there's a few people asking if they can ask me questions. Just send me a DM. I'm gonna try to start, instead of just individually responding to people, I'm gonna try to start like posting videos and talking about questions that people have. So like, feel free, and eventually like I'll get around to your question. But thank you so much. I appreciate you. Somebody just said, Eli, stay up. Let's let Dean do his thing, y'all. But I do appreciate you so much, and for everybody gifting. Thank you. It's good to talk to you both. Keep doing what you're doing.
Good seeing you.
Eli, you're awesome, and I hope that you have a phenomenal rest of your day, man.
Goodbye, Eli.
Thanks.
Goodbye.
Appreciate you.
Take care, Eli.
Bye, y'all.
Well, let's get some W fucking Eli's down below in that chat. Literally right the hell now. Okay, guys. Let's show some love to Eli down below. And what's going on, ELTTL? Are you MAGA?
Yes. What's going on?
All right, bro. Why do you support like one of the worst presidents to ever serve?
I don't think he's the worst president or one of the worst. I think he's doing all right job. I think he could do better.
Really? I mean, well, Elon Musk says he's doing a fucking abhorrent job, right? How do you feel
do
about
you like
that?
Elon?
Do I like Elon? No, I think he's super smart, but I also think I like Elon. I think I like Elon.
Okay, so you like Elon. You think he's super smart. Was it super smart? And did you like it when he said that what's called Donald Trump's bill, the big beautiful bill, was a horrible, disgusting bill?
A disgusting
Parker,
abomination, to be specific.
okay, fair enough. Parker, do you hate everyone that disagrees with you, Parker? Because you and Dean disagreed before about like
Yes,
the gun laws.
I hate Dean. Yes.
Okay, so fair enough. So if we're just gonna say like you disagree with one thing and you hate him, I mean that's just pretty crazy, Parker.
Dude, I
I
was
do have a problem
obviously
with you.
trolling. I'm obviously trolling, bro. Engage genuinely.
Now you're trolling. Okay, right.
Of course
Okay,
I
thank you
was
very much.
trolling. What?
That was like the most satirical, hyperbolic troll comment ever. Like I'm afraid that it wasn't hard to discern that.
No. I don't know what he's trolling about. Either way, I am just ashamed of you, Dean. I think you're very hypocritical. Holy smokes! I think you're very I don't think you can speak on a lot of the stuff you speak on. I think you're
Can't
very
win 'em all.
well, no, I think you grew up in a very nice house, very nice family, and you speak on a lot of things that are very like
How could you know shit about me, bro? How could you know anything about the way I grew up? Let's be real.
did you grow up in Colorado? I think we went to school together.
I did grow up in Colorado.
Yeah, yeah, Boulder. Yeah. Okay, so I'm not gonna throw like
We went to
information
school
out there.
together at Boulder.
Not Boulder. I'm not gonna speak on that unless
No,
you're
you
okay
should
with that.
speak on that. You should. What school do we go to?
I'm not gonna say it for my own sake because I don't need to be um thrown
Okay,
out
okay.
there.
What about this? What grade level?
What grade level?
Yeah.
It was early.
Oh, it was,
I think
so it was like under high school.
no. It was in high
No,
school.
it was in high school. Okay. What is the first letter of the name of my high school without going to Google?
Without going to Google?
Yeah. What is the first letter of the name of the high school? I guess we went to.
H.
No, it was G. Okay. So we didn't go to school together.
Okay.
I don't know why you lied
Okay.
about that.
Okay, we didn't. But
That,
either
that was
way,
that was really
Yeah,
really
why
weird
did
to
you
lie
just
about.
lie about that?
no, I thought we did. I went cyber school, but I thought we
What?
did.
Okay, what a weird thing to lie about. Okay, so we were okay. I guess before you lied about this really weird thing that I have no clue why you would lie about. You were telling me about how I grew up in a nice family. Okay, so you
Yeah,
don't
you
know
did.
anything about the way
Yeah.
that I grew up.
No, I definitely do. The house
You know,
you
what do
grew
you
up
know?
in is worth
What,
three
what
quarter million of dollars.
what do you know about the way that I grew up?
I know you had
You know, for a lot of my childhood, I didn't even have a house. Wow, that's crazy, right?
What is this guy
I don't believe
saying?
that to be true.
Oh, I know, because it has to fit your narrative. It has to fit
No, it
your
doesn't.
narrative.
It doesn't have to fit
Right?
my narrative. I'm just saying.
Yeah, you can't possibly believe me talking about my own upbringing. You
That's
can't
like
believe
so weird.
that.
Like, why would you do that, bro?
Yeah.
Parker, stop it. I already owned you, Parker. You're on the back burner.
Well, I guess I'll tell
Good
you a little
boy.
bit about I guess I'll tell you a little bit about the incredibly class privileged way I grew up. So for
Okay.
a lot of my childhood, my mother was homeless because she was addicted to DRUGS. Right, and every other week I was with her. There was a lot of my childhood where we would just couch surf our friends' houses, as well as I even started working at 15 just to help her pay the bills. But inevitably, the work that I did wasn't enough, and we lost the house. Right, and then eventually, closer to high school, she gave up custody, and I lived with my dad because she, was homeless for an extended period of time. But I mean, you definitely don't know anything about the way I grew up, right?
Yeah, I know you grew up at least in high school in a very nice household.
You didn't
Right,
go
so
to
you're
the
just
same
gonna
high
ignore
school as
everything I
him.
just said. Right, and then even if I was in a nice house in high school, how would this make me hypocritical?
Just because I don't think you could be speaking on some of the stuff you speak about.
Like what? Like what?
Yeah, like,
what
wait,
should I be able
what?
to speak about?
Yeah,
make
like
it make
what?
sense to me. What points shouldn't I not be able to speak about?
Speaking for the lower class of America, I don't think you can
Wait, you mean like wanting policy that benefits people?
Yeah, absolutely. No, that's absolutely right.
What the
I mean,
fuck?
you get
Wait.
thousands of dollars each stream.
Wait. I literally just told you that for some of my childhood, I grew up homeless.
Very little of your childhood, Dean.
What the
Come on
fuck
now.
do you? No. What do you mean
Very,
I can't
very
speak?
little.
What do you think I can't speak from a perspective of knowing what it's like to live off of family friends from my church, dropping by the front door of the house that my mother had before she lost it, and giving us groceries for free because she didn't have enough money to pay for it on her own. What the fuck? What the fuck? What can you possibly know about that, you freak? Yeah, I mean, have you ever had that experience? Have you ever had to have family friends from church drop off fucking grocery bags because your parents couldn't pay for their groceries on their own to feed you?
Yeah,
That you had to rely on family friends from church to put food in your stomach? Have you ever had to experience that?
Yeah, I have.
Oh, you have had to experience that. So
Yeah.
from another person that's had to experience that, you obviously know the implications that would have insofar as what it's like to grow up experiencing that. So why would you ever turn around to somebody else that also had to experience that and call them a bold-faced liar?
Mm-hmm.
Right?
Well,
yeah, you were
I
trying
guess
to
I'm
run
just
this argument that I'm somehow hypocritical. I don't think that you look too good right now, silly goose.
You also, did you grow up rich?
I did not grow up
So
rich,
then you
no,
can't
no.
vote for taxes that mostly benefit rich people, right? Because right? According to your reasoning.
Well, I don't vote. The House and the Senate does. I don't vote on the tax
But
bill
you voted
itself.
for Donald Trump, who advocates for that.
Well, yeah, I voted for Donald Trump. Yeah.
Yeah.
So also,
but I
you
didn't
think
vote
that
for the
people.
tax bill.
So also, I
itself.
just want to clarify that you think that like middle class Americans can't advocate for low class Americans.
No, I think it's a lot of a money grab for you, Dean.
What?
You just think I'm here to make money.
Yeah,
I
dude,
think so.
yeah,
I truthfully do.
we're just grifting, dude. Seriously.
Yeah, well, I guess now's a great time to thank Paul for the $20 donation on YouTube Super Chat. Here's some money to help you to be rich so you're allowed to have opinions about rich people. Yeah, let's go. $1 at a time. Let's go, Paul. And Cheese with a $100 donation on YouTube Super Chat as well. Cheese, I just read your message. You're so incredibly kind. I love you. I'm not going to read it out loud because I don't want this absolute a-hole to like try to take advantage of anything that you said. But Cheese, just know that I read that. I love you. Thank you for the $100 donation, Cheese. Everybody, please show some love to Paul and Cheese down below in that chat, y'all. Show some love to Paul and Cheese down below in that chat. You know, just doing it for the money grab. Gimme. Appreciate that, Paul and Cheese. You guys are awesome. As well as Parker with the $10 over on
You're
Venmo.
welcome.
I really appreciate you so much
bro.
for that love. It was another Parker.
No.
As well as Tristan with the $10 over on PayPal. Shout out Tristan, Paul, Parker, Cheese for the $100, as well as
Shout out
Satan.
Parker.
Thank you so much for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat for grifting so much. Oh man, am I grifting right now? Can you thank the donors, please?
Kai said thank you to people as well. Dakota, thank you for the $10. Thank you. And Sid with the $45. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Cumulative W's for Sid in the comment section. Yeah, that is so crazy, Sid. That is so crazy.
Yeah.
Louise,
So,
thank you so much for the $20. And then Media, thank you so much for the $7. And then Luna, thank you for the $5. Thank you.
Yeah, so do you think that I'm like
Happy
money grabbing
birthday.
right now? Am I money grabbing right now, LT?
I can't even talk. So stop
Now you
asking
can.
me questions. Okay, thank you.
You called us grifters, so
I didn't call you grifter.
yeah, you
I
did.
called you money grabbers.
That's okay.
Parker,
so
are you listening? What the hell are you doing, dude?
that's
Come
essentially
on,
what
get
you're
your head
saying.
in the game.
Okay, how are we? What do you mean by money grabber?
Can you say money grabber, Parker?
What? I said, what do you mean by
Say-
money grabber?
Good boy. Thank you. Basically what I mean.
This guy, bro.
Yeah, I got your ass, Parker.
Can you keep speaking? Can you keep speaking?
I can. Parker,
Oh, what a
give
good
me-
boy. I had to get you back, bro.
Bro, okay, all right. Why are you so upset, bro? Come on.
No, I'm not upset. Honestly,
Yeah, you
Dean,
came up here to call me a money grabber, and then you just called Parker a good boy.
Yeah,
What's
can
going
you
on?
tell
Are
us what
okay?
do you mean by money grabber?
Yeah, is your butt feeling a little
Yeah.
hurt?
No, definitely not. I'm happy for you. I think it's dope that you get your money.
Sophia,
but
thank you for the
what-
$10 on Venmo. Thank you for the money,
asked
Sophia.
what you
Money.
mean.
Thank you, Sophia, for the money.
Oh, Mr. Krabs.
Can I speak?
Yeah, after I just say, if you're watching the stream and you enjoy it, feel free to support me with your money by the Venmo and the PayPal and the link tree in my bio. I really appreciate you guys so much for the love. But go ahead, man.
You know what?
Dean, you know what I think you should do?
Dean is
Jeez,
definitely Mr.
Parker,
Krabs.
here you go again. Dude, you're
Okay,
brutal.
land the fucking plane. Come on.
Well, I'm trying.
Go.
Keep trying
I
harder.
think you should do this. Yo, he's running the yapathon over here. Jeez. All right, Mr. Parker, please be quiet. Thank you. So, anyways, what I was saying is, Dean, I think you should host a charity stream where all your money goes to a charity of your kind. Have you done that yet? You may
Yeah, I
have. I
have.
don't know. Dope. What charity did you send it to?
Yeah, for sure. I forget the particular name of the charity, but the charity was to benefit actionable movements to support Black individuals in America. Particularly,
that's
I think
awesome.
they had headquarters in New York and Boston. I forget the
Oh,
name of the
okay.
charity.
Cool. That's dope. Okay, I never knew that.
So
When
why
was
do you
that?
think
if
I'm a
mind me
money
asking?
grabber?
I don't know. I think you're changing my opinion. I think.
Okay, so
My
but
opinion.
I'm asking you why you hold to the original opinion that I'm a grifter.
Well, why do I hold it to the original opinion, and why did I come up with that opinion? I think a lot of your. Let me think of how I want to word this.
Okay, while you're thinking how to word that, Confetti, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. I really appreciate you for the love, Confetti. Everybody show some love to Confetti down below in that comment section. I'd also like to thank Kinsey for the $10 over on Venmo for the charity of Chef Boyardee. And then Kylan with a $15 on PayPal for the grift. Let's go. As well as Megan, Nora, and Evie for the $5, all for the grifting fee. I appreciate you guys so much for the love. Thank you guys so much. You guys are the best ever. Thank you for supporting the grift. Huge shout out to everybody supporting the grift. You guys are awesome. As well as Emily with a $20 over on PayPal for the grift. Let's go, Emily. Thank you so much.
Hello.
Hi.
Hey. How's it going?
Anything for the galaxy. So,
No
have
problem.
you collected your thoughts insofar as why you think I'm a grifter?
Yeah.
Nico, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much for I don't want the guest
Parker,
to speak.
jeez.
Traceless, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much for he's just jealous he doesn't have people giving him money like this.
Have you collected your thoughts, man? Because I have like 2 people I could thank,
Well,
but I don't want to interrupt you. Because like right now I could thank
No, go
Donna
ahead.
for the $25 and Laura for the 10, and thank them so much for supporting the grift. Thank you, Donna and Laura. I really appreciate you guys. But I just wanted to hold that off until you were done, so I didn't interrupt you.
Laura, thank you for the $50 on PayPal. Thank you so much, Laura, for the $50. Thank you so much. Laura said, "Why did I come up with that opinion? Thanks for making them
All right,
think."
Parker, could you please show some?
Yes, I will be. I will
Sorry.
be incredibly patient. Don't worry.
All right, dude, speak. LT.
Parker, I will cook you in the debate. Just
No,
you and me,
won't.
Parker.
No, you won't.
You will be cooked, boy.
You want to do it right now after this?
Yeah, bro. Just
Oh,
my
yeah.
God, give us a position, or I'm gonna kick you. This is annoying and boring. You're boring me. Okay.
I'm not boring you. You're
Yeah,
getting
do you
the
know when
most
you came in
donations
here,
you've
there's a-
gotten all night.
Do you know when you came in here, there's 11,000 people in here. Now there's 10.6. You have sufficiently bored 400 people to leave. Okay.
No,
So
I
either
have not.
either run the
Absolutely
argument.
not.
All right.
That's
all
not
right.
true.
Give me the argument that I'm a
Everyone leave.
grifter, or I'm just gonna
Okay.
like kick you and move on.
I think some of your points. I think your past overweighs your present, Dean.
Really?
I think
What
some
about
of I think the thing with the Unfuck America tour really showed your true colors until you got caught.
really? What true colors did it show?
I mean, you didn't have an opinion on it until it came public.
Well, that's not true.
No, that is true. There's 100. You didn't speak on it, and you said you would look into it, and you still went on the tour after you knew something was going on, and then it became public. And then
Are
you
you
had to.
talking about the DMs that I received? About like the organizer of the tour, like defrauding prior employees? Oh, obviously,
Yes,
bro.
correct.
See, the issue here is that you're not up to speed, dude. See, if you knew your shit, if you were up to speed, if you were listening and involved in the conversations about the tour that unfolded at this point, like a month ago, right, then you would know that I actually did follow up with the organizers of the tour, particularly one of these right-hand people that worked with her on the UFA, as well as at Soul Strategies. I presented them the DMs and I asked them to explain them, and basically they either justified the screenshots in which were sent and demonstrated that she had not defrauded prior employees and sufficiently convinced me. And I'd also like to point this out, that if I was a money-hungry grifter, well, I got paid to go on that first stop of the UFA, and I was an employee of Z's. So if I truly thought that she defrauded prior employees and all I cared about was getting paid, why would I go on the tour thinking that I might not get paid because my employer was a fraudster? Boom! Do you see how the narrative that Dean's a grifter actually contradicts and does not coincide? That Dean knew Z had defrauded prior employees before Dean went on the tour and got paid by Z to do so?
Well,
wow!
Dean, you're right.
Look
He
at
was-
that.
They were defrauding black women. I mean, that was
No. Now you're
Dean,
confusing.
you're
Now
white
you're
male.
confusing the bad things that Z did, right? So the
she-
bad thing that you're referring to that Z did, well, it wasn't defrauding black women. It was defrauding prior canvassers and employees. That was the allegation, right?
Well, there's a lot of allegations, I guess.
Right.
She's-
So that allegation didn't intertwine with her using microaggressions against black women on TikTok Live.
Yeah,
so what you're
that's
doing
what
is
I
you're
was
just
speaking
like
on.
distorting reality and you're perpetuating a false narrative, right?
No, I was speaking on the microaggressions.
Right, but honestly, if you want to know anything about the UFA tour, I would highly implore you to join my Discord, and you'll see that I gave a statement on nearly everything. I have a question.
Oh.
You support Trump, though, right?
Yes, I do. Thank you.
So how are microaggressions enough for you not to support Z, but Donald Trump explicitly telling people that Obama was born in fucking Kenya and therefore they shouldn't vote for him because he was a black man isn't enough for you to stop supporting Trump?
And where was he born?
Where was he born? In Hawaii.
Yeah, correct.
Okay, was that a
I'm sorry?
response?
Yeah, do you want to
No.
clarify that for me?
No, I'm asking. I didn't hear you cut out there.
Oh,
My
well, okay.
He was born in
apologies.
Hawaii. So explain that to me, how microaggressions are enough
Oh,
for
that's
you
dope.
not to support Z, but him explicitly, basically saying that a black man shouldn't be able to have this job because he's black isn't enough for you not to support Trump.
I don't think this is a fair comparison. I mean, I just don't think so. I think
Yeah, it's a microaggression compared to a macroaggression.
micro, macro. Okay.
Yes, yeah, you're just lost in the sauce. You have no clue what to say, and I think it's pretty fair to compare like racism to racism, buddy.
I think this guest is grifting right now.
Yeah, I think you are grifting. Do you have a response, or should I listen to the 10.5 thousand people tuning into the live stream and kick your ass?
He's grifting for attention. That's what he's doing.
Are you grifting for attention?
I definitely want attention on a account with zero posts.
Obviously. Thank you so much for being honest.
No problem.
We're going to kick the grifter out of here. If you're part of the 10.6 thousand people watching the live on TikTok and you support Trump, go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that chat accompanied by your age, and we'll get you up here, everybody. Let's go and get that next guest up in the live literally right now, everybody. We're going to go to get them loaded in as we
Parker and
speak.
Dean, you'd think they'd be keen.
Did you see her down in the comment section? I saw her down below in that comment section too, bro. Yo, the vegan teacher, dude. She won't leave us alone, man. What's going on, Mary? You said that you were MAGA down below in that chat. Why do you support Trump?
Yes, I am. I am really for the executive order 14201.
Okay, real quick. How old are you?
23.
Okay, so you support Trump because of executive order 14201.
And I'm also a traditionalist. I like traditional households with female and men in. So
Great. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, of course.
Awesome. So if you're a traditionalist, that means that you think that men should go out and work, meanwhile the women should stay at home, cook, clean, and raise the kids, right?
I do believe that men should be providers. I think
Right.
women are a lot happier when men are providers.
Great. So here's the next question. Do you agree with Charlie Kirk, Ben Shapiro, Trump that DEI is bad?
Yes, we should fight for we should fight for goodness, overall goodness, and not point out race. I don't see race or gender as a inequality.
Oh, right. So just to clarify, so the reasons why Trump, Shapiro, Charlie Kirk, the reasons why they think that DI is bad is because they think that it replaces a merit-based country with a race or gender-based country.
Exactly.
Do you agree with their reasons? You do?
Exactly. Yes, it does replace the merit base.
Oh, because it's basically saying like, oh, if you're white, you should be doing this. If you're black, you should be doing this. If you're a man, you should be doing this. If you're a woman, you should be
it's
doing this.
saying if you are getting better statistically things done, then you should be in that position. Like if you are having better grades, then you should go to that college.
Right. It's because
based
it's
off
basically
merit.
it's
not
basically
based
saying
off
right, and you
race.
want to make sure that we have a country that's based off merit, not based off.
Yes, I
race.
believe in the overall
Okay.
good.
Oh, okay, but then when it applies to the traditional family structure of the man working because he's a man and the woman staying at home because she's a woman, it shouldn't be based off of merit and it should be based off of gender. See, it's funny because the only
No, I don't think that's right. Again, I went back to my claim when
no. The only true system of this false contortion of DEI, of replacing a merit-based economy or country with a race or gender-based economy or country, is literally traditionalism. Traditionalism is the only system in America today in which throws merit out the window and places gender to a higher regard. Okay, you are the ones saying that if you're a man, you should be doing this. If you're a woman, you should be doing that. Not the leftists, not the liberals, not the Democrats. That's you. Okay, so when you critique this false sense of DEI, the only people you are critiquing is yourself and other traditionalists.
I have a question. So, statistically, it's been proven in colleges that people that have higher success rates to go into a certain college, they don't necessarily get to that college because they want to meet the DEI or affirmative action numbers
Wait,
that they're
can you
required.
respond to what he just said real quick? Because I think he made a really good point about how you apply DEI in the context of your traditional views in terms of like gender roles, right? That you didn't respond to because it clearly does demonstrate that you care
So
a
I
lot
don't
more
think
about gender than you care about
Merit.
merit.
Okay, so I think I'm a little biased in that perspective because I am a Christian. So I think with that being said, you do make a very justifiable point. As a Christian lens, I do see, and I think statistically it's been proven that we see high rates in depression, anxiety from women. We only see that increasing as we've allowed them to have more go out in the work field, vote, all this stuff. We've allowed all this.
Did you just argue against women's right to vote?
No, absolutely not. I believe in the right to vote for all people, but I'm just saying
So then you think that those outcomes were okay
we
then?
passed laws. No. I didn't say I was against it. I said we
No,
passed
no,
laws.
but you
to
said that
allow
those
this to
outcomes
happen.
are okay as the result of like women getting access to vote, correct?
I said there's a correlation. There's a correlation of high depression rates and high mental health rates.
Or maybe it's just technology
allowing-
getting better so that we can diagnose more people. Isn't that true for men as well?
There is higher rates of suicide in men.
Well, no, but like this is just because we have higher diagnosis rates because of the fact that science is getting better at diagnosing people. It's not specifically
Or have
because
we just become a medicine society where we're just handing out medication?
no,
I
it's
have a
because
better
we have
idea.
better diagnosis patterns.
I have a better idea. You ready?
Yeah.
Maybe the reason that we see women less happy today, it's not because they can't handle working a job. It's not because they can't handle a career. It's not because they
Double
can't
shift.
handle a college degree. I think what is more likely to be the case is because of you, people like you, and generations of people like you running this country and setting forth these social stigmas, saying that women shouldn't be in these spaces, men dominate these spaces, men are better at performing in these spaces, that when women inevitably do go into these spaces, they face social scrutiny, pressures, stigmas, and otherwise that men do not face, and which makes it significantly harder for them to operate in these spaces compared to men. I think it is a completely predictable phenomenon that women are less happy today than they were 100 years ago. And it's what I refer to as the growing pain of trying to catch society up to the laws. Okay? You know, the laws have changed a while ago, allowing women to get access to credit cards, work a job, open a bank account, own a business, right? And that legally empowered women to have similar rights to men. But what hasn't caught up yet is, socially speaking, they still face very similar stigmas to what they faced 50 years ago. Right? And until those stigmas are gone, we should expect that there will be lower levels of happiness for women compared to men in the workforce and otherwise.
I also have something else. So there's like something called the second shift, meaning that like as women have been more involved in the workplace, it still is the case that they are socially stigmatized into engaging in specifically more domestic labor, which pushes them not to only to be engaging in more of the domestic labor in the household, but also to be within the work field. So it is the case that they kind of have like two shifts at once, if that makes sense.
Okay. So I definitely want to say that I want to reiterate that I never said that women can't handle getting a job, and I'm so for women getting a job. Like, I want them to be able to do whatever they want. Just in my eyes, in my future, I would like a provider and then me to stay at home and be the mother figure.
Well, there's a big difference.
That's individual.
There's a big difference. There's a big difference between what you were arguing when you first came up and what you're arguing now. Now, many people watching the live might not see this at first, but because I do debates for 4 hours a day, it's the first thing I see. It's called you're shifting the goalposts, because the goalpost that you set when you first joined the live is that you think men should be the providers, right? Saying that there is particular gender norms that should be the case in America today, and there's rules and actions that apply to men, and other rules and other actions that apply to women, right? But then as soon as I defeat and I show that those norms are wrong, shouldn't exist, and only further perpetuate misogyny in this country, then you shift that goalpost and you go from saying that here's prescriptive generalized gender norms to saying that these aren't prescriptive generalizations at all. This is just what you personally want out of your life, right? Well, there's a big difference between saying that you want somebody to provide for you and you think that all men should provide for women.
Yeah. I can't argue with that. That's 100%. But I want to get to EO 14201 because we had Eli up here earlier, and this is the executive order of keeping men out of.
But before you go into that, can I actually thank a few people real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
For sure. Emily, thank you for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it on PayPal. Thank you so much, Emily. Delia, thank you so much for the $6.50. Thank you so much. Barbara, thank you for the $10. I really appreciate it. Nico, thank you for the $10. And then Diabolical Grandma, thank you so much for the $5. I really appreciate it.
And then I have a couple of people to thank as well. Sella with a 5. Alexandria, thank you so much for the 12. Marcus with a 5. And Delia, once again with a 10. I do really appreciate you so much. As well as Rochelle with a 5 over on Venmo. Sarah with a 5 over on Venmo. I appreciate you guys so much for the love. So yeah, now you're just bringing up an executive order about Donald Trump ruling that trans women can't compete in women's sports. Okay, I have a question. What percentage of the population do trans people take up?
I believe it's like less than 13%, right?
0.5, right? 0.5%. And now what percentage of my time in the last 2.5 hours that I've been live have I been talking about trans women in women's sports?
Probably like 30 minutes. I've been in this live for like an hour, I would say, hour 15.
Right, maybe closer to 40% of my time. So I have a question. Why are members of the GOP, Republicans, conservatives, and MAGA so focused on further oppressing 0.5% of our population instead of focusing on uplifting the average quality of life for all? Okay, I would honestly preferably not have a conversation with you about trans women and women's sports because we just spent 30 minutes having that discussion with somebody else. I think the message that I want to convey to you is that, God damn, Donald Trump has been accused of raping more women than there's T women in the NCAA. God damn, Donald Trump has been found guilty of twice as many felonies as there is trans women in the NCAA. God damn, there's a larger amount of Republicans that came out today and called Donald Trump's policy fucking abhorrent and said that it was going to cause inflation than there's trans women in the NCAA. God damn, like, let's talk about...
Including now Elon, right? Do you like Elon?
Well, I mean, I was just going to say, like, let's talk about like the things that you think that Donald Trump is going to do good for
I'm not too big of
America.
a fan of Elon. I think he's kind of crazy sometimes. I'm not a big Twitter person. Like, I don't deal with all the nonsense on Twitter, and I do know that they release a lot of stupid things on there. I wouldn't even say that I'm a big Donald Trump fan. I think some of his stuff kind of leads to dictatorship. And it can be.
Can you respond? I'm so sorry. Can you respond to what I said? I feel like I'm saying things that are just going completely unheard.
I have the White House page pulled up with the economic security rebelled. What my biggest thing is that he's going to do a tariff on people that have been giving us tariffs. So it's like, what's the problem with that? They've been taxing us all this time.
Wait. Did you say that you kind of think that Trump is like a dictator? I just want to clarify. Did she say that?
Yes.
Some of his policies,
Yes.
like taking
Yes.
out of the U.S. Constitution, that's crazy.
What?
I'm sorry. You still support him?
I don't. I support conservatives. I don't necessarily.
So you don't support Trump?
I wouldn't necessarily back Trump. I think we should have a way better alternative.
So you're not a Trump supporter? So you think that Kamala Harris should have won the election?
God, that's such a hard one to say. I don't think she should have won the election either because I think she was up there.
No, but given that it's one or the other, who would you prefer?
Trump, and that's so
So
sad.
you prefer dictatorship under your own view?
But I don't think she was made to be like. I think we were already in a horrible situation.
I have a question. Do you think that men are better at leading than women?
No. I think that we could have a good leadership as a woman. I think we could have a Republican woman run our country.
Republican woman. All right. So, like, what's one Trump policy that you find yourself?
Wait, did you support Nikki Haley?
I don't know who that is.
Okay, never mind.
So once again, why do you like Trump?
Because I'm a conservative and he follows conservative values.
Like which ones?
He fought for women's rights with the fought against abortion rulings.
Oh, so you're pro-life?
Yes, I am pro-life.
Oh God, why would you ever be pro-life? Please explain it to me in precise detail. We're gonna have a great conversation about that. You and I are, okay? Lay it on me. Why the fuck are you pro-life?
Perspective, I had a lot of trauma when I went through my abortion at the age of 17. I suffered a lot of PTSD, and it's actually like shown statistically that women suffer a lot of mental health issues coming out of an abortion, and it's really rough. Like, I got sent home with a ultrasound photo of that from Planned Parenthood, and it was like traumatizing.
Question. Can we agree that birth also can and does cause trauma?
Yeah.
Okay, so if you think we should ban abortion because it can cause trauma to women, we should definitely also ban birth because it can cause more trauma to women, right?
I don't think. I think birth can cause trauma in different ways. I think
Right,
abortion.
worse ways.
Or at least we should stop forcing people to go through birth against their will.
But
Right,
there's 2 million
listen.
people
I just
on the adoption
respond to the. Please, dude. Just respond to what I said, please.
What was the question again? I'm sorry.
Bruh. Okay, I'll repeat it. Come on, though. Come on, just listen. Just please listen the first time, please. I beg you. So yeah, you said that we should ban abortion because it can cause trauma. Okay, well, your logic here would imply that we should also definitely ban birth because it can cause more trauma.
But I don't think birth causes more trauma.
Okay, what's your source? Because as far as I'm concerned, when I look at something like the abortion pill, which just stops the supply of progesterone, right, to a fetus, basically starving it, with like 1 or 2 pills over 24 to 48 hours, and then I compare that to going through 9 months of physical and emotional pain and turmoil, ultimately leading up to a birth or a C-section, where birth can include a fissure from your vagina to your anus, and a C-section includes like very harsh and you're going under. C-section is a very harsh and invasive procedure. Like I'm definitely led to believe that birth seems more traumatic, right? I mean, I'm just a man, but one could only assume.
Give me 1 second. Trying to So I guess more physical trauma would happen during a birth. But I guess what I would say is that more emotional trauma happens when an abortion happens. Like I felt a lot of grief
I have an idea. So
Yeah.
you think that because you have a uterus, you could speak for everybody else with a uterus, and I fundamentally reject that. I am not led to believe that Mary, age 20 on my TikTok live right now, is so
23.
incredibly wise and knowledgeable that you are able to speak for every other person with a uterus in this country and say that because you had an experience of abortion in which you took trauma away from, that therefore no other woman should be able to either. I think that is incredibly disingenuous, and honestly, it's one of the most disgusting pro-life arguments because you're trying to like guide everybody down this pathway that somehow like restricting upon a woman's access to abortion, restricting upon their bodily autonomy without any good reason, which I classify as a human rights violation, is somehow good for them, right? And I just think that's morally abhorrent. And my last point here will be very simple. In areas with pro-choice legislation, we literally see higher qualities of life. So we see lower levels of poverty, we see higher levels of education, we see stronger and better families with children that have better futures. So this idea that somehow access to abortion erodes the fabric of our society and produces worse outcomes for individuals is completely false, right? And I feel like the argument, because you could point out one downside for some people, A, this doesn't account for the upsides of many, and B, when we look at the general upsides versus downsides, because areas with pro-choice legislation have higher qualities of life on average, you could tell what direction I'm going to lean towards. And then on top of that, I don't know, let me see if you're consistent here. Do you think that gambling should be legal?
Yeah. Actually, I don't really play a part in that, so I wouldn't mind if it was banned or not.
Do you think that liquor should be illegal?
No. I think the age requirement of 21 should be fine.
I'm pretty sure that liquor has caused more depression, trauma, and death than abortion. Right? So if your argument is
We're
depression,
fighting
trauma, and death,
abortion versus
you
birth.
should probably also therefore think that abortion should be legal.
We're fighting against birth and abortion. I don't think alcohol has anything in relation to that.
Okay, well then what about the trauma for great victims who can't get access to abortion in certain states because Donald Trump has left abortion access up to the states?
please, before you answer Parker's question, please, before you answer Parker's question there, I'm not going to let you just pivot away from this argument because there is a direct one-to-one comparison here. You particularly said that women that get abortions should not be able to get abortion because they might be able to take trauma away from that abortion. Well, I'm definitely led to believe there's more trauma, death, and depression that can be taken away from liquor than abortions. All right, and you don't think that liquor should be illegal. So why
Wrap
would
me up
the
in this-
potential
in this
trauma
red
that is
herring.
entailed from an abortion therefore imply that abortion should be illegal?
You're literally
Before
trying
you
to
answer
wrap me
Parker's
up in
question,
this
I want you
thing.
to respond to that point.
Okay, you're trying to wrap me up in this thing of saying that banning alcohol and banning abortion for the only reason of emotional damage, but that's not the only reason that I have. I think
That's the only reason that you gate so far.
because I haven't been able to speak.
All right, sorry.
Um,
Okay, well now you have the mic.
I know, sorry. So I feel like there's like also a big pressuring in that stem. Like I said, at Planned Parenthood, I didn't have the best experience, but there's also been proof and there's statistic evidence that women suffer even long-term damage from being pressured into abortion. There's a lot of things that be wrapped up into the health aspect of it. Like the healthcare industry of that nature is not healthy for them.
Okay, so you just think it's wrong to pressure people into abortions?
There's 2 million
Yeah,
people
I also think it's wrong to pressure people into getting abortions. But guess what? I don't think that means that we should ban abortions. Like, think about it this way: people can get pressured into like cliff jumping. Does
But
that
I
mean
would
that we
say
should
that-
ban cliff jumping? No. People can get pressured into I don't know, driving when they don't feel comfortable driving. Does that mean that we should ban people from driving? No. People could get pressured into doing a lot of things and then yield negative outcomes, but that doesn't justify banning that thing. That probably just justifies more awareness upon like informed consent, right?
Okay, and then how about the fact that when we put in abortion laws, we take away from the fact of the 2 million people on the adoption waiting list, waiting for getting a child that would make them happy. Over 90% of abortions.
Whoa, yeah, 2 million families want to adopt kids. Women, guess what? You got to be forced incubators. There's so many families that want to adopt babies. So for all the women watching the stream, guess what? If you get pregnant, you're going to be an incubator for them. And guess what? After you're an incubator for them, you're not going to get paid either. You know what? Fuck you. You're a forced incubator because there's so many good, God-willing families out there that want to raise children. That is your life, okay? And guess what? I'm a member of the Grand Old Party. I'm a traditional Catholic Christian. That means that I also don't support birth control. So fuck your birth control. I don't support contraceptives. You're more likely to be an incubator, and that's what I want. And at the end of the day, I'm also going to ban sex ed in all public schools because it's against God. But in all reality, it just increases the chance that you'll be a forced incubator for one of these families that wants to adopt and raise children. And those children that will go into those families, guess what? They may be highly wanted when they're 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, but the day they hit 13, 14, they're wanted by nobody, and their quality of life is going to be so poor that every December when you walk into a local Walmart or Target, you're going to see a little fucking dinky Christmas tree with the names of orphan children on them that you can buy gifts for because their life sucks so much. And the only reason why they're in that position in the first place is because I'm a traditional conservative that wants you to be a forced incubators for the families that only want them when they're young. That's a very delusional worldview, and I hope my explanation there demonstrates why, I guess.
That's a very dark view.
But that's reality.
I don't think that is. I think that's a very dark view. I think people are. Do you believe that people are made to be good? Like in.
Well, I mean, actually, it's a deeper view, but yes. But I mean, yeah, it's neither here nor there.
I'm confused why you brought that up in response.
I brought that up because like it's such a dark perspective. Like I would naturally think that people are not going to think that they're an incubator for someone, that they would want to make a family happy, you know, that this would be a happy experience for them.
You know what, dude? If a family stole every dollar from my bank right now, it'd make that family happy. Does that mean I'd have to be okay with it?
That has no relation. That has no relation. That's like stealing. That's stealing something, and you're
Dude,
giving.
hypotheticals don't make any sense, dude.
Yeah,
They know. They
Yeah,
don't
it
make
has
any
no
sense.
relation because guess what? In the hypothetical scenario I gave you, I'd be a family would be forcing me to give me my resources to make them happy. Guess what? That's what you're advocating for. You're saying that these new families should be able to force women into giving them their resources to make them happy. Not only does it have relation, it is a one-to-one analogy, ma'am.
I just don't see it in the same light.
It's
I,
different.
I yeah, I mean, it's definitely opening. Like, I definitely appreciate this conversation because it's opening a lot of perspectives that I didn't have. So I want to say thank you. But yeah, I guess I just didn't deem it like that. That's crazy. And then a lot of people are bringing up in the comments that woman that's on life support. I watched a video the other day that her family wanted her to have the baby. But everybody I've seen also post about how they didn't. Like, that's not right. I guess, I don't know. I've been reading up on that and a lot of different things. Um, I'm glad that we had this conversation. I think I'm not going to really argue much more because those are the two topics that I wanted to debate.
Wait. Parker had a point for you earlier about abortion.
Oh yeah, what was your?
Did you? Were we gonna respond to that? So, like, what was the claim you just made? I want to make sure we respond to that first.
I guess like what I'm saying is I didn't view it in that light of someone being an incubator for like society.
You mean like the individual that was brain dead in Georgia?
Yeah, like I saw a video.
One that is literally what it is, and then two, I'm pretty sure the circumstances are that the fetus isn't even gonna be likely to survive.
Okay, yeah, I didn't even know that. See, thanks for telling me, but yeah, I guess I got more facts and a new perspective on things, so I do appreciate that. But I guess I looked at stuff at a lighter perspective, at just a surface level, and I need to dive deeper into things a little bit more.
Okay.
I guess that's a fair assessment.
For sure.
Have a good night, guys.
All right. Okay. Bye. Dean, are you playing the background noise for Phineas and Ferb?
No, I was just kind of fucking around. I guess. Let's go to get that next guest up here. If you are in that queue, make sure that means that you're MAGA and you support Trump, y'all. We're gonna go to get that next guest loaded into the stream right now, guys. Make sure that we're double tapping away
thank
that
you for
phone
the $5.
screen.
Thank you so much,
Megan,
Rebby.
Thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo.
Thank you so
Megan
much,
says, if
Rebby.
you hated your abortion, go to therapy. Don't steal my rights. Megan is spitting facts. That is right, Megan. Amber with a $2, and Anita with a 1, and Rochelle, thank you for the 5. I appreciate that so much. What is going on? Brianna and Josh, are you guys MAGA?
Yeah.
How old are you?
21.
Brian, thank you for the $10, and Araceli, thank you so
They're
much. I
not
appreciate
here.
the $3. Thank you.
All right, would you help me get a next guest
I got you.
loaded into the stream? All right, guys, we're going to go to get that next guest loaded up right now. I tell you right now, we got Emma Roberts loading in. I would also like to thank you, Laura, for the $25 over on PayPal. Can we please show some love to Laura down below in that chat, guys? Show Laura some love. I really appreciate you for your kindness, Laura. $25, that's a lot of money. I really appreciate that. As well as Rachel, thank you for the $10 over on PayPal. Delia, that is Delia, thank you for the $10, as well as Megan with a 5. I appreciate you guys for your kindness. If you're watching and you're like, hey, I like this Dean guy, these streams are pretty cool, and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo and my PayPal and the link tree in my bio. I get 100% of the proceeds on this platform, so it'll go straight to me, as well as you as a child, as well as you'll be able to add a message that I could read off on live and give you a shout out. And if you're watching on the YouTube stream, you can find the Venmo and the PayPal and the pinned message on the stream. Drake, what's up? How old are you?
Hey there, I'm 18.
What year were you born in?
2007.
You support Trump?
Kind of.
Kinda. What does that mean?
I'm not the biggest Trump supporter ever. I think he's done some good things, and I think he's done a lot of bad things.
Okay, but like, where are you? Like, would you say that you do consider yourself a supporter, or are you like, are you?
Like 4 out of 10. There's a lot of things that he's been doing that, like, I'd like to discuss, like Ukraine.
You like what he's been doing in Ukraine?
Not necessarily like, but I think one of the deals that's gone
for Ukraine.
I think he's been doing a decent job, not amazing.
I think he's been doing a shit job.
So you've heard the deal that's gone on recently, like, what was it? They take half, Russia gets some big cities, and You know that deal?
The deal that Putin didn't
I
agree
pull it
to?
up more specific.
The deal that Putin didn't agree to?
Yeah, Putin wants
The
everything.
He didn't agree to it?
The deal that Putin rejected and then dropped the largest bombs yet on Ukraine the next day, that one?
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, that was recent.
Nah, listen,
I just heard about
man.
it like a week ago. So.
Okay. All right. I mean, is there anything else you want to talk about, Drake?
Nope.
Drake just left. Okay. Yo, VRII, thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat. VRII says, hey, Dean, I've been watching you for a long time now, and it's my mom's birthday today. Could you wish her happy birthday? Her name is Angela. Angela, if you're watching, happy birthday to you. Well, I think that you've raised an incredible son or daughter. And B, I hope that you have an incredible birthday. Angela, if you're watching, seriously, live it up, have fun. Do something fun, hang out with a family, go out to dinner, do your thing. I appreciate you so much, VRII. And once again, happy birthday, Angela. As well as holy shit. Oh my God, I need to thank somebody real quick. Douglas for the $100 donation on PayPal. My lordy lord, dude, Douglas, the Chad over here, says, Dean, thank you for the wonderful content and good talking points. Love your stream. Keep up the good work, bud. Douglas, you are the man. Thank you so much for the $100 donation over on PayPal, guys. If we could please show some crazy love
Douglas.
to Douglas down below in the chat. Seriously, guys, let's get at least 1,000 W's for Douglas. That is so incredibly kind of you, Douglas. Shout out Douglas, and happy birthday, Angela. Brianna, welcome back. I don't know why I kicked you. How old are you?
21.
21. What year you born in?
2004.
What month?
May 4th.
Got it. You'd be 21. Are you MAGA? And you're on pause. If you can't see me, I cannot hear you.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, I am.
No worries. Are you MAGA?
The bio says 22 on her profile, apparently.
Okay. Bio says 22. She says 21. I mean, it doesn't seem to indicate that she's a fetus, but I guess out of curiosity, why does your bio say 22?
I actually have no idea.
Okay, I'm willing to believe you. Why do you support Trump?
Yeah, that was my bad. I think it's because of because he's pro-life.
Ah, no, dude. Ew, why
And
are
I
you
think,
pro-life?
listen. I think it's more because, like, I like his economic leadership, too.
Okay, well, let's talk
Tell
about
us.
pro-life. Why are you pro-life? What a crazy view.
Because I believe that every life deserves a chance.
Why?
Why wouldn't
Why do you
Imagine
believe
you
that?
weren't alive.
Oh, okay, so
Imagine
basically
you weren't
abortion's
alive.
wrong because if my mom got an abortion, I wouldn't be here?
Like, I feel like every life has an impact.
Can you answer the question? Do you think that abortion's wrong because if my mom got an abortion, I would not be here today?
I think it's about many statistics involved. That's just part of them.
Okay, well, my dad pulled out, I wouldn't be here today, so is that wrong too?
What do you mean?
I kind of mean what I said.
I think it's wrong to have an abortion to, like, I feel like it's your fault. Like, if you're clearly messing around, I feel like you should just own up to your own actions.
Oh, so in other words, the only reason why you think abortion is wrong has nothing to do with the value of the fetus, but
I
rather
didn't say that was the only reason. I didn't say that
the
was
quote-unquote
I didn't say that
irresponsibility of
was-
the mother. Guess what? You're not pro-life, you're pro-control. Bada boom, bada bang.
No,
you suck.
I didn't. No, That's not it. No, you said all reasons. I have more.
Okay.
That's no. So would you say you're Christian or have any religious
Nope.
beliefs?
Are you?
Yeah, so I'm actually
yeah.
I'm an Orthodox, devout, evangelist, traditional Christian.
Okay, so would you say that I believe that even outside of religion, that I have a moral stance that taking innocent's life is wrong?
No, I don't think that you believe that. Are you a vegan?
No.
What the cows, chickens, and pigs do to you, man? Fuck. They're not innocent.
Okay, but those were actually made for us to eat.
Okay, so if a woman eats her dead fetus, it's all of a sudden not murder.
There's a difference between animals and humans.
Great. So you think
Humans
it's
aren't
particularly
animals?
wrong to kill?
Humans
I
aren't
don't
animals?
believe animals and human. Clearly, if animals.
Really?
were
You don't
humans,
think
then
animals are
would have
humans?
rights.
Can you tell me what an animal is?
What?
Yeah. Can you tell me what an animal is?
Is a living organism that belongs to like a kingdom Animalia.
Okay. Did you know that
Have an animal
any
soul?
definition that you will provide of an animal will be applicable to human beings? Because human beings
So,
are
okay, so
animals.
why don't animals have rights?
Well, you
Why
could,
don't animals?
well, you could make that argument. That's an argument against you, right? In this context, right? But like,
Well, clearly, if
sure, you
you're-
could
no, no,
say
no.
that, but like that still doesn't
if
mean that you
you're
can't make it. You can make it.
comparing-
You can make a distinction, at least from a moral sense, right, between humans and non-humans on the basis of the fact that we are a part of a species that meets a particular threshold of rationality. That's it. We still are animals,
But you're
though.
but you're comparing animals and humans. So clearly, why aren't animals up on the
Hey,
board? Why aren't
listen,
animals president?
listen, man, listen. We're not PETA or anything. I'm just simply, I gotta mute you because you got crazy fucking static in your background. So like, we're not PETA or anything, right? Like, I definitely do enjoy a 10-ounce ribeye. Okay, don't get me wrong. So I'm not like vegan or anything. And the comparison was necessary because of the argument that you made. So you were the one that said that abortion was wrong because you don't think it's okay to kill innocent life. Okay, well, I mean, that would include cows, chickens, and pigs. Their life. So what you meant to say was that you think it's wrong to kill innocent human life. All right. That's all that I wanted from you. It was just like the first drill down of your position. Could you call it like a cheap shot, like a dunk? Sure. Okay. You could do that. All right. So do you want to debate your position that you think abortion's wrong, as you think it's wrong to kill innocent human life?
I do think it's like wrong to kill innocent life.
Yep, and it's wrong to kill plants.
Okay. All right. So do you think that it's murder?
Plants have a difference. It's a difference.
But they're innocent life. What
Okay,
did the
come on.
fucking
No,
plants?
like-
What did the fucking plants do to you?
All right, we're trolling at this point.
eat
We're
plants.
trolling. We're trolling.
Plants
Dude,
are literally made for us
okay.
to eat.
Yeah, you just mean it's wrong to kill innocent human life, right? I'll stop trolling. I'll stop
Yeah.
trolling. I'll stop being like Charlie Kirk. I'm like totally pulling a Charlie Kirk right now. So like, you think it's just wrong to kill innocent human life, right?
I think it's wrong. Yeah.
Okay, great. Is it murder?
To kill. Innocent
Yeah, to
human
kill
life.
innocent human life. Yeah.
I wouldn't call it perhaps murder. I'd just call it killing it off because if you think about
Okay,
it,
then what's
sometimes
murder?
in hot. Huh?
Then what? How do you define murder?
Unlawful killing of another human being.
Wait. So how many enslaved
unlawful.
individuals during American history were murdered?
I don't know how many.
Well, your answer would be 0 because it was never illegal to kill them.
But it's like.
And then also this
right
would
now,
imply that abortion's not murder in states with pro-choice legislation. So obviously, like, murder is not just simply unlawful, right? Like, because we consider like genocides to be like mass murder. Okay, well, like the genocide of Jewish, Romani, Black, and gay individuals and the Holocaust, like that wasn't unlawful. That was lawful in accordance with the laws of the state of Germany. So obviously, that's not how we use the term murder. So why is it murder to kill me, but not murder to kill a fetus?
because I feel like it is still murder to kill you. It is
Okay,
murder to
so
kill you, but
Is it murder
I
to kill
feel
a
like,
fetus?
I mean, technically.
Okay, it is murder to kill a fetus. So I just want to make sure that you think it is a murder to kill that.
I think if you would call it that, I mean, I guess so. I'd
Okay,
call it that.
wait. So you're a vegan? Because this is a dolphin fetus.
What do you? I wasn't even looking at that.
Like, have you gone to the aquarium before and been like, "Oh my God, get the human babies out of the aquarium"? Like, has that ever happened
like
to you?
I said,
Would you think
there's a
someone's
difference between
crazy if
animals
they
and
thought that when they
humans.
went to the aquarium?
There's a difference between animals and humans. I thought we went over this already.
Yeah, but like, yeah, exactly. Exactly. Like, why couldn't you tell the difference
I
then?
didn't say it was a murder to kill animals. You asked me.
Wait,
if it
wait,
was
but like,
a
if you went to an
murder
aquarium,
kill
if you went to an
a
aquarium,
human fetus.
and
we
there
were
was
talking about a human fetus.
Hey, wait, if you went to an aquarium and someone at the dolphin section of the aquarium, right, said, "Oh my God, get the human babies out of the aquarium! Call the hospital right now! Get the ambulance! Human babies are in the aquarium! They're drowning!"
What are you talking about?
You would think they're pretty crazy, right?
Bro, we're literally trolling. We're trolling so hard.
Bro, literally, like I said, there's a
So
difference Are you an animal or something?
Yes.
There's a difference between
Yes,
an
I am. I
animal
literally
and a
am.
human.
No, I'm an animal. I'm an animal and I'm human.
So you should be kept in a cage.
What? No, you did not just say that. No, you did not. What do you think? One, do you think all animals should be kept in cages? And two,
No, just preferably.
Are you? Okay.
Yo, she's cooking you. Yo, she's cooking right now. She's cooking right now.
Like, clearly you're acting like one, so might as well.
Dude, what are you talking about? Every single human being is an animal.
So why don't... Okay, if animals are basically human beings, why aren't they up on the podium?
Wait,
why aren't they giving us speeches?
Just because human beings are animals doesn't mean all animals are human beings. Like, what are you talking about?
What? You just said that all animals are humans.
No, I didn't. I said humans are animals. Not all animals are humans. Yeah, no,
So
I'm calling my dog a human.
I have a
what
question,
is-
Brandon. No. I want to ask the what is question. What is evolution?
She doesn't know. She doesn't believe it. She believes God spawned in human beings like it's Minecraft.
What do you mean spawned? Okay, there's a difference between... you just believe a Bang Bang happened.
A Big Bang? Wait, you don't believe? Wait, we could literally observe the Big Bang.
Cosmic background radiation photons.
The Big Bang is just like the rapid expansion of the universe. You can like look through, like I forget what the name of the telescope is, but there's like telescopes that we have where we can like see the Big Bang.
Yeah.
You don't believe in
You
something
saw
that
it
we
with
could,
your
like,
own eyes?
see?
Yes, you can see it because there's cosmic background radiation photons.
What is that one like telescope group?
James
I
Webb?
I wrote a no.
Hubble?
I wrote a paper. No. It's like a group of telescopes on the Earth that they use. They could compile them together, and it's like very high power. It has like there's a name for it. I don't know if there's any like astronomy majors.
I don't know any different one.
in the chat. They know what it's called. It's like a collection of telescopes on Earth.
SETI or CERN? No.
I don't know. I forget what it's called. But anyways, you could see the Big Bang, Brianna. Why don't you believe in it?
Because I believe that, like...
Also,
when I
that's
read
not
the
even
Bible-
evolution. That's not even
Yeah,
evolution.
I don't know. Yeah, we brought up evolution, then you're just like, oh, you believe in something that we could empirically observe, measure.
She's
and
like,
test
you
and
guys believe in
predict."
science. Ha ha ha.
Wait, NASA.
I believe in a better source than you could ever believe in.
Wait, Parker. What is the third letter in NASA?
S.
S. What's 3 times 2?
It's 6.
Dude, no, what's 6 times? Wait, not times 3. What is 3 sixes? 3 6. 6 6. What is 666? The
18?
mark of the beast of
Oh.
Satan. And S is the third letter in NASA. And S is the first letter in Satan.
Are you okay?
Yeah, Dean, are you okay, man? That was a bit of a crash out. But I have your source. Right here. Do you see this source right here?
Oh, God, I'm lightheaded. Holy fuck.
I found your source. Do you see it? You want to see it? You want to see your source? I found it.
Oh, no.
Are you done?
Do you want to respond? Do you want to give us a source or any evidence?
Sorry. You could give me the side eye. Okay.
Of what?
I'm done.
What were we just talking about?
Of like anything that we.
No, he was like yelling sixes.
We were talking about
he was just like yelling sixes.
Here,
so I'm
we were
not sure.
we were talking about the Big Bang Theory. We were talking about the Big Bang Theory. We were talking specifically about evolution. Right? We have good evidence of
Well,
evolution.
I'm a Big Bang your house.
Whoa! Oh,
Did she just say
Brianna!
that and leave?
Yo! Oh my God, Brianna! Whoa, too far. Okay. Dude,
What the
chill
fuck?
out.
Why? I just asked a question. I was being nice. I was literally being nice.
Yo, she needs anxiety pin more than I do, bro. Okay, all right. Yeah, can we get some W Christians in the comment section? You know, like what a W Christian. You know, she's going to heaven for sure. What's up? Do you support Trump?
Did she just?
Yes,
Did she just
sir.
bomb threat you? Yeah, I think so. I think
She
she just did.
What the fuck? What is going on? Okay, how old are you?
19,
19. What year you were born in?
2006,
2006. What month?
March.
March. Phenomenal. You would be 19. Okay. Before we hop into a debate, there's a couple people I got to thank. Anita not going to read that. Anita, I'm going to call you Anita. Thank you for the $10 over on Venmo. They say, why don't you read my full name? You know why. Fuck off. Then also, and Ellie, thank you so much for the $10 over on Venmo. That is ANALIE. Thank you so much for the love. I really appreciate you so much. Huge shout out. I really appreciate you so much. It's incredibly kind of you. Also, let's see here.
Dean, I just realized why you don't read the whole name. Because I was like, oh, thank you, Anita,
Yeah,
for the $1. I really appreciate Anita.
You could get tricked. You could get tricked up, bro. Okay, all right. Like people can make us say some really bad shit. That's why I only read the first name. Jessica, thank you for the $50 donation over on PayPal. Holy shit, Jessica! Thank you so much for getting my twins, Tennessee and Alana, interested in policy. Even though I'm an advocate and ran for policy, for a political office, they listen to you more. Oh, Jessica, well, hey, first and foremost, thank you for the $50. Second of all, I'm sure that they listen and love you. And third of all, thank you so much for your kindness. And if your daughters are out there listening, you guys are awesome. Thank you for the $50, Jessica. That is incredibly kind of you. I'd also like to thank Sophia for the $20 over on PayPal. Sophia says, I love you, your lives, and everything that you do so much. I live in Europe. Oh, dude, that's awesome, Sophia. Well, thank you for tuning in from Europe. Love to
JC,
Europe.
thank you so much
Thank
for
you
the $10. Thank you. They claim to be
like
pro-life. They
Tyler
don't care about the life of
$10
trans
over
people or
on
gay
PayPal,
people or
and Alyssa for the
minorities or
$20 on
low-income
Venmo. You also
people
should
or
love to
Ukrainian
Tyler
or
and Alyssa, that
Palestinian
is Alyssa
children.
spelled
They don't care about
ALLISA.
life,
And
just birth.
oh my
For real.
God, dude.
That's so real.
Dude. Joel with the $150 donation over on PayPal. Jeez, dude.
Jeez.
Oh my God. Guys, can we show some love to Joel down below in that comment section? I want to see at least like 10 minutes of W. Joel's down there in that comment section. Okay, and we're going to read his message as well. Joel says, hey, Dean, loving the streams. Thanks for all you do. Hopefully people see your streams and change their thoughts on politics. Say hi to Parker for me, please. Bro, Parker.
Hi.
Okay. The man of the hour, Joel over here, says hi.
What's up,
Okay,
Joel?
all right.
What's up, Joel? W. Joel's in the comment section right now.
Huge shout out to Joel. Huge shout out to Joel, as well as another Brianna with the $20 on YouTube Super Chat saying, I don't claim that Brianna. So based. As well as GTA, thank you for the $20 as well, saying that last anti-abortion woman should really look at postmortem and preeclampsia. Terrible stuff. Oh, that would refer to the one before the last. Yeah. No, I agree with you. Thank you for the $20. All right, you guys are awesome. AK, take it away. Tell us why you support the worst president of your life.
Can I thank two people real quick?
Before I get
thanks
into
to
that,
Oh.
to support our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ.
Yeah, obviously. W Jesus. Let's go. I'm an Orthodox Christian. Evangelical to the max.
Alex, thank you for the pound. And Brianna, thank you so much for the $20. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. My girlfriend's the one with music. I don't really have many music recs, to be honest.
Okay, he just left.
Oh, okay.
I'm not actually Orthodox. I'm sorry. I'm gonna.
Dean, do you have
give
music
funny
recs?
silly note. I have hella.
Go ahead.
Always. Okay. Well, my all-time favorite song is called "Evil Side."
Okay.
By the Nil. I think it's called. Wait. Let me check. If I'm wrong about the name of one of my favorite songs ever made.
That's actually the fact that you don't know for sure is actually very concerning, Dean. Are you
Come on, there's a
actually
lot-
a music person?
It's called "Evil Side" by the Dirty Nil. It's a great song. Let's go and get that next guest up.
Joel,
here.
thank you for the $6.66 for the Mark of the Beast. Thank you so much. And JC, thank you for the $5. Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
There's also
true,
some good
JC.
bands like the Altons. They're great. The Altons are based as fuck. Okay, the Altons are awesome. I don't know what else. Mako Road's pretty sick. Black Country New Road's awesome. I kind of like Tyler Childers, even though he's like country for whatever reason. I really love Tyler Childers. Okay. There's some music recs. Let's go to get some of David Bowie's old shit hits. Okay, it hits.
Okay.
Backseat Lovers always go hard.
How do you
but
know
in two of
so
their
much
concerts,
music,
some of my
bro?
favorites.
How do you know so much music? I like literally, bro. I feel like ever since I've started watching, debates and doing this shit, I just I stopped listening to as much music unless I'm like in the car.
Well, to be fair, same. But like before I did debates, like it wasn't the fact that I enjoyed music. I made my own. Had a little band out in Boulder. I don't know. Music was like a huge part of my life. You know what I mean? Like I would choose my friends based upon their taste in music type shit.
That's great.
No, it's definitely like a little bit of a superiority complex type.
That's
type deal,
crazy, Dean. That's crazy.
I don't know. It's crazy. It is. What's up, Emma? Do you support Trump?
Haley, think of the $5. That's so funny.
Polka.
Who's Kai? Tell me.
Job. Get one. Moving on to Tanner. Here we go,
Is he
guys.
saying Kai Sinat? For foot's sake, thank you so much for the $5. Thank you.
Oh, you guys are talking about Radiohead down there in that chat? Dude, Radiohead, as
This is
always?
Oh for foot's sake said, I'm donating to you because Dean got me hooked on Uncrustables. He's a jerk.
They're really good.
You know,
They're really
I got some and then I never ate any because I was like, I'm low key just like scared of the peanut butter. I don't know, I'm weird.
Bro,
like that.
why? They're fire. They're so good. They're like the perfect snack. Okay, guys, we're wasting time.
I have like
If you're
weird
part of the
things with food.
10,000, if you're part of the 10,000 people listening in and you support Trump, go ahead and drop a MAGA down below in that chat. We're gonna get you up here, guys. As well as Taylor, thank you so much for the $12 over on PayPal. Hey, Dane, all the way from Oz. Hello to Australia. Thank you for the $12, Taylor. Doobie Doo, what's going on? Do you support Trump? Get the fuck out of here. Okay, would you help me get a Trump supporter up here?
Yeah, I
Go ahead and
got
drop a
you.
MAGA down below in that chat, accompanied by your age if you would like to come up here and debate. Also, make sure that we are double tapping away in that phone screen and sharing out this live with a handful of friends. Raven with the $6.66 on Venmo saying, Hail Satan. Whoa, dude. Dude, holy water. Holy water. Get out of here. Oh, dude, get out of here.
Hey,
Get
how's
in
it
my
going?
Face with that Satanist shit. What's up, Lee? Do you support Trump?
I do.
How old are you?
34.
And why would you ever support Trump? Of like all people, why him?
I wasn't a supporter day one. You know, when he first came up for election, I definitely was anti-Trump. When I, you know, first voted, I was part of, voting for Obama back in, what was it, 2012,
Based?
2008,
Let's go,
2012.
dude.
So I
W.
definitely
Obama? Okay,
voted.
all right.
I
Well,
definitely voted for Obama, was a part of that whole thing. And just over
so why do
time,
you support
just
Trump today?
I felt like my values have not changed significantly since back then. And what is currently the Democratic Party has changed significantly. Just it
So could
is
you
night
show
and
us
day
like how like
different.
so what values did like Obama hold to be the case that like Donald Trump holds to be the case? What values specifically?
Like I said, it wasn't purely based off the presidential candidate. It's also based off
Okay, so
party,
you
right?
so so you can't
There's a
so you
couple
can't like
things.
articulate any good you can't
No, no,
articulate
no,
any
no.
like good reasons why Donald
I'm
Trump
just
is a good
clarifying.
president?
I'm just clarifying.
Okay, can
It's
you
not
please,
purely.
for the love of God, for the love of God, just name a reason why Donald Trump is a good president?
He is better than the alternative of the Democratic establishment.
Okay, so why was Trump better than Harris?
Harris is a plug-in candidate who was undermining the democratic process. There is no good reason why a VP should automatically get the presidential nod. None.
Okay, so you
What?
don't like you
None.
don't like
Wait, if Donald Trump
okay.
died, would JD Vance step up?
No, that's not what I said. Hi, Parker. Don't jump in like that. That's not even what I said.
Yeah, no, if literally one day prior to the election.
That is completely different. You're talking about setting up, voting. Just because you were the prior VP does not mean you should automatically get priority
Listen,
over all other candidates. No.
People could have run against her. Nobody did. People
Why do you
could have
think
run
that
against her
is?
for the
Why do you think
because she
that
was the
is?
sitting VP.
No. So who determined
Ah,
that she shouldn't have had any opponents? Can you tell me?
nobody determined that.
The Democratic Party did. It's the
No.
same thing they did to Bernie Sanders back in the day. And I was a huge Bernie
yeah.
fan.
Okay, the
So
establishment
to
fucked
me,
over. Listen, can I talk real quick?
sure.
Okay, the establishment fucked over Bernie. I could agree, 110%. Now listen to what I have to say about Kamala Harris. So, first and foremost, I would like to inform you that the primary processes for the Dems and the Republicans are not a fixture of our government, are not a fixture of our country, are not a fixture of our civil electoral processes. In fact, they are private political parties of the likes of which you could start your own tomorrow. In the general election, you have the right to vote for whomever you'd like to, meaning you could have voted for Harris or not, right? Now, my point here is that she followed the rules and the regulations of the DNC. And in fact, the rules and the regulations of the DNC are the same as the rules and the regulations of the RNC. But if you saw this as some type of impending threat to our democracy for whatever miscellaneous reason, tell me why you didn't see Donald Trump's attempted coup of the 2020 election as a threat to the American democracy when he didn't just get a majority of the votes from the delegates in the primary election for a private political party, but he lost a general election for the presidency and then tried to rig it to install himself as the president for a second term.
I wasn't a fan of him being a sore loser. but I
He
think it was
he launched
greatly
the
blown.
largest internal attack on the American democracy since the Civil War. Not
I do
just being
think
a
it
sore
was
loser.
greatly blown out of proportion, personally.
I disagree,
And
and I can tell you why.
I rather debate about something else. Honestly, I rather debate on
I
policy.
disagree, and I can tell you why.
Let's debate on policy.
You weren't debating
Let's do
about
that.
policy. Wait. You weren't debating about policy when you told me that Kamala Harris was anti-democratic processes. But as soon as I bring up Donald Trump being anti-democratic processes, you deflect. I wonder why.
No. I'm honestly, I think everybody's been there and done that for a while. Everyone's talked about that event for so long now. It was on, on the
Wait,
media for months and months.
You don't care that he sent fake slates of electors to 7 different key swing states to install himself as a president against the
Here's what I care
vote of the
about.
people? Like, honestly, I don't think that people should stop talking about this until he's out of our government. It was the largest internal attack on the American democracy since the Civil War. He literally installed fake votes for himself in Congress and then admitted to it. Why wouldn't we talk about that? Let's fucking talk about it.
Let me
Who's a
tell
bigger
you
threat
why.
to democracy, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump?
And you see, that's the part where, unfortunately, that's what a lot of the prior presidential, thing was made about, is who's the bigger threat to democracy.
Answer the
Personally,
question.
I think it's both sides just screaming out of their lungs. And
Who's
both
a bigger
sides are
threat?
just,
If we talk about the facts and nothing but the
I don't
facts,
think either were.
who's the bigger
I don't
threat?
think
so
either were.
explain to me how Donald Trump wasn't a threat to our democracy when he tried to silence the voice and the vote of every single American citizen in 2020 by installing fake slates of electorates in 7 different key swing states that then sent fake, non-official certificates of ascertainment to Congress and then pressured
Technically
his
speaking,
vice
if
president.
what you're referring
Oh
to,
my God.
he's not able to insert those fake electors. He's not able to do it. That's not true. But like I said, I'd rather debate
When you say,
something else.
wait, what do you
I'd
mean?
rather
What do you
debate about
wait?
something
No,
else.
tell me what you mean. Tell me what you mean when you say he wasn't able to insert those fake slates of electorates.
The
All that he had to do
president
in order,
does
all that
not-
he had to do, all that he had to do in order to be successful with his plan was to A, have Mike Pence just straight up accept the fake slates of electorates. He would have been president, or B, have Mike Pence claim yes.
No, that wouldn't have happened. That wouldn't have
Why
happened.
not?
It wouldn't have. I think
Why?
people are assigning too much weight to this magic wand that could have supposedly kept him in office. It's the same reason why Pence
Disprove
stepped
me.
aside.
Yes, Mike.
It's the same. It's the same way. It's not
refute
because
what I'm about to
it's
say.
not because-
Refute what I'm about to say. Mike Pence could have accepted the fake slates of electorates that Donald Trump had sent to Congress in the 2020 election on January 21st, 2021. Prove me wrong.
Mike Pence did everything he was allowed to do constitutionally, which included not going for what Trump had asked for.
You're
which
not
was,
answering my question. What would have prevented Mike Pence from accepting the fake ballots?
All right, so real quick, the truth.
No response. Great, got it.
No. There is a response here. So realistically, I think what you guys are doing good, which is encouraging dialogue from both sides. That's good. But if you want to be truly successful in what you're trying to do, something that I think Democrats are behind Republicans on, realistically,
Answer my
with this
question.
open forum, hold on. Stop getting stuck with the recent past. It's done with. Let's talk about future policy. Let's talk about it.
I'm
No,
sorry.
seriously.
Every single thing you talk about is in the past. Like literally every single thing.
I'm not.
Yeah,
You asked me why.
Sir,
You asked me where it came from.
I think that you're a raging fucking hypocrite. Are you ready to learn why? I
Sure,
think
go
that
ahead.
you're a raging fucking hypocrite because you told us that you voted for the fascists because Kamala Harris didn't have a primary election. But as soon as I talk about how Donald Trump tried to rig a general election, I'm just the loser Democrat that wants to focus on the past. No, you could either give me a response or just admit that you don't have one. But like the sophist
I don't have
approach
one.
of trying
I
to
don't
make
have
me look like a bad guy because I
No.
want to talk about the largest internal attack on the American democracy pisses me the fuck off.
All right, Dean. I don't have one specifically about that. I came here prepared to talk about other things that I'm passionate about. How about that?
Awesome. So then why do you support Trump?
So I actually was on, Parker's live earlier, and I was trying to debate him. So I'll go based off of what I was prepared to talk about earlier. So I know abortion came up a lot. That's a big
I've
one.
debated
right?
abortion for the last hour and a half. Pick something else. I'm sorry, man.
Wait,
Oh, man.
Did I already talk to you?
No, we didn't. I was waiting, and then you switched to Dean's channel. So, I joined here.
Why are people
I
spamming
even
in the
followed
comment
Dean.
section that you're Canadian?
I'm not sure. Maybe my voice, I'm a little sick right now. Is there
Can,
something about my
can you
voice?
please say SORRY?
Guys, this trolling doesn't do
Can you say
anything
it?
to
Can
me.
you say SORRY?
It doesn't do anything.
Can you please say that word?
Come on, Dean, let's talk.
Wow, he can't do it. Can
So
you say it?
are,
Can you say
are we gonna,
SORRY?
why would I say that?
Just say it real quick.
Doesn't I'm not too sure what you're trying to do.
Say it or I'm gonna kick you.
Is this something about Canadians? I don't get it.
Yes.
Yes, it is. Say it.
SORRY?
No, like
What?
say
I
it
don't
out.
understand.
Say it out loud. Speak the
Oh,
word.
that's funny. Sorry. What is it? I don't get it.
You're good. You're good.
Okay.
I'm actually Hispanic, so I don't know if there's any Hispanics in freaking Canada, but
Can you tell us
so
why you like Trump?
I'm trying to get to it, but you guys aren't letting me get there.
Oh, get there, man. I'm sorry.
All right, Parker. So earlier, and I heard it on the channel earlier. You guys were talking about abortion. Can I just talk about it just for a little bit?
Go ahead.
Are you pro
I
life?
have some questions for you guys, if that's
Are you
okay. I'd like
pro-life?
to turn the table.
Man, are you pro life?
I'm actually pro-choice.
Okay, then
For
we
the
shouldn't
most
talk
part.
about abortion because
No,
then
no,
we
no.
should. No, listen
But
to me.
I'm
Don't interrupt me.
pro-choice. I'm pro-choice based off our current access to technology and medical care. My
Okay,
opinion is going to change.
I want you to stop talking so I can speak, please.
Let's go for it.
I'm asking you why you support Trump. Okay? You being pro-choice does not inform me on a reason why you support Trump because Kamala Harris was pro-choice and Donald Trump is not pro-choice. So please answer the question on top of my head.
Kamala Harris has zero opinions on how she truly feels about things. She feels however the
That's
wind
just a
blows.
ridiculous statement. That's a ridiculous
She
statement.
feels how.
I don't even want to take that seriously.
I just indicate to us a reason why Donald Trump is a good president. The last time you talked about Kamala Harris, you hated it when I turned the tables on you, and you said that you wanted to go back to talking about policy. Okay? You, sir, requested a conversation about policy. So, sir, please indicate to me what Trump policy you like.
I personally think everybody puts too much weight on what the president can and can't do. Let's start there.
Sir,
That's
you are
too much.
now on mute one more time. And the next time, I'm not going to mute you. I'm going to kick you because you grilled me for talking about the coup in 2020. You said, Dean, I want to talk about policy. Why don't we have a conversation about policy? You grilled me. And then you painted me out to be some crazy Democrat. So I'm going to ask you one time, tell me what Donald Trump policy you like. I'm going to move on. Okay, because you're the one that wanted to talk about policy so darn bad that you were grilling me when I wanted to talk to you about policy, but now I will. So please tell us what policy of Donald Trump's you like. Very simple question. Just one good thing about the man, one good policy. Take it away, bro.
Can you guys hear me okay? I don't know what happens to my AirPods. Can you hear me better?
Yeah, we hear you.
Okay, awesome. So recently, I wasn't a complete fan of the way tariffs were implemented, but I'm not against them. We can start there.
Okay, so
so I asked you for a policy that you think is good. You just told us that you don't think it's good.
No, I said I'm not 100% on board with the way that it was implemented. That's not what I said.
Okay, was it good or bad policy?
Overall, I'm in favor of it.
Great. Why? Why is that?
I think for far too long, the US has allowed other countries to put their priorities and interests above ours. And I think tariffs is one of the few tools that a presidential person has at their disposal to overnight change that playing field. I think it's a very powerful tool.
Okay, explain more. What do you mean by that?
So realistically, any meaningful change on the world stage, it is almost 100% on the president, right? Can we agree on that?
No.
That's one of the biggest responsibilities of the president. It's not Congress. That's actually what the president's for. Those,
So I asked you to
international
explain
relations.
why you like tariffs, and then you said that it just could like shift like the global power dynamic. Okay, so how did Donald Trump's tariffs favorably shift the global power dynamic?
I think it's still in progress. I think addressing the China threat is a big one. I think that's what it was all about all along. Where I disagreed,
Addressing the China threat. So what do you think the tariffs are going to do to China that is favorable for us?
I think, the way the tariffs were implemented not purely to just address the trade, surplus or whatever it is that Trump was talking about. I think it was to tackle other issues or disagreements we have with China.
What? Okay,
I
dude,
think it's both.
hey, buddy, stop talking like a magic 8 ball. Tell us specifically how the tariffs will do something to China that is favorable for America. Be specific, okay? Don't talk like a fucking fortune cookie or a magic 8 ball, and
It
just like
is
give us a
forcing
very
them.
clear
It is.
answer.
It is forcing them to the negotiating table.
To
100%.
negotiate what? What is he going to use the tariffs to negotiate with China, and why is it a good idea?
I think one of the pieces is the whole, fentanyl issue. That's a huge one.
Oh, you can't say it
Okay.
on live. Rough.
Now you get fucked. What an annoying guess. I don't know why I found that guy so annoying. I just did. Maybe it's just, been a long day. I don't know what it is. But dude got fucked. You can't say the names of any DRUGS on live. Unfortunate for him. He probably didn't know that.
Dean, by the way, look at the one message I sent you.
Yeah, I mean, I'll do a 4-hour live and then.
How
sometime
are you at
after
right
we'll be
now?
done. At 3 hours and 16.
3 hours 16.
Maybe I could also end at like 3:40, 3:30.
Yeah, we could do that.
Guys, we're gonna get our next guest up in here, y'all. If you are in that queue, make sure that does indeed mean that you do indeed support Donald Trump. And yeah, if you are in that queue, go ahead and join that queue if you're MAGA. What's going on, Mary? Are you MAGA?
Oh, hi. Oh my god. Thank you for letting me speak. I'm sorry for rage baiting. I'm sorry for speaking some dumbass bullshit in the chat. I mean, what else? Can
Are you
I just
MAGA?
no, what the fuck? I'm
I don't know who Mary is, but I think I like them. Guys, go ahead and drop a maggot accompanied by your age down below in that chat if you do want to come up and debate. Don't know who Mary was, but she seemed chill, not going to lie. We're going to go to get that next guest up here right now while we are Leah. Thank you so much for the $40 over on Venmo. Leah says, you should wear a different color shirt. The last few nights you've been getting shit guests, and I swear it's because you've been wearing the same similar color dark shirts. Yeah, honestly, I don't blame you for like engaging in superstition. I can't imagine how annoying it is for like the viewers to just see like super shit guests for 4 hours straight. But I really appreciate you for the $40. In fact, I will use it $40 to go and buy a new shirt. What's up, Ozzy? You MAGA?
Oh, yeah.
How old are you?
19.
19. Morgan, are you MAGA?
Hello. I actually have a question about because
I'm sorry, Morgan. We are only looking to talk to Trump supporters from America. I do apologize. What year were you born in, Ozzy?
2005.
2005, and what time is it?
6:24.
What state are you in?
You said what?
What state are you in?
Missouri.
Okay. I think Missouri Central. So take it away. Why do you support Trump?
So, Cookie King?
Oh my gosh.
Cookie King Mogsy.
I have a question. Have you ever,
Yeah.
do you know what a job is?
Nah.
Can you tell us what a job is?
Nah, I don't even know what a job is.
Have you, do you know what a job application is?
Never. I'm never
should
getting a job.
Get a job!
That's so rough. That's actually very unfortunate. How do you feel, man?
I don't know why. I've noticed something that like all their fandom, like Cookie King's fandom, is like actually pretty funny about like being unemployed. I don't know. I think it's kind of funny. What's up, IDK? Are you MAGA?
I am not, but I just wanted to say I have a
Bye.
guitar too.
Based. It's very nice, man. Moving on to the next guest. We just kind of want to get some Trump supporters up in here to debate. Hello, Michael. Are you MAGA?
No.
Okay. Based. WU, man. Moving on to the next guest here, everybody. By the way, if you're watching and you want to support me, you can find my Venmo, my PayPal, and the link tree in my bio. Get 100% of the proceeds over on those platforms. What's going on?
Cookie
Happy
King
Mac-
mugs you, Cookie King 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 mugs you.
Is it like Beetlejuice? Like if you say it 3 times fast, it becomes
Yeah,
true?
Yeah, he does mug you though.
Yeah, get a job. Moving on to the next guest, we got Rayway
Unironically
loaded up
telling
in a
them
box.
to get a job is killing me. Yeah.
Okay, goodbye, Rayway. Little white boy spamming the N-word. My apologies that you guys had to hear that. What's up, Molly? You support Trump?
Yep.
How old are you?
18,
What year were you born in?
2007.
Yeah, I don't believe you. Moving on to the next guest, guys. We're going to get that next guest up on the live as we speak. As well as Wacky Lack Gaming. Thank you for the $20 over on YouTube Super Chat saying, am I too old? What is this cookie thing? You probably are too old. Probably too employed as well. Thank you for the $20. I really appreciate you so much for the love. Oh, you want to guess who's back, Parker?
What's up?
Hi.
Okay. Brianna, why did you make a terrorist threat against Parker?
Oh, yeah, what the fuck? I forgot about that.
I would never. Oh my gosh, that was
You
not
literally
me.
engaged in a bomb threat against me. Like, unironically engaged in a
Okay,
bomb threat.
listen. It's cause I have connections.
What? You act like that
Can
made
make
it
it
better.
happen.
Was that an apology?
Oh, okay. Wait, hold on. I'm so deeply sorry from the bottom of my heart.
You're weird as fuck. You're a weirdo. What do you mean?
You
I have
too.
connections. I can bomb your house. Holy fucking shit. Get a load of this,
I'm
Joker.
Russian. Because, like, I was born in Russia, so, like, I'm kind of related. You know? Okay, anyways, can we, like, talk about, like, actual stuff now?
What the fuck is going on?
Oh, y'all literally asked me. Okay, I'm sorry.
Bro, be normal.
You be normal. You're not normal. Were you bullied as a kid?
Yeah, I actually was.
Me too.
Oh.
So why do you want to... It makes sense. Why does it make sense? Tell us.
Because you just kind of look like you were bullied.
Well, the reason
Why do I
when
look like I was bullied?
I look like I was... How do I look like I was bullied?
I don't know, you just remind me of Chicken Little.
Chicken Little? Why do I remind you of Chicken Little?
I don't know, just your face.
What about my face?
Just you.
I would have got if you said Phineas and Ferb, but like, dude.
Yeah, I don't get the Chicken Little. I mean, the Chicken Little.
Well, like, if you put glasses on yourself, like, I feel like you would convince everyone that the sky's falling down. You know what I mean?
I actually have no fucking clue. You're saying incoherent gibberish. So, in fact, I do not know.
No, it's
what
a
you mean.
story. It's a story. Don't know. Like Chicken Little, he goes up and he tells everyone that the sky's
Okay, so
like
why do you
falling
support?
down.
So last time you were up here, we're debating abortion. Is there any other reasons?
We don't
why you
need a
support Trump abort-
Yeah, there is. I
what
think
is it?
the economic policies,
Okay, what economic policies?
like the economic like performance, like pre-COVID.
Oh, economic performance before COVID was pretty good. How did Donald Trump cause that great economic performance? What did he do?
Because from like 2017 and like from like 2020, the like economy like experienced like actual like growth.
Yeah, how did he cause that growth?
Because like the tax cuts and the
Okay, that's actually not
deregulation.
true because we calculate growth through GDP growth.
Yeah,
and
they
it is
do.
the
You-
case
like, you
that
can
Donald
lit-
Trump's tax cuts only led to 0.04% GDP growth per year, which was equivalent to.
No.
So my source would be my source would be a study done by two
Tax
Harvard
cuts?
economists.
No, no, no.
Hey, man, would you just mind listening? So my source is a study done by two
man?
Harvard. My source is a study done by two Harvard economists, one right-leaning, one left-leaning. You could find it yourself if you go on Google and type in macroeconomic impacts of 2017 tax reform bill. It would indeed indicate through the 32 pages of the research that yes, it is true that the Tax Cuts and Jobs Act only led to 0.04% growth in the GDP annually. You denied that. So what is your source saying otherwise? I'm guessing that you don't have one.
Because it reduced corporate taxes from 35% to 21%.
Okay, well,
It
ChatGPT is
provided
telling you what
tax
the bill
relief for
did,
many
but I gave you a study that
individ-
demonstrated that overall, those cuts only led to 0.04% increase in the GDP per year.
So you don't believe that this like his performance was good?
Not really.
Really?
I
Literally,
gave
like
you my
everything was
source.
cheaper.
Brianna, I fucking gave you my source, ma'am. With all due respect, I gave you a
Well,
source. Do
listen,
you have
listen.
combating information?
Listen,
No, I'm not going to listen. You get the fuck off the live. Yeah. Jennifer, thank you for the $20 over at Super Chat saying you're amazing, Dean. Oh.
No.
Okay, don't worry. Jennifer, once again with the 20. They say you're amazing, Dean. How are you able to stay so calm, and why do all of these MAGAs have the same brain mush and talking points? I don't know. It's
Low
pretty
key
bad
I wanna drag my balls across your face, low key. You're a sexy man.
Okay, Scotty.
With
Well,
the fucking camera on is so weird.
Yeah, I appreciate you for the compliment, but the dragging the things across my face, that was quite unnecessary, Scotty. I got to tell you.
Oh, just quite.
That was quite unnecessary, sir. But you know, he's a really kind-hearted fellow, right? You know, just wanted to come up here, be a good guy, and I can't do it anymore. Hi, Frankie. Do you support Trump?
Yeah.
How old are you?
Like 10 and a half. Love you, Dean.
Bro. Actual fetus? How you feeling, Dean?
I probably want to end the debate soon. That's how I'm feeling.
You know what? I have something I could something we could do.
Really? What is it?
Cookie King mogs you, bro.
Tony,
You know, it's
drop
been a
now.
long time since we've done it.
Oh, what are we talking about here?
It starts with a B and ends with an S.
I'm so happy I didn't let my intrusive thoughts win. Battles?
Yes, battles.
Battles! Oh, you're right. We haven't.
Wait, what was your intrusive thought, bro? You got it.
No, battles. I was right. I was right the first time. It was battles. Wow. Yeah, we haven't not done battles in a very long time. Oh, wow, dude. I would love to do. What about? What about for everybody? That's terrible. For everybody watching, do you guys would you guys like to see some battles, some back? Oh, I've lost it. Would you guys like to see some battles, guys? Would that be fun? God, we haven't done battles in a very long time, everybody.
Oh.
Would you guys like to see some battles? Yeah. Wow. Yeah. Okay. All right. Well, we'll do some battles. We'll do some battles, everybody. At this point, we've done a very long 3.5 hours of going live, and I'm kind of done with the debates, guys. I'm not gonna lie. The last 3.5 hours have been very tiring, but we're not done with the day. We'll do some battles. It's been a while, but we are gonna go ahead and switch our account to do that. So for everybody listening right now, if you want to hang out with me and Parker, honestly, these battles used to be a lot of fun. I knew people would enjoy them quite a bit.
Very not serious. So just letting everyone know, very not serious.
Very not serious at all. Very not serious at all. Oh, somebody in my chat says, dude, that creepy guy should be denounced. Well, yeah, I guess because he said it to me, I employed my coping mechanisms. But yeah, fuck that guy, right? But anyways, all right, everybody. So if you want to hang out with me and Parker doing some very unserious shit, I'm going to be going live on my other account to do them at DNC Dean, right? I'm just going to go and use the restroom before I start the stream over there. So if you want to pull through, hang out while we're doing some battles, go to at DNC Dean on TikTok. That is DNC Dean, right? And I will see you guys there very, very shortly at DNC Dean. What account are you going live on, Parker?
I'm going to go live on the Parker Get a Real Job account.
Okay, all right. So he's going to be on at Parker Get a Real Job. I'm going to be on at DNC Dean. And we will see you guys over there shortly. I'll probably be live over there on, I don't know, like a minute. I just have to use the restroom real quick. Once again, that is at DNC Dean. See you all soon. Parker.
All right.
See you soon, buddy.
I'll see you then.
For everybody watching on...
Now, for everybody watching on YouTube, that means I'm probably going to end the stream here. Battles are literally just like us fucking around, chilling out. Literally just, it's like, essentially just like we get points versus each other. So it's like, it's supposed to be really chill. Supposed to just kind of like hangout time. Essentially, I literally don't have my account. I can scan it though, thankfully. Let me do this. So I will be ending on YouTube right now. I would just recommend everyone make sure to like the stream. I'm going to be posting, I just posted a YouTube video right now. So if you want to go check it out, I posted a YouTube video right now. And I'm also posting another one for tonight. So I'll post 2 separate videos. Make sure to check them out. Seriously, I would really recommend it. The videos are pretty good. They're pretty good. But yeah, I'm gonna go get off for tonight. Make sure to like the stream if you haven't already. If you want to come through to the battles, you can go to Parker Get a Real Job on TikTok. I love y'all so much. Have a fantastic night, everyone. I love y'all so much. Peace out, y'all.